Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us at the Dark Reading News Desk, where we're giving you live coverage of Black Hat 2023 live from the Mandalay Bay. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm the editor with Dark Reading, and I'll be one of your hosts throughout 2 full days of interviews to bring you the best of Black Hat 2023 right to you wherever you are. Before we get started, let me explain a little bit about how the Dark Reading News Desk works. We're going to spend the next 2 days talking to dozens of researchers selected to present at Black Hat, as well as cybersecurity professionals of all stripes, and that's so we can try to capture all the highlights of Black Hat 2023 as they happen, right along with the people behind the headlines. To try to cover as much of the Black Hat action as possible, these interviews are going to be quick. They're just 10-minute segments, so if you're interested in a deeper dive into any of these topics, please just go to darkreading.com, where many of these speakers and their research is being included in our conference coverage, as well as many Black Hat presenters who were unavailable to join the news desk this year. So with that, let's get to our first interview. I am thrilled to welcome Maxine Holt. Max runs the Omdia Cybersecurity Division, and she has incredible insights into what's going on right now. So welcome, Max. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for having me, Becky. I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for kicking us off. Okay, so I know that Omdia just had their Omdia just had their summit, their analyst summit. Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit about? I know you had several research reports that came out.
Sure.
So what are some of the top headlines that came out of that?
So I think for me, one of the big things was the fact that we did a security decision maker survey beforehand. We found that 92% of organisations had suffered a breach in the previous 12 months, which is a huge amount. And even of the overall amount, 47% of organisations had severe breaches that caused material impact to the organisation. So that was one thing. The other thing that the survey showed was the biggest challenge for the security function is the staffing and skills shortage.
I was really dismayed to see that. I really felt like we were making more inroads on that. I know there are tons of efforts to sort of fill our skills pipeline and our talent pipeline. But are they working? Is it going to take a while for them to catch up? You know, I know that AI and automation is sort of making up some of that, but apparently not enough. Yeah. Is there a solution on the horizon?
So I think firstly, you know, the workforce is growing, but not as fast as the workforce that we need. That's the problem that we have right now. So, as everybody who works in security knows, the threat landscape is continuously evolving and expanding. So it's not uniform across all of the security skills that are needed. It's not a uniform shortage. It's mainly around cloud security, and you mentioned AI as well. I've just been in the keynote here at Black Hat. That was absolutely all over.
Was that Maria's keynote?
Yeah. It was really
great.
good. It was really good, and that's about kind of the AI challenges that there are in cybersecurity. And we need people who can, validate all the models and make sure that they're all secure as well. So yeah, it's different areas, but the landscape evolves, the requirements evolve, so we need more and more people.
When it comes to AI, I think a lot of people throw around, AI skills. Where do you think we are in the maturation? People are they know they need it in the mix. I think people are quickly trying to gather as much skills as they can. Where do people go? Is there some place that is really cranking out quality AI professionals? Like, where is that?
So that's a difficult one for me to answer, really. But what I would say from a security perspective is that I would always start with data security when it comes to AI. That if you've got the right data security skills, because we know we need to protect the confidentiality, integrity and availability of information as security professionals, it's this integrity piece that I think is really important, because you can poison the models and then they're going to spit out results that are actually wrong, and it could be to a competitive disadvantage. There could be all sorts of things there. So I think what I would say is I would always start with the data security side of things to get the right skills and expertise in place, and absolutely there's lots of other things that we could do, but I would certainly start with data security.
Sure, that makes sense. I was also very interested to see in the survey that ransomware is still right at the top, right underneath the skills gap.
Yeah.
Does that reflect a real world what's happening in the real world? Does that reflect a lot of ransomware headlines that are out there, and it's sort of something to be afraid of? Where is that coming from? Is that based?
Well, yeah, ransomware is real. I mean, we all kind of hoped it would go away, but it really hasn't. What we've definitely seen with ransomware is that the ransomware demands have reduced, as in the value, because the ransomware attackers, you've got ransomware as a service, all that kind of stuff going on, and the attackers know that if they ask for, let's say, sub 50k in ransomware payments, they're probably not going to get investigated. So we're seeing more and more of that. So the volume has gone up, the actual ask of the ransom has gone down, but it's still a huge problem. There's lots and lots of organisations that just think, well, why would they come to my organisation for, to attack me? What they should be thinking is, why wouldn't they? Well,
and I think we saw this week with the K through 12 initiative that came out of the White House. I mean, I've been covering all year schools, which you think a school, they can't even afford pencils most of the time. How are they? Yeah. But they're unafraid to go after them.
Absolutely. They have no morals, no scruples. They don't care. They'll go after healthcare, they'll go after educators. They don't care, as long as they get money.
So as the thresholds, as the asks for the ransom come down, is that inducing more people to pay the ransoms? I mean, is it easier than to go to your cybersecurity insurance cover or?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing is roughly 50-50, pay versus don't pay. And in some cases, it's illegal to pay the ransom, but then you're kind of making a victim twice, a criminal out of the victim, and that's not reasonable either. So it's I think it's on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, we've seen cyber risk insurance come into play, but you're hit once, maybe your insurance provider will pay. Second time, they won't pay.
And I have noticed that as a trend, and I'm wondering if you do as well, that the cyber security insurance, it is tightening, and the threshold for payouts, and they're increasing. So what are some of the changes that you've seen sort of in this last year, and how the cybersecurity insurance business is willing to pay?
So I think cyber insurance businesses are definitely a lot more savvy than they used to be about what they're insuring. We're hearing lots of reports from our clients about the payments going up, as in the cost of the insurance, the payment out going down. Mm-hmm. So we're definitely seeing more of that. And I think the insurance providers are much more particular about what they're prepared to insure and not insure. So, if you don't meet certain requirements, whether they're using a cyber risk quantification tool or something else, then they won't insure you. So then you have to go away, build your cyber hygiene to a better standard, and then go back and try and get the insurance.
So I know that a lot of experts will just default say, yes, you have to have cybersecurity insurance. You have to have homeowners insurance, you have to have this. But at some point, are they gaming themselves out of the deal?
I think, self-insurance is
why wouldn't you invest that in-house instead of...
Yeah, exactly. So we're certainly seeing that happening, that, it might not be worth doing the insurance.
On the insurance topic, because we get a lot of questions about this from our audience, they would love guidance. So, in incident response, what are the benefits that you're seeing? Do you actually see, because I know the rap from a lot of the insurers, that means it's more glib than I meant it to be, but their pitch is that we can come in with expertise that you do not have in terms of incident response. Are you seeing that play out in real world? Are businesses who are breached who have cybersecurity insurance expertise coming in, do they fare better than somebody else who just builds their own really good response plan?
That's a good question. I can't answer that directly, but what I can say is, again, from the decision maker survey that we talked about up front, that when there are incidents and breaches, there's a lot more propensity to outsource there, so to bring in external providers to be able to support them through that kind of ad hoc situation that they've got. I've spoken to an incident response specialist, and they do ransomware negotiations, they do incident response and recovery and all that kind of stuff. So there's absolute propensity to use external parties for that now.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a good idea for some more research.
Yeah, okay.
Becky. Thank you.
We all go back to the board on that. Okay. What are some of the other hot topics? I would say if we were having a drink, I would say, what is the good gossip that you've heard? But what are some of the things that bubbled up over the Analyst Summit that maybe were surprising that you didn't expect?
Well, I wouldn't actually say it was surprising because I knew exactly what was going to happen during the day.
Sure.
But I would make the comment about proactive security. So my colleagues Eric Perizo, Andrew Bromberg presented on that in the morning yesterday, and the number of comments that I got from delegates at the event about, wow, that really resonates with how we're thinking about security. So you've got your preventative, which is your detection and response stuff, your antivirus type stuff, then reactive detection and response, and then your proactive is about kind of looking at what you've got going on, reducing your attack surface. It's a lot more than attack surface management, but reducing your attack surface as much as possible. And so many people came up to me and said, oh, this proactive security message really resonates.
Rather than this posture of just waiting for the sky to fall.
Exactly.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, well, honestly, that is so interesting. I wish that we had another 20 minutes to talk, because I have many other things to ask you. But with that, where can people go to find out more about what Omdia is doing and to get in on your research that you just
Absolutely. So they can go to omdia.com. And there's lots of opportunities to engage with us there. We also have an email address, askananalyst@omdia.com, and somebody will be able to help you through there as well.
Wonderful. Thanks, Max. And check out what her team is doing. There's some really extraordinary stuff going on.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you. Okay, now up next, I'm very excited to welcome Changxi Wang. She is a managing general partner at Ring Capital. She is also, incidentally, an inaugural member of the Dark Reading CISO Advisory Board. She has also served as a Forrester analyst as well as a computer science professor. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, this is a thrill. When I heard you were willing to join us, I've been a fan of yours for quite some time. So thank you. All right. So is there anything, I know that this year, is it an inaugural? You're doing a track for entrepreneurs. You're an investor. And so what is that, and sort of who is that aimed at? Is it upstarts who want to make their millions in cybersecurity? Who's coming to you?
Well, are you talking about who's coming to my fund or who's coming to the Entrepreneur Summit?
The Entrepreneur Summit that you're doing here at Black Hat. This is your first year doing it, correct?
Yeah, this is the first year. I'm helping. I'm not organizing, but it talks by successful entrepreneurs who have built, scaled businesses before, and audiences. A lot of them are either current entrepreneurs or wannabe entrepreneurs. Right? So it's like past knowledge and current trends, really interesting.
That does sound interesting. And what do they want to know from you? How do I get funded? What does success look like? What are some of the big questions you're getting?
So the questions I get is, how do I get funded? How do I make my pitch deck so that it's attractive? How do I form my team so my team is differentiated? And how do I find the right problem to tackle? And how do I get my first few customers?
Oh, well, those are all pretty interesting things, and
Yes,
I'm sure the answers vary quite a bit. Now, I would like to know, cybersecurity is booming. It's a good time to be in cybersecurity. What is the investment landscape like? Is there a lot of money sloshing around for entrepreneurs to grab? Is it getting tighter? What are they looking at right now?
What are investors looking at?
And entrepreneurs, is there a lot of opportunity, I guess I'm asking for you right now?
There are opportunities, but I think the market dynamics is such that there's not a whole lot of free money around. In 2021, everybody's getting funded, right? Mm-hmm. Today, you really have to have your act together to raise money.
And what does that mean?
That means you have the right team, first-rate team. You have the right composition of roles, of expertise, right? Some teams are just engineering focused, but no product, no business expertise. You want to have both. So first-rate team, pick the right problem and already have done your homework. What that means is you come to the investors having interviewed at least 50 potential customers. to say, hey, they have this problem. I'm confident that many of them have this problem. This is what they told me, and this is how I synthesize the problem statement, and this is how I'm going to tackle it.
Okay. And so, how do you? Is there a way? When you look at these problems to solve, is there something that is basic in all of these things? You know, does a problem that you're solving, it needs to have a customer base, it needs to be ubiquitous across many different businesses? I mean, is there sort of a checklist of how to know that you've got a good problem?
That's a great question. You know, I wish there's a standard checklist, but depending on the subsectors you're in, some of them are today's problem, right? And you have to ask, how big a problem is this, and are you willing to pay for it? How much are you willing to pay for? Do you want it now? Do you want a 6 month? Do you want a 12 month? Right? Or some other problems are a little bit further out, like AI security, for instance. It's a hot topic, but people may not have ready budget to deploy right now, right? So you have to say, okay, I'm working on this product. How soon can I get into the hands of practitioners? Is it a 12-month problem? Is it 5 years problem? Those are very different company profiles.
You know, you mentioned AI, and I'm one of my standard questions I'm sort of asking around is, you know, how much of this is hype? How much of this is legit right now? And you talk about AI. Are you seeing that there is a lot of money available for AI startups? Or do most startups at this point having an AI component, is that a value add, or is it just sort of a new hot thing that everybody's talking about right now?
Great question. There's a lot of money invested in AI in general. Right?
Okay.
There are a ton of, for instance, vector database companies. There are a ton of modeling companies and vertical modeling, people building model for healthcare industry, for financial institutions. And there are also people building horizontal infrastructure for AI. Okay? And I think the market is a little too early to really know who's going to win out. And there will be a lot of casualty, a lot of hype. In the greater market, businesses, large enterprises are deploying efforts and budgets towards using AI for businesses.
In a discovery capacity, or is it real world implementations that are right now?
Real world implementations. It's about taking my data, right, and apply an AI model on top of my data to improve my analysis, to improve my product, to improve my customer experience. Those things are going on right now.
Okay. I saw you at RSA, actually, it wasn't last year, it was the year before, and you were speaking so insightfully about where regulation and the board meets for cybersecurity. And this year has seen more regulation around everything from disclosure to privacy. And the regulation seems very vague, it seems very ambitious, and it seems very difficult for teams to actually implement.
Yeah.
What is your advice to these folks who are trying to sort of traverse this, really, I mean, from all levels of government, from states, from the White House?
Yeah.
What is your advice?
It's a very difficult landscape to navigate right now. So my advice is to join a industry body, right, a group that is trying to navigate this as a community and get best advice from the community and other of your peers, because we are seeing the SEC new guideline on reporting, right? You have to report an incident 4 business days after you determine its material. And that kind of timeline we've never seen before, right? How do you meet that? And really is, how do you get things ready ahead of time? So before incident ever happens, you have to get your data ready, get your login infrastructure ready. And how do you do that? You learn from your peers, your community.
And it strikes me, how do you determine whether it's a material incident or not? It seems to me even those guidelines are a little squishy.
You have to work with your general counsel on that. Right?
That seems to be, lawyer up seems to be the answer.
Sometimes we do need that help. And you've seen some of the cases, incidents happening in this industry. I think we need to work more closely together with our our lawyer friends to make sure things are buttoned up, but also make sure that they guide us in the right way.
Okay. what do you see coming in the next year? What is sort of, do you have some predictions? Do you have some tarot cards to
Tarot card.
read for us?
I think there will be more regulation on AI, more regulation on data governance and product governance in the sense of how AI should be built into the whole infrastructure, and that will impact how we as an industry using AI and also innovating on AI. So that's
Are
one.
you an advocate for full-scale lobbying? I hear a lot of arguments that the more we can push regulators, the more we can get in there with regulators, the better regulation we will come out with in the end. Are you an advocate for that approach as well?
I'm a little bit, not quite to that extent.
Okay.
I think there are some regulations that's needed, especially in consumer data. But I think regulation, if taking to an extreme, can stifle innovation.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, with that, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and it was a pleasure to meet you. Where can people find more information about Rain Capital and also about your entrepreneur track?
Yes, our website is raincapital.vc, venture capital, right, at VC, and I'm on LinkedIn a lot, so you can find me there, and a lot of different conferences.
Wonderful. Well, if anybody has a chance to catch up with Changxi during Black Hat, I encourage you to do so and check out her presentation. Thank you so much. Excellent. Okay, so with that, we will be right back from the Dark Reading News Desk from Black Hat 2023. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA 2023, coming to you live from balmy Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Ravi Aital, co-founder and CTO of Normalize. Ravi, welcome to the Dark Reading News Desk.
Great to be here. Thanks, Terry.
Appreciate you doing this. We're talking about data security posture management, or DSP or DPSM. This concept is really gaining traction, especially among those who have to manage cloud security. Tell us a bit more about what DPSM is and how it is differentiated from existing security management.
Sure. DSPM, or Data Security Posture Management, is a concept that you have to do all your security starting with your data, right? Another way to look at it is data first cloud security or data first security. The reason why it's gaining traction is because data is exploding. We know that once you put some data out there, it never leaves. The same thing happens in the internet, same thing happens in the enterprise.
Sure.
It's expanding forever. So how do you get a handle around what type of data you have, where it is, who has access to it? That has become more and more prominent with the expansion of data.
Talk a bit more about the drivers of DSPM. It's got to be more than just all this migration to the cloud or all the development work that's going on there.
Yeah, so even a few years ago, the way applications were developed in the enterprise was completely different. You would use a single database, a monolithic application, long cycles, and you had to provision all these data in servers in your data center. So it was very controlled environment. So what has happened since then is several changes have happened. One is applications have been moving to cloud. So it's very easy to create a duplicate of data, create a new data store without even worrying about this server waiting in your behind your ears. So there is one explosion of data because of that. Then applications are being built using microservices instead of monoliths. So each microservice gets its own data store, and each application gets its own CI/CD cycle. So things change on a daily basis, weekly basis, and so on. So what's happening is, along with AI and ML, which also is data hungry, amount of data, volume, variety, velocity, all of that has exploded. What used to be a manual review for your data security teams is not viable anymore. So you need automated tools to get a handle around where the data is. So that's the main driver, sudden realization that you cannot handle data manually anymore. You need a sophisticated automated tool to handle all of this.
Okay. It's also worth mentioning, though, that security professionals are, is it too strong to say, awash in management tools? There are plenty of choices out there, plenty of options. Breaches continue to occur, data continues to get stolen. How does DSPM make a difference here?
I would add to that, they're not just awash with security tools, but they are drowning in a deluge of alerts as well.
Well, there's
right?
that too.
Which is the reason why we still see breaches. If you look at traditional security tools in general, not the data security ones, but the security tools in general, they tend to focus on infrastructure. It used to work when you had very few pieces of infrastructure. They're if your infrastructure was akin to your pets, it's okay to take care of them on a daily basis and tend to them and so on. But what we have in the cloud is like cattle. You cannot give the care to your cattle like you do to your pets. So all these security tools, each one of them, they'll throw thousands of alerts, and the promise is that if you fix all of them, your data is secure. But can you really do that in this environment with this? The amount of cybersecurity talent is not exponentially growing either.
Sure.
So what happens is you have a lot of alerts to handle without any reference to what is at stake, right? So that prioritization is what data security posture management approach in general brings, and hence make the data more secure rather than just your infrastructure.
Let's shift gears slightly and talk about risk prioritization. How does that work here where cloud is concerned?
So what we do, at least at our company, Normalize, is for every single alert, every single issue that you find in your environment, try to attach a monetary value. And how do you do that? You basically trace and then get down to what is really at stake. In most cases, it's your data. For example, you lose a server to an attacker who mines Bitcoin on it. Maybe you lose $3,000 a month, right, on the top end. If you lose 1,000 records, you're probably looking at 10 times that, right?
Sure.
And if you lose 1 million, you're looking at 10,000 times that, right? So what happens is if you can actually identify the monetary value of every single data store and then trace it back to the issues, right? You can then say, if you fix this, $10 is at stake. If you fix this, if you don't fix this, $1 million is at stake. So that gives you very clear prioritization, unlike any other score out there, right? You could use all kinds of custom scores. Vendors come up with all kinds of custom scores. The CISO takes it to the board and says, we have 100 issues of Sev 5. Board doesn't understand what Sev 5 is, or 100 is big, small, they don't understand. But you go and say, we have $10 million worth of data at stake, everybody gets it, right?
It gets a lot of attention.
Gets a lot of attention, and that's how you prioritize it. That's our approach, and DSPMs actually help that because you start with data, and data is the most valuable thing that every enterprise has. You attach a monetary value to it, so you can express all your risks in terms of dollar value.
Okay. Normalize now supports data stored on premises, not just the cloud. Can you talk a bit about what motivated this extension of your capabilities?
So it's twofold. One is our long-term vision of, regardless of where your data is, we're going to give you a dashboard that depicts all kinds of information about where is your data, what type of data you have, what is the value of the data, who has access to it, and so on, right? And we are getting one step closer. We did cloud, we did SaaS, we did PaaS like Snowflake and so on, and now on-prem, right? And of course, we always prioritize this based on customer demand. And many of our customers, even though they are in the cloud, there is a lot of data centers in which they are keeping data as well. And this particular feature is going to help them get an understanding of what's on-prem as well.
Does it significantly add to the, I'll just call it the overhead of I guess, attention management to add on-prem management to cloud? Does that complicate things tremendously, or have you managed to simplify this?
If anything, it simplifies it. The reason is people, you take any security team or a data team, they want to consolidate. They want less things to manage. They want data in one place. But it's almost impossible in this world of enterprises and subsidiaries and acquisitions and so on. So they always tend, they try to consolidate. It goes out of control a little bit. You want to come back again. So the way it's been happening is migration of on-prem data to cloud. But there is so much on-prem data with years and years of accumulation. You don't even know whether it's worth moving all of that to the cloud. So you want to get a handle of what is in there. Do I really need it? How many duplicates are there? Move all of that, get a handle of that, and then move all of that to the cloud. So at the end, it simplifies it, but you need to get visibility into what you're simplifying before you try to simplify.
Ravi, take us out with some guidance on what we should be asking ourselves if we're considering DSPM. What are some of the major issues that need to be addressed up front?
So I will address this at a very high level, because data security is not a one-day job or a one-year job. It's an ongoing thing. As data grows, your organization grows, you need to evolve, and your vendor partner to evolve as well. So one thing I would do is first ask yourself, do you really consider data to be the most valuable asset that you're managing? If that is where most of your risk is at, then definitely go and look at a DSPM before looking at anything else. Second is choose somebody who can grow with you, who has the track record of execution and the alignment with vision, and go with them. The rest of the things then become just details that you will solve together on your journey.
All right. Well, Ravi, you have helped us to think differently about cloud security management. Thanks so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Terry.
We've been talking with Ravi Aital, co-founder and CEO of Normalize. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. So we are back live at the Las Vegas Black Hat USA 2023 show. I'm glad to welcome to the news desk now Anna Belak, Director, Office of Cyber Strategy at Sysdig. Anna, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Ahead of Black Hat, Sysdig Threat Research Team released its annual Cloud Threat Report. Can you share some of the major findings and maybe even some of the surprises that were there?
Absolutely. So we had probably two, well, we had a lot of findings, but the two that were most impactful to me would be the time of attacks in the cloud, so how quickly they happen. This is something that we've sort of been speculating about for a while. We've always assumed the attacks would be faster because there's so much opportunity for automation, programmability, like all the things that make cloud valuable to us are also easy to use for nefarious purposes. So now we have some substantial data showing that's actually true. So the average time between an attacker finds you through probably a public API or some public exposed asset
Right.
to the time they're able to actually hurt you is something like 10 minutes on average, which is stunning. You know, like that's really fast.
Yeah, a little sobering.
Yeah. The reason for that, like I said, is partially the use of automation, right? So all of the infrastructure is code, everything is code, API access, programmability in general is what they're able to use, so they can cobble together essentially scripts and their own like automated attack systems to very quickly find good victims. And then actually they have scripts that will talk back, like send back a SMS essentially, or like a WhatsApp message to them when there's something worth pursuing. So if they see an interesting credential, then a human is signaled by the automated system and that person goes in to see what's going on. The other aspect is they're actually quite good at cloud. So we see very sophisticated maneuvers by the bad guys that indicate that they know what they're doing in terms of navigating the cloud control plane and where to look for common mistakes that the blue teams make.
Is this maybe a drawback to cloud's complexity because there's so many permutations that allow them entry?
Yeah, so exactly. One example is they abuse CloudFormation, right? So CloudFormation is how you provision things in AWS, for example, and the same is true for Terraform and other systems. But you can create policies in cloud that prevent folks from doing certain things from their accounts, right? But if you don't explicitly create those same policies for the CloudFormation way of doing the same thing, then it's allowed, right? So there are many little nuances in cloud where you may feel like or think that you blocked some activity, but you actually didn't because you didn't block like the 48 different ways of doing it.
Sure.
Yeah.
People are obviously at different stages of their journey with cloud. Talk about how cloud threats also impact an organization's on-prem environments. That membrane is maybe a lot thinner than we thought it was, yeah?
Yeah, this was something that I was always a little scared of because we have this kind of natural way of thinking that cloud is for innovation and then on-prem is for, business critical, keeping the lights on, like, legacy systems, if you will.
Right, you didn't hand over the keys of the kingdom to the cloud.
So if we're just doing like silly innovation stuff in the cloud, it's not a big deal if it gets compromised. We'll just shut it down, right? But obviously that's not really how it goes because everything's always connected. And so you may not know what you're doing in the cloud, or even if you know what you're doing in the cloud, you may not have full visibility into which secrets got accidentally left somewhere or any possible array of things, how those two environments are connected. And so what we're seeing now is with pretty explicit evidence of attackers pivoting from the cloud control plane to the EC2 instances and vice versa, right? So one important element of cloud is that it's not just someone else's computer, so we can't just think, oh, it's a bunch of servers somewhere else. The control plane is a really important element that is where all your identity occurs, and that's where the attackers want to go so they can grab a privileged account, right? So pivots between control plane and the servers enables them sometimes to jump to the on-premise servers then because of the connectivity between the environments.
This sounds like a board of directors' biggest nightmare.
It's up there, yeah, and it's hard to know where those connections are, so you have to be very careful. And I don't have a great answer for what to do.
Yeah, sure, and who does, right?
Yeah.
There's an emerging school of thought that wants to treat cloud services, cloud services and containers similar to endpoints like hosts or employee workstations. Is this a good approach? Do other security concerns arise when you go that route?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not good, but I understand where folks are coming from. I think if you're really honest, you have to say that it's better than nothing, right? So if you're moving to
Sure,
cloud
okay.
and you're using kind of endpoint-centric ways of instrumenting for security, that's better than nothing. But when you're looking at ephemeral workloads, you're going to run into situations where either you can't install an agent or you don't have the resolution for the time scale. Like if a container lives 5 seconds, I mean, your hourly scan isn't going to help. So there are lots of moments like that, right? And then forensics is also hard because for something that appears and disappears very quickly, to know what exactly it did or how it did it, you may just not have the data. So we have to exceedingly think about having many different sources of data that we can very quickly stitch together. So this is something that's very important in kind of our world of CNAP is we want the cloud logs, we want the system calls, we want every piece of information we can get, and we want to, as quickly as possible, correlate them to each other so we can see when something really important is happening.
Can you talk a bit about why security teams are still so challenged with detecting and responding to threats in cloud environments?
To be fair, I think it's still hard on premise also.
Well, and we were talking a little bit ago about the complexity of cloud, so
Yeah.
there's that piece too, but what's up there?
Yeah. So the speed element I referenced earlier is important, right? So things are so fast.
Sure.
And there also is a lot of activity, right? The point of cloud is scalability. So we can do many things very quickly. I can scale my environment in minutes to thousands and thousands of instances. And so I also will see lots and lots of signals if something is going on those instances. So to know which of those are high fidelity, real, potentially incident indicators, and which of those are just noise is really hard. And also the attackers are having a much easier time finding you, right? So on premise, somebody has to be pretty deliberately looking for you to find your very specific data center or your very specific internal network. In cloud, like everything's a public API. So there are lots and lots of folks constantly scanning all those public APIs. They're constantly scanning GitHub repositories for secrets. They're like automatically looking for all these ways in. And so there are many more opportunities for the attackers to get in, and it's much harder for the defenders to see when something is serious and when something is just, business as usual.
Okay. Shifting gears, the shift left has become a bit of a kind of a marketing cliche and a management mantra, I think. This idea of starting earlier in the process, being a little bit more comprehensive up front as opposed to being reactive to security. It's a lot of cloud security vendors are also popularizing this idea of shift left. Sysdig takes a different approach with security and runtime. Talk about the contrast there and why Sysdig is going this route.
Sure. So shift left is amazing. I'm a full supporter of shift left, but it is a buzzword, and B, like the dirty secret that's actually not a secret is shift left is really, really hard. You can't just go to your team's mandate shift left and be done with it, right? You're going to build out continuous delivery systems, you're going to build out all kinds of scanning tooling, you're going to build out process for people to know what to do with the results of the scanning tooling, and this is going to take years, maybe decades to get right? So it's not like you can just shift left, right? So one thing we have kind of said a few times is your first day of shifting left is actually the day you need shield right the most.
Okay.
Because you haven't shifted left yet, you just started building that kind of muscle, but you need to see what's going on in runtime because that's going to be your best signal today of whether or not you've been breached or whether or not something suspicious is going on. Our philosophy as a company is you need both, right? So we enable shift left with runtime insights. So we see what happens to systems in runtime so we can give you better view of what you should do on the remediation side when you actually are going to commit developer time to fixing something. And then we, of course, do runtime threat detection, and we see what actually happens when the system is running. Now, an interesting point from the threat report to that end, actually, is when we shift left, we do a lot of scanning, right? Usually static scanning of an artifact before that artifact is deployed into a production environment, which is great. We want that. But when we scanned Docker Hub for malicious images, we found a bunch of them that were certainly malicious, but looked perfectly safe until they were deployed. So once they're running, 10% of those malicious images, you could see that they were actually doing something weird. But until that point, you had no way of seeing that. So if you only did shift left, you would actually still be only like 90% okay on like pretty basic cloud malware, crypto miners, Tor nodes, all this stuff you don't want in your environment.
Great stuff, Anna. You've helped us really think differently about cloud security and some different ways in, and thanks for the great insights around shift left and runtime security.
It's been a
Thanks for
pleasure.
joining us on Dark Reading News Desk today. We've been talking with Anna Bellack of Sysdig. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. We are coming to you live from Black Hat USA in Las Vegas. This is Terry Sweeney with the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm joined now by Terrence Liu, CEO of TX1. Terrence, welcome back to the News Desk. Nice to see a familiar face.
Hi, Terry. Thanks for having me here. Nice to see you.
We've going to continue our conversation around operational technology. It's certainly very much in the ether and headlines as well. We've seen a lot of OT attacks with ransomware and supply chain attacks. Tell us a bit about what you and your team are seeing as you look out across the OT threat landscape. What's happening there?
Well, it's definitely not getting any better, right? In terms of manufacturers, still they are the most attacked sector in the world.
Sure.
It's even more than financial and the retail sectors. And although I think that's because of the ransomware and the cyber criminals, they target the manufacturers. Although they don't necessarily target the OT of the manufacturers, but in our data, when IT compromise, the OT always fall. And on the other hand, the geopolitical tension is also not getting any better, right? And we saw the critical infrastructure being targeted by the nation-sponsored hackers. And they could use different techniques there. For example, the Viper malware used in the Ukraine-Russia war, they not encrypt the data. They wipe out the whole system in order to make the recovery more difficult. And speaking to Volt Typhoon, where the China hackers steal the data from the US critical infrastructure, they use the native Windows application to do the data movement in order to avoid the inspection of EDR solutions. In short, we just need paying more attention to OT cybersecurity.
Sure, and attackers have clearly discovered that the OT part of the network is perhaps a bit more vulnerable and less protected than the IT side. With that in mind, I'm sure you get asked by customers all the time about this. Talk about some of the effective security measures and best practices that organizations can use to better protect the OT side of the house.
Certainly. So if we consider OT as an entity, you really want to inspect the traffic, especially the inbound traffic to the OT, including the access, the file, and the network. So for example, we definitely want to build a wall between IT and OT, right? But I think it's more than a wall. You want to build a DMZ in front of OT to be more secure. And be sure to check the storage media brought into OT from even the insiders. And be sure to check the new system, new equipment, new device coming into the OT, even from the supplier, because there could be the Trojans.
Sure.
And that's just the first step. And second step is you want to increase the cyber hygiene in OT, because the majority of enterprise, they don't even have any security solutions inside the OT. So having like an anti-malware, application whitelist to protect the endpoint, having the network segmentation, virtual patching to secure the network in order to against the known threats. And after doing that, you could have detection and response to protect those unknown threats.
There's also a people place here as well, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes OT and IT are managed by different teams, different teams in different divisions. They rarely, if ever, talk. Are you bumping up against that as you talk with more and more customers about this?
Yeah, building an OT team, OT security team is hard. Generally speaking, nowadays it's hard to recruit a very good cybersecurity guy. And it's even harder to find someone who understands OT security. And it's basically impossible to find someone who understands your own operations in OT, right? So I think a practical way which I witnessed from many large enterprises in the world, they craft the OT security team, a small team from the IT InfoSec team. so that these guys can talk to the plant manager and asset owner in order to understand the limitations and environment
Okay.
of the OT. And then they can extend their cybersecurity guideline from IT and cloud to the OT. And with this conversation and dialogue with the asset owner and the plant manager, it's really critical.
Okay.
Because later on, you need to deploy those security measures and solutions, and you need their support.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's what people do.
TX1 also recently conducted a series of interviews with a large number of customers about this topic of OT, IT integration. Talk about some of the noteworthy data points that emerged from that. Any surprises?
Yeah, so together with Frost Sullivan, we interviewed the 300 OT experts
Wow, okay.
in large enterprises. And I want to share mainly two numbers here. The first, 61% enterprise reported they have unprotected Windows systems in the OT. And again, that's the cyber hygiene thing, right? And secondly, 94% enterprise acknowledge if they have a breach or incident in IT, OT will be impacted. That's
Wow.
why previously I suggest to build a zone, not just a wall between IT and OT. And we have more numbers. You could download the report from our website, tx1.com.
Excellent. You alluded to this a few minutes ago, but hiring is an ongoing challenge for every enterprise, every organization, especially for security positions. Are companies not looking in the right places for candidates for security jobs? Do employers need a different approach to security management? What's your take on this?
I think it's bi-directional. You know, you want to find the security guy who understands the OT system and OT operations. But I see more and more people who want to learn about OT and IoT and then those AI stuff to be applied into the smart city. So I see that things will be resolved slowly. But again, we need the support from top management to pay more attention to the OT security, to the IoT, and even to the network connectivities like 5G in the enterprises, not just the laptop, not just the cloud.
So if I'm understanding right, your organizations shouldn't necessarily combine their OT and IT technical management, but from an organizational or personnel perspective, those teams need to be better integrated, it sounds like. Is that an accurate paraphrase?
Well, it's still hard, especially for not so large enterprises. And I think the key is, so number one, do you have the support from top management? Mm-hmm. Because who should shoulder responsibility for OT security, right? So without the support from top management, it's like a mission impossible. And secondly, do you know where are the crown jewels? I mean, what kind of system and network, when they being brought down by hacker, the whole operation will be interrupted. And that we need to pay more attention to. And third thing is, do you have people who understand the OT and keep monitoring the cybersecurity there? Because if you just look at the log from the firewall, from the antivirus, it's just not so helpful when the nation-sponsored hacker target you, or even for ransomware, right? I mean, you want to identify this ransomware is doing something abnormal, not typical OT behavior. Why? Because at the first place, if the IT, XDR, or EDR solutions are able to detect the ransomware, we won't have that problem because OT is not internet facing. So, which means we need to use different way. We need to learn the normal of OT in order to identify the ransomware abnormal there. And then you need someone and the solutions to be specialized design for the OT.
Great stuff, Terrence. This is a much deeper cut on the IT-OT integration issue. It is fraught with a lot of challenges for sure. Thank you so much for joining us on the
Thank you,
Dark Reading
Terry.
News Desk. Really great talking to you as always.
It's my pleasure.
We've been talking with Terrence Liu, CEO of TX1. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to Dark Readings News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading and hosting our next set of News Desk conversations. Up next, I am thrilled to welcome Adrian Bergeron, PhD, yes, and Olivier Bilodeau. Am I close?
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Perfect.
you. I was worried about butchering those names. Welcome to you both. I'm thrilled to have you. Okay, so you all presented interesting piece of research. It's called I Watched You Roll the Die, Unparalleled RDP Monitoring Reveal Attackers' Tradecraft. It's a lot of title and I love it. What I'd like to start with first is remote desktop protocol attacks are prolific and deadly. So I would like to know more about sort of why they're a popular target and why they're of such interest to cyber criminals.
So it's ripe for opportunistic attackers because they can scan the internet and find these forgotten systems. You know, and most of the time they are some stuff that shouldn't be exposed that is exposed. And also, like some cloud providers by default will allow you only to access your system via RDP, Azure for instance. So then it means that once you deploy a system, it is accessible via RDP, which means that attackers can try to do credential stuffing attacks and stuff like that. RDP is so attacked that it is the second most infection vector for ransomware outbreak, and only phishing attacks are like before that, so clicking on links. But so it is a domain that needed some attention and some research to understand how people are attacking it and be able to provide advice to protect themselves.
Okay, so Adrian, talk to us about the research and talk to us a little bit about, I know that you said that you identified there were 5 profiles of behavior. Can you run through those for us just so we have an overview?
Of course. We recorded the sessions on RDP. Okay, so we have an honeypot, and then attackers connect to it, and then we analyze their behavior. It's like the tool that Olivier developed is outputting all the connection as video footage. So this is what I analyzed, and we analyzed during this research. So we identify different patterns of behavior.
Okay.
So different profile. So yes, I can describe it to you. And we team all our presentation in the Dungeon and Dragon team.
Okay.
This is not my idea, of course.
Certainly, I assume.
But as always, I jumped in. So the name of the character are based on the Dungeon and Dragon. So the first one is the Ranger. Okay, this is the one who will explore all the files, run reconnaissance through script or through clicking their way through. They are evaluating the system, our system, maybe for someone else to connect later. Okay? So this is the first behavior that we see. The second profile is the thieves. So the thieves will try to monetize the RDP access in many different ways, so using proxyware, monetized browser, crypto miner, all kinds of things. The third one is the barbarian. So they are trying to brute force their way into more computers. So they perform a large array of different attacks by brute forcing, and they do it through our system. The fourth is the wizard. The wizard is the one who is who has the highest level of skills.
Okay.
So they use our RDP to connect as a portal to other computers. So they use it as a jump over compromised host, and they hide their traces behind.
Very well, because they're skilled.
Yeah, so they are the one that you don't want on your system.
That's the
because
worst
they're
case.
very good at what they're doing, right? And the last one, just because they are not all very good, it's the Bard. So in Dungeon and Dragon, the Bard is like the small contributor, and in this case, the individual in this category are not very not skilled at all, but they are they don't have the hacking skills. It seems like someone hacked the system for them, and maybe they bought access from someone else.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where do the sort of the access broker, the salesman, where do they fall in those profiles?
I get according to what we saw up to here, because
Yeah.
the research is never done, right?
Right.
But maybe like the ranger is the one evaluating and then selling, like as an initial access broker to the last category, who basically just do like simple Google search about viruses or even watch porn.
So, yeah, which is, you know, it must make it a more complicated task to defend because you've got people with all different motivations, all different skill sets, all different. So, what did you find? I mean, what is your top line takeaway that you want blue teams and I guess you said there was a deep law enforcement component. So I'd like to know more about that as well.
So we think that RDP systems are used by ransomware groups a lot, and because they mount their phishing attacks from them, because it removes attribution to their origin. So if they use their own ISP, law enforcement could attribute back to them, like and ask ISPs like, please let me know who this IP address was, and then they could arrest people. So they use compromised RDP system to mount their attacks. In the Wizards case, for example, they even use jump hosts. So if you think about, if you analyze such a threat actor with only metadata, so you only look at RDP in, RDP out, IP addresses, ports, like the emails for phishing, for example, you would see SMTP traffic to Office 365 and Gmail, Google. So you would have little data to mount a case. Now imagine if you do lawful RDP interception, so you are authorized to deploy our tool, open source tool, by the way, to do that. Then instead of having just broad metadata, you see what they are doing, you see them click, you see the target, the victims. So the takeaway for us, for both blue teams and law enforcement, is if you do deploy something like PyRDP, our open source tool, then you can really understand the victim. So you can go after the victim, ask them, and then you have a case to prosecute on the civil side and on the criminal side. So we think that there should be more lawful RDP interception in order to really, like even if it works only 10% of the time, it will scare 100% of them. As soon as this is known, they will change their behavior. They will be less, they're really arrogant right now. Like they feel like they can do cyber criminals right now feel that they can do anything on the internet and will never get caught because of our borders and because it's complicated to prosecute in other states. But if they see impact like this, I think it can really alter their behavior. They will tone down. They will be more careful, which will protect all of us if you want then, right?
And so tell me a little bit more detail about what kind of data is the tool giving you that a typical analysis won't?
Yeah. So it's a complete interception of the RDP protocol with like encryption being removed. It's not putting anything at risk, right? Encryption is being removed on the system. We do the collection, and then encryption is created back, so it's not adding risk. But so what's collected now that you have unencrypted raw data, you can collect everything that RDP can collect. So you have the display, so you see the desktop. It's very visual, like she was saying. Like we feel like we have surveillance cameras on hackers. So you have the desktop images, everything they see. You have the mouse pointer, where it is, what they click on, the stuff they do. You have the keyboard. So these are stuff you can anticipate. But what we discovered as we were mounting these types of attacks or this type of interception is you also have the clipboard and you also have files that are transferred to the system. Mm-hmm. So you get a lot of intelligence around the hacking tools that they use, the custom like reconnaissance script that they use, a lot of Defender, Microsoft Defender, disabling techniques that I didn't know, that I wasn't aware of, that are now documented thanks to our research. So there's a ton of intelligence that is collected.
Where can our audience learn more? Where can they check out your research and find you?
So we both work at GoSecure. We have a blog post that will link to the Black Hat presentation. Black Hat will host our PowerPoint. I think they are probably online right now. But so it's how I watched you roll the die, so it's the.
It's easy to find. Excellent. Yeah. All that's on the Black Hat website. If you have any other questions, please reach out to them for Go Secure. Thank you so much, Adrian and Olivier. Appreciate your time today at the news desk.
Thank you.
While I have everyone here, I would like to point out our dark reading webinar events. We're constantly in conversation with the cybersecurity community, and you can join in by tuning into our webinar series. Just to run through a few of our upcoming topics, on Wednesday, August 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern, we will be joined by experts Tom Parker, CEO of Hubble, and Hubble Technology, and Zona Systems Field CTO Ron Fabella. They will be taking a deep dive into best practices and tools for OT and IT security. Then on August 22nd at 1 p.m., we will explore the dark side of AI with my colleague Terry Sweeney and KnowBe4's James McQuiggan. That sounds like a good one. And on Tuesday, August 29th at 1 p.m., we will bring the cybersecurity entrepreneur Roselle Safran and Kane McGlatsky, Field CISO for Hyperproof. And they will give us their thoughts on where and when automation makes sense. These presentations are interactive, so please bring your toughest questions for our panelists. See if we can stump them. Okay, so with that, you can find out more about all of these on darkreading.com, and it's under events. So thank you for that. Now, we are here to welcome Richard Mogul. Hi, Richard, how are you? Great. He is here to give us a peek into his training on cloud adversarial response. So how'd the training go?
You know, it went great. I've been teaching at Black Hat for over 10 years now. This is definitely, to my surprise, one of the better years.
Why?
You know, I think it was a combination of the audience that we had, or the participants we had in it, and also a little luck with our technology actually working.
Oh, that's always helpful.
Oh, yeah.
We know a little bit about that around here. Okay, so tell me about who were the folks that were in your training? What were they trying to do?
We tend to get a mix of incident responders and people who have incident responders who don't have a lot of cloud experience, and then cloud people who don't have a lot of incident response experience.
Understood.
So that's kind of the vector of the attendees that we tend to get into this one.
Can you walk us through a little bit about what is specific about cloud incident response, sort of how that differs from more of a standard playbook approach?
Yeah, so you know, it was fascinating. Years ago, I met my co-trainer, a guy named Will Bengtson, who's worked in some very large companies, and including he's over at HashiCorp these days and runs a lot of incident response for cloud. And we were just debating the problems we were having finding people who had the experience for cloud. And the key difference is that, I guess the best way to describe cloud incident response, it's all your normal incident response activities, and those don't go away, and that knowledge level doesn't go away, but now we've added this whole cloud management plane layer to it. Mm-hmm. So if you imagine it, you take your entire data center, you unify all the administrative functions into a single user interface, and then you stick it on the internet and you protect it with a username and password. Mm-hmm. So I frequently describe it as attackers will either directly attack and get in the management plane, usually through exposed credentials or stolen credentials, or when they break into the traditional stuff, they're just knocking on the door, trying to break out of the matrix and get back up into that management plane.
So how complicated then, or what is the added complication of dealing also with a vendor when you're dealing with, who owns what data? Is there some distinction or difficulty in deciding who is responsible for protecting what?
It turns out there's two layers of this. It turns out most of the stuff the average responder will deal with, it's almost completely in their wheelhouse in terms of their responsibilities. Most of the major cloud providers are pretty good about providing the tools for the things you deploy there, the different log feeds and sources. Sometimes there's mixed responsibilities. There's been some of the breaches where, it was the company that made some mistakes, but you know what? They could have made a lot fewer mistakes if the cloud provider had kind of set them up better for success.
Right.
It's like my kids. I can set them up to succeed or set them up to fail, or, just ask them to clean their room, which is, no, that's setting them up to fail.
That's non-starter.
Every single time.
Right.
what we are seeing now, though, we're also getting into the early edges where we are experiencing more incidents that are more on the cloud provider, and that affect customers. There was Microsoft had the big problem with their signing key that became exposed a few weeks ago. It hit the press that it became exposed a few weeks ago, and their customers were breached, and that's the scary one.
Are you saying it hit the press, but it wasn't? Are you saying that maybe that wasn't an accurate reporting, or?
No, I think the attacks occurred. Again, that's when the attacks were revealed. We know that it all had started earlier,
Understood.
so I didn't want people to think the attack just happened last week or a few weeks ago when that came out.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so from there, what are some of the most, I know you've sort of covered them high level, but what are some of the most common attacks you're seeing? You said management plane level, but what are some of the
Oh, yeah, we go in depth in this in the class, because the reality is as kind of technical instructors, and Will and I aren't professional trainers. This is what we do, professional cloud stuff.
Yeah.
I build products, he runs teams. And, but if we look at the attacks, we want to come up with all these fancy ones to really challenge the students. The reality is it's almost always the same 3 to 5 attacks.
Okay.
We're seeing ransomware, usually in more of the small to mid-sized enterprises, and that's because they lose credentials. Those credentials allow someone to access that data. The bad guys copy the data out, then they delete the data. It turns out they're not encrypting it for the cloud stuff. They copy it, they delete it, they upload a ransom note. That's one of the biggest ones.
Okay.
Crypto mining. It turns out you can't make money on Bitcoin if you have to pay your own electricity bills. So, hey, welcome to cloud.
Yeah.
And they're just hacking into stuff, or they're taking credentials and they're launching crypto mining within people's accounts, because that's a good deal. I mean, somebody else
And it
is
just
paying
runs
the bill.
in the background, and a lot of times you have no idea.
Yeah, and again, the providers have alerts and stuff, but if you don't know how to respond to those, you don't turn them on. So those are the 2 of the biggest ones. A bunch of the rest are just involving exposed credentials that let the attackers, kind of get in and exfiltrate data using some different techniques. So they get a little bit more technical after that. Biggest thing is just be good about your credentials. But that's impossible at scale. And that's why nobody can really get it right all the time, and why we really wanted to kind of help educate more on the response parts of it.
What are some things in password management that are working better than others right now?
Don't have passwords.
And so what do you have instead?
So one of the things about cloud is you have opportunities to reduce or eliminate static credentials on the cloud side.
Okay.
There's basically capabilities. We call them IAM roles in Amazon, or managed identities in Azure. And it doesn't mean those credentials can't, if somebody gets in, they can't potentially exfiltrate those temporary ones and use them, but it really narrows the window and makes things harder for attackers. Users still need to log in, and we use single sign-on portals, and you use multi-factor authentication, and you be good about education, because there's techniques used to trick people into putting their MFA in. If you line all of that up, it really reduces the risk. Doesn't eliminate it, though, because you can't, no one's perfect.
Right. Okay. So I am interested in this. So you are also an advocate for investment in user training and phishing, looking out for phishing and all of that, as well as the incident response part.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm biased because I do these trainings. That's not how I make my living. It's kind of more of a side hobby thing. But I think there's 2 levels of it. One is, and what we're trying to do with this class is train incident responders on how to deal with the cloud native portions of attacks. We don't make them do the stuff they already know how to do, like forensics on images or networks analysis stuff. Like, we really focus, here's the new cloud pieces of it. Your internal users, one of the best things, it's not even just direct phishing, it's really training them to be aware on some of the multi-factor authentication abuses, and there's if you're in higher risk environments, there's some better tooling. You switch from to YubiKeys instead of one-time passwords, those sorts of things. Again, that'll help reduce risk. It won't eliminate it. Humans are humans, and even I make mistakes.
Understood, but all
daily.
of but all of those incremental things eventually add up.
Yeah.
Okay, so what, you mentioned briefly some tools. I just wanted to see if there were some tools that you're really stoked about right now that you think that maybe people should know more about. Is there any thing you're recommending?
I mean, well, I'm biased because
Sure.
we sell a tool that helps with incident response, and we don't actually, the students don't see it during the class. we use it on the back end to trigger detections to send them alerts, but we have this thing, Fireman Cloud Defense. I think some of the multi-factor authentication things to help on that user side as well. And even if you don't use us, cloud security posture management tools can really help with a large chunk of the misconfigurations. And now there's a lot of becoming a lot better cloud detection response and automation tooling. And again, that's kind of where we fit in, but there's other things out there and even open source tooling that can help you kind of do better cloud native detections and better cloud native kind of log management and event handling. Because there's one weird thing about cloud is we're used to logs in security and our security logs. With cloud, you get events. Every cloud provider has these, and events aren't saved down, so you have to take different strategies to collect those events. Sometimes your existing tooling might not be set up well for that.
Understood. Well, I want to thank you so much for giving us a little Cliff Notes version of your training. It sounds like there was a lot of great stuff covered. Our audience is always interested to hear more about cloud security.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And by the way, it was fun. We had a player versus player mode for the class, which we've never done before. And we had them all attack each other. So I got to actually just enjoy my students fighting. It's good.
That's not a bad thing. Well, everybody keep your eyes peeled for that next year. Go ahead and check that out. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate your coming by. Okay, so with that, we wanted to ask you if you have any questions for our experts. If you have anything you'd like to ask them, you can tag us on socials with DR News Desk. Share your most pressing questions and cybersecurity issues, and we can try to get them in front of our extraordinary experts that are visiting the news desk this year. If you'd like to explore any of these topics we're covering, along with breaking cybersecurity news, please visit darkreading.com. Now I am thrilled to welcome Melinda Marks to the Dark Reading News Desk. We are going to continue our cloud conversation. You are let's see, I'm going to get this right. You are a senior analyst with the Enterprise Strategy Group, correct? Yeah. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so I wanted to dig in a little bit more on the cloud stuff. You know, where are we? A year ago, we're talking about just still trying to catch up from the transition to work from home. Everybody was up. It was just get it done, security second. Have we made up any ground? Are we in a better spot than we were before?
A lot of remote work, a lot of enabling more businesses. To every type of business across every industry has to be a software development company these days to deliver applications for their employees, for their partners, for their customers. They want to build really dynamic applications that people can use, and everyone is doing business, transacting through mobile devices and online, so it's increasingly important. And for every organization, a lot of them are leveraging cloud services, taking that flexibility of not having to build the server infrastructure and the platforms, and just enable development teams to develop and build their applications and just push them to the cloud with minimal IT and ops teams, and then sometimes minimal security teams. So they're under pressure to deliver, to serve their customers, but make sure they help make sure that it's secure and there aren't any issues around opening up their applications for so many users.
So are we moving a little bit past the point where it's like, oh, I had that bucket, my S3 bucket wasn't configured correctly? I mean, are we kind of getting to a better place than that?
Yeah, I mean, we have the drinking game of every time someone says I have an open S3 bucket. There's a lot of great tools. There's a lot of progress made. So I think I talk a lot about developer-focused security and shifting your mindset from traditional AppSec and traditional AppSec processes and tools to what you need for cloud native, which is really supporting the development team. Security teams aren't doing all of the security things. They're shifting left, so developers have more security responsibilities. So just like ops shifted left to empower developers, some of the security has shifted left, but the security teams need to be involved. They need to work with the development teams and make sure that they're collaborating with them, helping them get the right tools, so there isn't that friction that was happening for a while where security teams were playing catch up, and sometimes it was security vendors trying to push security tools onto developers and wondering why that's not working. We've evolved now where there's better security tools that have the developer workflows and tools in mind. They're more integrated. We've definitely advanced in those ways.
have we advanced, is it, I guess carrot or stick is a little too simplistic, but I mean, have development teams bought into do they actually care about security, or are we just placing these security restrictions around their code development?
Yeah, absolutely they care about security. You talk to any developer, they don't want to be the one where their security issue or misconfiguration brought down their app or caused an impact on the business. And I think that's something that's key to security, working with application developers, is realizing that those goals are aligned across teams. So AppSec, we just did a study asking about AppSec general goals, and they're around better customer service, application uptime. These are things that are aligned with IT and ops. And also, what we see that's not always good is if IT and ops kind of say security is going to block us and slow us down, they're going to insert processes, so we're just going to take over. Ops is more involved in setting up security processes. And these things are all inextricably connected, roles and access, provisioning infrastructure. These are all possible security issues. So these groups need to be aligned. They need to be talking about what tools and processes are in place. They need to work on making sure there's no silos, because cloud native development is all about efficiency and collaboration and speed. And security needs those things too. So if they're trying to add on separate tools or they're not working efficiently, then they're just not catching up. So this is where the right security tooling and processes come into play to help security teams be efficient, be enablers, and work with developers so they can feel more confident that when they're releasing their applications, they're secure, and they're motivated by not having to fix things late in their life cycle where it's a lot more work. Like, developers hate remediation work.
Yeah.
They don't want their applications to crash. So if all these teams can get aligned and work together, that's how you solve the problems.
Are you seeing any, and I want to get to tooling because I know that you have a lot of thoughts on cloud native tooling, but are you seeing instances where it's working well? Have you seen any tricks to where there is just a kumbaya moment and somebody worked magic to bring all those teams together? Do you have any tips in that regard?
Yeah, definitely talk to each other for security teams. Sometimes I talk to security people or CISOs and I can immediately tell, like, oh, you're going to struggle with the cloud native stuff because you just don't have that. Yeah, and it's also, again, that mindset of security needs to use the security tools. We need to scan all the things. We need to be doing all the security things. It's more, we need to build efficiency because it all starts with secure development and giving them the tools, because we've known about the need to shift left because we're just outnumbered, but it is give security the visibility and control they need, so the responsibility shifts. So developer is doing the testing. There's things incorporated for them to produce more secure code. There's tools to shorten the feedback loops, so if there are issues, they can fix things efficiently. But then security has visibility and control, so there's not blind spots. They have ways to speed and prioritize what they determine that has a high impact on mitigating risk, or if you want to do as much in prevention as possible. So testing policies early in development, all of that is helpful for prevention. And then in runtime, monitoring and doing what you can to make sure that detection and response is efficient. And again, the teams have to work together and the tooling has to work together, because that's how you integrate everything well, is get that efficiency and collaboration.
So let's talk tooling, and what are those tools that you have your eye on, and why are cloud native tools important to integrate into your systems?
Yeah, so the cloud service providers each have their own security features and capabilities built into their platforms. So it's important to understand those features and capabilities. There's really easy ways for developers to just enable that. Maybe it's a small company that's just using AWS or GCP to scale, and they can just enable security scanning and some security features. But then the other side of it is, make sure security has the visibility, and that's where some of the vendor tooling comes in, is ways to connect those tools so the security team has some visibility as to what testing tools are in place and what processes have happened. Security can help make sure that there's consistency across development teams. So every development team has different skills and experience with security. Maybe they like open source tools, open source tools can be great, but again, it's making sure that the security team knows what the teams are using and can gain some visibility, and then make sure that they can be efficient in responding quickly, remediating. There's a big issue last year with alert fatigue from just a lot of tools, testing tools, which is great because people are realizing that there's incidents from misconfigurations, which should be easy to prevent if you have some of those tools and processes early in development. But for security to efficiently manage that, it has to be done efficiently, and it can't overwhelm developers with things where they're just getting alerts and they don't know what to fix, or maybe they'll just skip fixing it because they have no context. So that's where the tooling really comes in, is that prioritization.
Melinda, you have said so many interesting things today. I do wish we had about another hour to talk about this. We'll have to do it another time. Thank you so much for stopping by the Dark Reading News Desk. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Of course, of course. And now I will turn the desk back over to my colleague Terry Sweeney after a quick break.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Brendan O'Connor, CEO and co-founder of App Omni. Brendan, welcome back to News Desk.
Thanks for having me. Great to be back.
Good to see you again. We are talking SaaS security. It's battling a number of different excesses: entitlement inflation, over-provisioned accounts, elevated privileges. This sounds like trouble already. How are security and IT teams able to understand the underlying risk associated with each user in their environment? Are we that granular yet, or is it much more of a crude instrument?
I would say the current state of identity and access management in SaaS is most organizations are confidently incorrect. So we did a survey last year, and 71%, we surveyed over 650 CISOs and security practitioners across multiple regions. 71% of them said last year that they felt pretty confident about their SaaS security. Well, last year was the year of the SaaS breach. I mean, just check the news. At the end of the year, 79% of respondents actually suffered a SaaS breach that resulted in data exposure. So going into the year, over 70% of people thought they were okay. Coming out of the year, almost 80% of them actually suffered the breach. So confidently incorrect is the term that I would use.
So how do we begin to address this sort of overprivileged set of users, which basically sounds like everyone?
You know, the challenge is security teams usually are not looking at the SaaS platform themselves. They're not actually looking at how things are set up because the line of business runs them. You know, the person who administers a Salesforce is probably different than the team that owns Workday, and that's different than the people that are doing GitHub. So you have all these islands throughout the enterprise, and everyone thinks that there's someone centrally managing it. No one is centrally managing it. And when you actually look at the GitHub entitlements or the Salesforce entitlements or the Workday entitlements, you find out that massive over-provisioning, or it's not at all what we expected, because the changes are happening in that system. They're not happening in Active Directory or Okta or whatever you're using for IAM. They're happening in that system. So it's kind of like pushing out a policy to your endpoints. If the endpoints don't hear you, they're not going to get the policy and they're not going to pick it up. So there's this mistaken notion that, you know, SaaS is listening. It's not.
Yeah, okay. Brendan, one of the other points you've recently made is that threat actors are going after user identities. Walk us through how hackers target user identities and why someone's identity might be so valuable beyond the obvious.
So SaaS is the new East-West movement. You know, for the longest time, we have had security controls that look at East-West movement within our networks and our user activity, because when people start behaving anonymously or anomalously and attacking other machines and starting to interrogate other machines, like that is a clear sign that there's something going on there and that you may have a breach or that you are breached. That activity is happening in SaaS right now and people aren't looking at it. So we typically find that MFA is optional in SaaS environments. So it's optional in that it's turned on, and if you try and strongly authenticate, you can, and it works great. But if you do a single username and password and you hit that SaaS cloud directly from the public internet, it will also let you in. So 2FA and strong authentication, it's turned on, but it's not mandatory, it's optional. And so you can take one of these identities, and from that, you can move to many different SaaS clouds, exfiltrate data, or move data SaaS to SaaS, and there's no visibility. So it is the new East-West movement.
Talk a little bit about the identity spoofing that's taken place, certainly with AI and with other technologies. Is that same MO making its way into the SaaS world?
It is, but I'm going to say it's worse. So when you look at the breaches that we saw last year, it was SaaS infrastructure. It was things like Heroku and Travis CI and Circle CI, MailChimp. It's all of these back-end SaaS systems that are infrastructure. So they have these machine identities, or they're running as a very high privileged user. So if you can get that user's identity or their OAuth token or their API key, you walk past username and password, you walk past IP restrictions. These are like golden keys that just let you into the SaaS kingdom. And people don't understand how many of these have been handed out because they're looking at their centralized directory, not what identities are populated in the system. And again, it comes back to confidently incorrect. What they think is happening and what's actually live and operating in that system are entirely different.
So let's say that I'm a CISO who has just implemented multi-factor authentication with my identity provider. I've got zero trust gosh, isn't that enough?
I mean, there's a 70% chance I'm going to walk past your 2FA like it's not even there. And again, because it's optional. It's not that the 2FA doesn't work. It's not that the strong authentication doesn't work. The normal employee workflow is going to be going to the identity provider, strongly authenticating, connecting via single sign-on. That's what your typical user is going to do.
Yeah.
They're not trying to break the rules, but if you can compromise one of those identities, you find out very quickly the 2FA is optional. And skilled attackers are just pillaging these cloud environments, and the SaaS clouds have all the activities, just no one's looking.
Yeah. Okay. App Omni also just released the latest findings from the State of SaaS Security Barometer. These are always just welcome sort of data bits from the front lines. Talk to us about the cyber risk landscape and how it's misunderstood, especially when it comes to SaaS.
You know, I think the past 12 months have been really painful for a lot of organizations. You know, going back to that statistic that 79% of respondents actually suffered a SaaS breach that resulted in data loss last year. And you know, if you look at just the news, the types of apps that are getting breached, it's SaaS clouds, it's SaaS applications, it's critical infrastructure, and very skilled attackers are going after them. So what we have found is going into next year, SaaS security is a top 3 priority for almost 3 out of 4 people that responded. So when we ask CISOs and security practitioners, where is SaaS security on your priority list going into next year, we're finding it is a top 3 priority for practically everyone. And it makes sense. We spent $500 billion in cloud last year as an industry. So worldwide cloud spend last year, $500 billion. Over half of that was SaaS applications and SaaS infra. SaaS is actually the #1 way businesses consume cloud. It's bigger than IaaS or PaaS, almost both of those markets combined. So it's your core part of your perimeter, a core part of your infrastructure, and it's just being ignored. So I think the attackers have woken the world up to how vulnerable they truly are, and it's becoming a priority, but it can't happen soon enough.
It's a little astonishing to hear these figures and wonder, like, is anybody minding the SaaS store? Is it just an afterthought? Is it because it's so distributed, the responsibility, et cetera, around organizations?
It's a few things. You know, part of it is the applications are very unalike. So like GitHub and DocuSign couldn't be more different. They're 2 entirely different applications for entirely different purposes.
Okay.
But if I can get all of your contracts and private information in DocuSign, or all of your source code from GitHub or GitLab, that's a problem. But the challenge is the owner of these SaaS applications is different, and security doesn't have interfaces to them. The HR team runs Workday. You know, the finance organization runs NetSuite or Oracle or SAP Financials. These are different business units. The sales team uses Salesforce. And so the security team now has many touch points and relationships they don't have and systems they don't have access to.
So it feels like you're maybe talking a little bit about the shared responsibilities. I wanted to ask you about that.
Absolutely.
How do you delineate shared responsibilities across IaaS, PaaS, SaaS? Why is it applicable to understand roles and responsibilities for SaaS security? I think we may have just addressed this.
Yeah, you know, I think that most people are overcomplicating the issue. And to me, it's very, very simple. SaaS is an endpoint. It is an endpoint. It's an operating system. It can download arbitrary apps. It's got app stores where you can point, click, and run third-party code locally within that runtime. You can write your own custom code in scripts and workflow. You can issue API keys. You can do all kinds of things just like you could do in an operating system. So think about how you manage your endpoints today. Apply that exact same thinking to SaaS. Do we know what the configuration is? Is encryption enabled? Do we have the right password policies and authentication? What are the users doing on that operating system? What third-party apps are running? What are they calling out to? What data are they moving across my network? Again, it's just like endpoints. The endpoint is now in the cloud, though. So I think that it's more simple than people would like to make it. We're overcomplicating the issue.
All right. Brendan, real briefly, any other surprises from your Future of SaaS Security report?
I mean, I think there's a lot of surprises, but part of it is it not only told us what we thought, it was a stronger response than we expected. When we saw that, you know, really 3 out of 4 respondents said this is a top 3 priority for them, we expected that number to be less. When 79% of respondents said that they suffered an actual breach and data loss last year, we expected it to be over 50%, but a smaller number. So I think the numbers are pretty staggering.
Right. Well, Brendan, thanks so much for joining us on Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat. Always learn something when we talk about SaaS. Thanks for joining us on the news desk.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
We've been talking with Brendan O'Connor, CEO of AppOmni. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Tom Parker, CEO of Hubble. Tom, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk. Let's dive right in. You wrote about a decade ago emphasizing the importance of going back to basics in cybersecurity. Dare I ask, how are we doing there?
Yeah, I think that article on Dark Reading was really about IT hygiene and how it impacts security issues. I think the big problem with a lot of security programs today is the interdependency between IT and security. I mean, it should be a partnership. The most successful CISOs are always those that are able to reach across the aisle, work with their IT counterparts, and address some of these key issues such as patch management. Visibility is fundamental. Of course, at Hubble, that's one of the things that we really focus on, is providing visibility across both IT and security organizations, which you can then use to understand your security controls. You know, the old dotage of you can't secure what you don't know about is something we've been saying for years,
sure,
but we haven't really embraced how we're actually going to do that. And so I think in terms of how we're doing, I think we're doing really well in certain areas. I think when it comes to things like endpoint protections, baselines, we have a lot of really great security IT baselines that we can leverage off the shelf now, like the CIS control set, the NIST control frameworks. I think certain areas such as visibility, of course, the reason that we're in business is because we're not doing so well in that area. And well, that's why Hubble's here today. Yeah.
So it is curious with all these technical advancements, AI, unprecedented levels of automation, why these fundamental measures are still crucial today. Despite technological advances, why do these fundamentals still matter?
Yeah, actually it's become more consequential to not have a good track of what you have on your environment. Cloud, for example, is a fantastic thing. It allows for startups like ours to move a lot more quickly when we innovate. A lot of the things like hosting is done for us, but it's very much like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. It allows us to create a lot of IT sprawl. It's a lot easier for us to, instead of having to buy hardware now, I can go into AWS and spin up 1,000 instances in a second. And so keeping track of that is really critical. I'm really glad that you brought up AI, because I think, especially in the regulated industries that are using AI, inventory of AI is going to be an extension of the IT inventory problem that we're looking at today as well. And we're not really starting to talk enough about that as a problem set.
The basics themselves are fairly straightforward and well understood. They are a lot tougher to implement, and that isn't completely intuitive. What's up there? Has cloud complicated the addition of additional measurements that are fundamental to getting the big picture? Help us understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really come down to the organization's commitment to address good hygiene. It's not too different actually from when we look at public healthcare issues.
Okay.
If you look at the inclination that many people have to take painkillers instead of addressing the systemic issue that is causing the pain, eating more healthily or working out frequently, these things are hard. It requires a rigorous regime. And for many organizations, especially large established organizations, that means cultural shifts in the way that we think about how we run our networks and how we invest in security. And so I think it's, more sophisticated CISOs recognize that, and certainly those that I see take new jobs, day one, hygiene is a priority for them. They want to make sure that when they think about their security program, and it's great that they're going to invest in next-gen endpoint and next-gen whatever. However, they recognize that they can't build that house on a flimsy foundation, and that foundation has to begin with visibility into your assets.
So I'm glad you brought that up. Security asset visibility is considered one of these foundational pieces that we've been talking about. Elaborate on what this term security asset visibility means and what's significant about in its role in improving cybersecurity.
Yeah, sure. Well, the first thing that's really important is to define what an asset is. To many, if you ask an IT practitioner, an asset might be a device on a wide network, a physical thing with an IP address. But if you go talk to the board and ask them what an asset is, they'll tell you that it's really something that creates intrinsic value to the organization. And so then we have to ask ourselves, where is value created? Where does value live? What is the job of the CISO? It's to protect value. And so if we're trying to understand value, we're not just talking about things with an IP address, we're talking about our data, our applications, our intellectual property, our cloud resources. It's much more than what's with an IP address. And so at Hubble, we're very, very focused on this idea that we are trying to help organizations understand value, where value lives in the organization, and not just things with an IP address. So that's the first step. The second step is understanding how they relate to each other, how a group of systems relates to a group of users, and how are they tied to a business process. Because that ultimately is going to affect, okay, how is that business process allowing me to make revenue? How is it going to, if that breaks, how much money am I going to lose every day? And that really should be the job of the security team, is understanding that. Security is largely a problem of scale. I have too many alerts on my SIEM dashboard, I have too many vulnerabilities, there's too many threats being talked about every day at this conference and in the media. How do I wrap my arms around that? I need a common denominator to help me prioritize. And asset visibility can do that for you if you do it right.
Well, I also hear an invitation in there for security staff to speak in the language of the board of directors. I mean, tying asset to value beyond like a dollar figure of what that costs to deploy or manage, like as you said, pointing to where the value is created.
Listen, when I was a line of business CISO at AIG Insurance, I could count on one hand the number of people in the security team that really understood implicitly how our business made money. Now, do I need them to know exactly how they can talk to the board and how we made money? No. But do I need them to know enough that when they see this asset with a piece of malware that detonated on it, that it's associated with a critical business process? Absolutely. And that's the sort of, and this is why we call Hubble Asset Intelligence, because we're providing operators the intelligence they need to make those informed decisions without becoming experts necessarily in the business.
Didn't we have this problem solved with products like ServiceNow and CMDB technologies?
Unfortunately, we thought we had it solved. And my journey as an entrepreneur is to answer often difficult questions from investors, and that was one of the questions that came up from a lot of investors when we started this journey. Hasn't this been solved already? And I think it took me a while to figure this out, but ultimately I think what I realized is that we thought it had been solved. We've kind of created this false sense of security, not just with CMDB technologies, but with security technologies. You go to the show floor today, and you go talk to every vendor out there and ask them how they can help you with your visibility. A lot of vendors will have an asset inventory. The problem is they're a vulnerability management product and they're doing active scanning of your network. Or they're an endpoint product and they're based on agent visibility. And so these are all self-defining universes based on a limited corpus of data. And it's creating an asset inventory, sure, but it's a subset of really the entire universe that the CISO should have to care about. And so at Hubble, we're very focused on creating that complete end-to-end view so that really you understand exactly what it is you have to secure and its current state of compliance with your critical control sets.
Tom, real briefly, help us understand how organizations can stay better up to date and adaptable with their approach to cybersecurity hygiene.
Yeah, I think, I think it comes back to visibility, really taking a critical look at the way that you are measuring hygiene understanding what your KPIs are. It's really important for organizations to look at metrics which are becoming more and more popular, like mean time to inventory. When a device plugs into your network, how long is it before it shows up in your CMDB inventory? Our studies have shown that that's generally over 30 days, could be far worse than that. In those 30 days, that system could be unmanaged, unpatched, or it's an unknown unknown. And so bringing that down and having metrics like that to measure your health and measuring incremental improvement is fundamental to any successful security program.
Tom, great stuff on a new cut on fundamental measurement in cybersecurity.
Sure.
Thanks for joining us
Yeah.
on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Yeah, thank you.
We've been talking with Tom Parker, CEO of Hubble. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. Joining us now is Greg Keshen, Senior Vice President and General Manager for Security Performance Management at BitSight. Greg, thanks for joining us today on Dark Reading News Desk.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us. We are talking about SPM. Companies have so much focus and attention on their attack surfaces. Let's start with some of the catalysts that you're seeing that are driving some of this attention here.
Yeah, so there's a huge focus on companies protecting their digital infrastructure and attack surface, really driven by a lot of what we've seen over the last couple of years since the start of the pandemic, where companies' attack surfaces have expanded really rapidly. So what you've seen is, people working remotely in less secure environments. You've also seen massive investment into digital transformation.
Sure.
Companies spent about $2 trillion on digital transformation initiatives, and that all leads to these significantly larger attack surfaces and perimeters that need to be secured.
Not to mention the expansion with the work from home phenomenon thanks to a recent global pandemic.
Exactly right, yeah. And so, employees of companies are now working on devices and in locations that you may not have been aware of. Processes are moving online, all stuff that CISOs and security professionals need to secure, but they're not always responsible for creating or setting up, and so they need to become aware of it.
What's BitSight doing to address this problem?
Yeah, so BitSight has a really significant investment in a couple of areas. One is within our security performance management suite of products, an investment into external attack surface management. And so, we're constantly discovering the digital infrastructure and assets that companies have, mapping them back to that organization, and then also finding issues, vulnerabilities, other exposure problems that you have on those assets so that security leaders have an understanding of what the attack surface is and then how to prioritize the work to keep it secure.
That external attack surface management space is a crowded one for sure these days. Talk a bit about how BitSight differentiates itself there.
Yep. So one is our scanning of assets, where really from day one of becoming a BitSight customer, we have a full view of all of the infrastructure that your company owns and needs to protect. We also have a very significant investment into vulnerability research so that we can identify products that could be compromised, zero-day events, critical vulnerabilities that you need to secure. And then lastly, we also really have a leadership position in understanding your supply chain so that when a major security event or a zero-day attack happens, it's not only your infrastructure that you need to protect, but you also have to understand, is my supply chain compromised as well?
All right. The governance framework, of course, is a key piece of that picture. Tell us a bit more about that and why it's so important to include here.
Yeah, so our security performance management product is built on kind of a base of external attack surface management. So you understand your infrastructure, the exposure issues on it, and you can prioritize the remediation that you want to do on that attack surface. But then what we do is we roll that data up into very useful metrics to understand the performance of your security program across different dimensions. And so really what we're trying to help our customers do is get to the root problem of why you had an exposure issue in the first place, so that you can put in the right governance and process so that that issue doesn't just keep happening. You're not just constantly, playing whack-a-mole with these issues, you're actually improving the process and making your company more secure over the course of time. And then also being able to report on that, benchmark yourself against your peers, trend your performance over time so that you can see those improvements.
So this is a larger issue than GDPR or HIPAA or the compliance legislation that has reshaped the governance.
Yeah, I mean, the regulations are a big part of it, and it's a kind of a force that CISOs across the market feel that they need to be in compliance with. But regardless of that, they also just need to drive strong performance in their security program, and they need good metrics that tell them whether that's succeeding or not.
The governance piece and compliance has also driven much more of a board of directors involvement in security strategies and
Absolutely.
that sort of thing. How does that show up for you and your peers on a day in, day out basis?
Yeah, so we see our customers all the time taking BitSight data and metrics to their board meetings, because a huge problem that exists is boards of directors are increasingly needing to engage in conversations about cybersecurity risk, but unable to really engage in the conversation productively if the conversation is all down in the technical details. So the BitSight rating and risk vectors and ability to benchmark your performance against peers are critical to having a productive conversation between a CISO, security team, and the board of directors to actually understand the risk level and the performance over time.
It sounds like what you're describing is helping the security people and the directors have a more productive conversation by bridging the big language gap, I guess, between those two cultures.
Yeah, and we all know this, cybersecurity risk is really becoming a material business risk. You see this in the new rules that the SEC has adopted in the last couple of weeks, where companies are actually going to be required to disclose how they are overseeing their cyber risk in their board meetings, and they're going to need to disclose that in their annual filings. And so as we lead up to December 15th, companies are really going to need to get a plan in place of how do you have a productive conversation about your cyber risk with your board. And in our view, and we see this in our customers, bringing BitSight metrics and peer benchmarking to that board conversation helps you really identify, do we have an issue here? Do we have things under control? What are the investments that we want to make sure that we have the strongest program possible?
Sounds like we might need to add the legal department to round out the three-legged stool here.
That's right. Yeah, legal teams, chief risk officers, risk teams, they're all involved in this conversation, and that's why it's more critical than ever to have, independently assessed, comparable, trendable metrics that can be brought to the table to have this productive and objective discussion about cybersecurity risk.
Kesh, talk to us a bit, close us out with some thoughts around how an organization can better manage its own external attack surface.
Yeah, so it starts with an understanding of what you have in the first place. And so you need to have a constantly updated list of your external facing assets. So you need discoverability. Then you need to understand, what do we want to actually prioritize in order to remediate the risk that we have across this large attack surface. So you need to understand both the importance of the assets that you have and also the severity of the issues that exist on them. And then you need to be able to kind of assign out the work to your team to be able to remediate those issues and then track the results over time. It's really important to have that full visibility, and you need to do that not just across the infrastructure that you own, but you need to have an understanding of this across what we call your extended attack surface, which is represented by your vendors, your supply chain, all of your third parties.
Right. Well, tremendous insights on the dance between security performance management and the external attack surface management. Greg, thanks so much for joining us today on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Absolutely. Thanks, Terry.
We've been talking with Greg Keshin of BitSight. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll be back shortly.
everybody, and welcome back, everyone, to Dark Readings News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023. We're glad to have you with us for our series of conversations about the latest research being presented from Black Hat this year. Up next, I am thrilled to welcome Steve Kupchak. He is with Akamai, and will be presenting new research at Black Hat this year titled Lifting the Fog of War, Monitoring, Identifying, and Mitigating MSRPC. Welcome, Steve.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, so I know that you say everybody already knows MSRPC, very familiar with it. For those of us who are a little behind, can you explain to us what it is and why the vulnerability matters?
Yeah, so RPC is like a way for programs to expose capabilities to other programs to call. So it stands for remote procedure calls, and just allows for like an inter-process communication way. MSRPC is just the implementation inside Microsoft, inside Windows, by Microsoft for RPC. And the reason it's so crucial is because MSRPC is very integral in many parts of the Windows operating system.
Okay.
There are vulnerabilities in RPC, and if you look at Patch Tuesdays, in Patch Tuesday notes from Microsoft, they usually have some fixes and CVEs for the RPC runtime, which implements all of that. But there are a lot of attacks and lateral movement techniques that are very common in the Windows domain landscape that are MSRPC based, and that's why the threat matters. So very basic attacks or common attacks like PSExec or WMI, they're all based on MSRPC, and that's why we did this research, because it's just so common and so frequent.
So how common and how frequent? Can you sort of give us an idea?
Yeah, so if you take a look at any network map of Windows, of a Windows domain, you'll have some traffic that is over RPC. In my talk tomorrow, I have actually an image of a network map that shows exactly that, because it's a common question. But if you take a look at even for attacks, if you take a look at almost any report about a ransomware breach, for example, that's the most common reports that I'm reading when I'm looking for reading news about malware. Most of the ransomware operators either use or have the capability for PSExec, for example. PSExec is an attack in Windows that allows for lateral movement, and it doesn't use any vulnerability. It just communicates with the service manager over RPC, creates a service, and then launches it. And most ransomware operators either have that capability or use that capability. That's an example for how common it is.
And so what is Microsoft doing?
Microsoft, with this case, I don't think Microsoft is doing a lot, because it's not a vulnerability. There's nothing to mitigate here. It's just a capability in Windows that is exposed, and the reason it is so easy to use is because it requires other stuff. So it requires authentication, for example. And the reason ransomware operators do it is because A, it's available because it's part of Windows and Windows needs it, but B, weak credentials and stuff like that is what actually allows the attack to work. Microsoft actually has some mitigations in place in Windows. They have like RPC firewall filters in the Windows firewall. So the capability is there because people aren't using it. That's what I'm hoping to bring out in my talk, actually. We're discussing that as well.
And do people know about this? Is it something widespread that is widely acknowledged throughout the cybersecurity community?
Could you rephrase that? Sorry.
Sure. Is this something that most people know about? You're saying this is something new that most people haven't heard of and aren't aware of?
No, I don't think it's anything new. The RPC filters, for example, are mostly undocumented, so people might be less aware of them. But RPC involvement and the commonality of those attacks is something people are aware of. Just that RPC is just another layer of encapsulation that you'll have to peel when you want to look for malicious incidents or when analyzing traffic. So it just makes it harder to work with.
So that's how teams are. If you could walk us through, how does an attack work? If you could give us sort of for instance, and what a threat actor could do with this sort of access.
Well, it really depends because RPC is just a protocol.
Sure.
It just carries on other capabilities, other remote procedure calls. So what attackers can do with RPC depends on which RPC interface they're working with.
Okay.
So for example, with a service manager, they can query services or create or run services. That's how BSX attack works. With WMI, which is also somehow carried over RPC, just won't get into the details, they can launch remote processes with it. Or for example, there are vulnerabilities that are carried over MSRPC, like Petit Potam, which was pretty popular a year, something like that ago, is an authentication coercion attack. It utilized a vulnerability in the RPC interface for the encrypted file system to cause it to create outbound authentications that attackers could then relay in their next stage of attack. So the options that are available through MSRPC attacks is only limited by what the interface that they are using.
Wow. Okay, so how are teams, I hear that there's not a good detection strategy other than sort of threat hunting through incidents, and how are these teams going to be aware that they've been attacked this way?
Well, you don't have to see the attack in action to be able to detect its aftermath and effects. So for example, with most RPC attacks, for example, if we go back to the PSX example, it requires authentication. So threat hunting teams can work with logon events and other events in the Windows system to detect malicious activities or the launch of new processes, services. It all has events. What I'm going to show in my talk actually is using the ETW, the event tracing of the RPC runtime to see a bit more into the attack and see which operations are actually being called. And again, it's not a new feature. The feature has been there since a long time ago, and there's been some research about it. What I'm going to do in my talk is just take this, all the existing data that we have about ETW, RPC, and the attacks, and somehow try to conjure it into threat detection. And it's mostly informational. There's no anything novel, something that I discovered. And just take all the data and combine it to have some sort of threat detection.
So what are you hoping that the teams that attend, professionals that attend your talk, what are you hoping that they take back to their own SOC and their own shop?
I really hope that more people will start looking at, for example, the ETW events, to look into the RPC landscape, see under its hood, and use it as a threat detection. In Akamai, I actually pitched this idea, and this whole research was originated there. I pitched this idea to the threat hunting team, so they're going to use that and the products of the research in their threat hunting capabilities. And I hope that just more people do it.
I have one question for you that it's not based on your research, but I'm hoping you can sort of help me. There does seem to be now a trend toward a more proactive approach, which I'm seeing is resulting in recommendations for more siloed threat hunting in an RDP, threat hunting for supply chain. Are you seeing that? Is the more proactive sort of approach like that becoming more mainstream than maybe it had been?
I'm not sure. I used to be on a threat hunting team, but I'm no longer there. I'm on the security research team, so I don't really know about trends in threat hunting. But yeah, proactive approach is, in my opinion, is good, because you want to be on the lookout all the time for threats, for attacks. You can't just wait for alerts to come at you. You have to go and look for them.
And so you've reported this to Microsoft, or they're aware of your research? It's
not a vulnerability. There's nothing to actually report there. We did, in my team, we had a lot of offensive research into MSRPC as well. We found vulnerabilities in the RPC runtime, in some RPC services, even in the security mechanism of RPC itself. And those were reported to Microsoft. That was, it was actually last year. And we presented that at last year's DEF CON and Hexacon. But this talk is just taking the existing defensive capabilities Microsoft already provided us, and then just combining it into threat detection. So there's no attack there.
Understood. Well, thank you so much for giving us an overview. And tell us, when is your talk tomorrow so our audience can tune in?
Thank you. It's tomorrow at 1:30.
1:30. All right, so be there. Thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
While I have you here, I just wanted to point out that Dark Reading is consistently in conversation with the cybersecurity community, and you can join in by tuning in to the Dark Reading webinar series. Just a few of our upcoming topics include On Wednesday, August 16th, 1 p.m. Eastern, experts Tom Parker, who is our current CEO of Hubble Technology, and Zona Systems Field CTO Ron Fabiola, will join us to take a deep dive on best practices and tools for OT and IT security. Then on August 22nd at 1 p.m., we'll explore the dark side of AI with my colleague Terry Sweeney and KnowBe4's James McQuiggan. Then on Tuesday, August 29th at 1 p.m., we will bring cybersecurity entrepreneur Roselle Safran and Kane McGladdy, Field CISO for Hyperproof, to give their thoughts on where and when automation makes sense. These are all great topics, so please tune in and feel free to interact and share your questions with our experts. We can get them answered for you. So with that, let's go ahead and take a break, and we will be right back with the Dark Reading News Desk live from Black Hat 2023. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sandra Kinkosis, also known as Dr. Q. She is here at the news desk. She's a senior intelligence analyst with Mesos, and she's going to discuss her research into how social media disinformation campaign was able to impact the 2022 Colombian election. So welcome, Dr. Q. We're thrilled that you're here.
Thank you, it's an honor.
Of course. I just wanted to get started. Your findings, they talked about how the campaign was successful because of a combination of both disinformation as well as factual information. So maybe you could talk about how that sort of bolsters the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular account that we attributed, that we unmasked, basically was able to infiltrate Colombia-based Twitter discussions by using domestic hashtags that were used by supporters of the candidate that they were promoting for the election.
Okay.
And what they would do besides that is also mix true information with false information. And our team believes that if 2% of the information that's posted is fake, or it's not necessarily true, or it can be perceived in a way that's not accurate, and the rest of it is, it's a really good way to gain trust. And so when you do put out information that isn't necessarily true, it can be perceived differently, in a way that's misleading. It's just easier to do so, and you could go on for a long time without getting caught.
So, okay, that's interesting. So did the campaign ultimately work? Did it have the intended outcome?
We certainly believe it was an important factor because it was able to infiltrate Colombia-based discussions. So we saw that it had success in doing so during anti-government protests last year. And it just continued its messaging.
And the intention of the campaign was to get a particular candidate elected, correct?
Correct.
And so did it work? Did the candidate get elected?
He did. He was inaugurated earlier this week.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So what have we learned? What are the lessons that we can take, more broadly? I know this goes on in many other countries,
yes.
Especially these Twitter hashtags and infiltrating these political conversations. What are the lessons?
The lessons, we believe, is if we focus solely on content, we'll always be reactive. But if you know the source of the information that you're seeing, and if things don't quite look grassroots, it's probably worth investigating. And understanding the source would help you come in front of tackling these campaigns rather than being responsive.
But some of these people are really good at hiding
yes.
the source of this, right?
Yes.
So are there any clues or telltale signs that you would say maybe this information indicates it's part of a wider disinformation campaign?
Yeah, you would have to do a series of processes in the research, look at the content analysis, not just what it puts out, but how people respond to it as well, because if they're not making the mistakes, it's likely others will, and reveal who it might be. if it's not apparent upfront.
So what do citizens need to know? I mean, what are some of the, just as everyday consumers of social media and also enterprise, when they're trying to message out there too, what are some of the best practices and things we need to know?
Just for people to keep in mind that everything that's posted on the internet is with intention, and the only way you know intention is if you understand the source of where that information is coming from.
And so chatter and hashtags, trending on Twitter, those aren't necessarily a good, news source, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes. It's not very reliable up until now because it can easily be manipulated.
Now, what made you look at this campaign in particular?
We were looking at human rights violations on a global scale, and I'm a Spanish speaker, so my team was looking at Latin America, a region of the world that's often overlooked in global news.
Mm-hmm.
So we came across this really random account with no identifiable information that was so influential in the narratives. So we thought it'd be fun to.
And so influential, it was driving a lot of conversations. It was the initiator of hashtags.
It
that
was
kind of thing?
riding on the hashtag train, basically. So if something did originate grassroots, it picked up on it and also just amplified it further in order to cause further instability to be able to get the preferred candidate.
So it was the traction in the account that really drew your attention.
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me really what was the disinformation and what was the factual, if you can give us just sort of a piece of how the disinformation campaign worked.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, there were anti-government protests in Colombia in May 2021 mostly, and it was using domestic hashtags to bring attention to its posts. And during that time, what it was, it's high emotion moments, so people are on edge, everyone's paying attention to social media for news, and it would basically post anti-government content that wasn't necessarily true. One example that I'll show in my presentation, it accused the anti-riot police of running over protesters, and Associated Press looked into this in other media outlets, and it wasn't true. So
wow.
Yeah.
And so did they just say, anecdotally, we heard that this happened? Did they fabricate evidence, or?
They posted a really small clip of the video, not even the entirety of it, and was trying to really frame the narrative that the government at the time, which isn't it was, the preferred government for the United States in the relationship.
Understood.
Yeah, it made them look bad, basically.
It made them look bad.
Yeah.
And so what was the reaction amongst the Colombian population?
Anger.
They were
Anger.
furious.
It definitely added fuel to the fire. Yeah.
And so that, do you think that was sort of the defining moment in the campaign? Did that turn the tide? Were there others?
I think for this particular account, it was extremely important because people wanted to follow it more to get similar content. There's that shock factor, which is a really important strategy in disinformation operations.
Where you think you're getting inside info.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so again, we're coming up on the midterms here in the US, and there's certainly plenty of disinformation and misinformation out there. What are some of the common strategies you're seeing maybe here in the US that mirror much of what's going on in Latin America?
Definitely on the social media side, you're seeing much more engagements, I would say. I haven't really looked too much into it on the US side, but social media is a really important aspect of what we're seeing, and also that shock factor, because I don't know if others are familiar, but there have been really shocking videos of candidates putting out promotional campaign videos of shooting up, what they consider political opposition.
Yes.
And so forth. So unfortunately, that's becoming a trend as well, but it gets eyes.
Well, sure. And how many of us have been on Twitter and gone, "Oh my God, you have to look at this."
Right. The shock factor is extremely important.
Okay.
Yeah.
What role do campaigns have in this? Because I know that campaigns often like to play in this to their benefit, but often the bank shots don't work and it can come back. So what campaigns, what's their role in clearing up a lot of the disinformation and misinformation?
I mean, everyone has their own style. The big thing now is political marketing, which, by the way, the actors that were attributed to the account I focus on, that's what they market themselves as.
Political marketing.
Political marketing. So using just everyday commercial marketing strategies to push a political candidate or an idea. And that's becoming a lot more common now instead of just traditional campaigning. So it's targeting an audience and trying to convince them of, this is the best thing for you, like a marketing campaign would.
What's going to turn the tide? I mean, I know you say getting to the source of the information. Is there something that you're waiting to see happen? Is it going to be an event? Is it going to be people migrating to other ways of getting information?
It's really hard to say. I think certain platforms, like Facebook, for instance, are going in the right direction. They label news outlets like saying it's linked to a certain government and so forth, and that's important to a reader because at least you know who's responsible for that content you're reading.
It's about the source.
It's about the source.
All right, so tell us, your talk is coming up. Where can we catch your full presentation on your research?
At 11:20 in Lagoon.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Q. And again, as we approach the midterms, this is going to continue to be something we'll focus on, and so this is a great way for us to start to rev up those conversations, something we'll be hearing much more about, and examples like this one. Thank you for that stark and important preview of all of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we get to our next guest, I'd like to remind everyone that these conversations are just a tiny taste of the deep technical information that's being presented here at Black Hat 2022. So, John Dwyer?
Yes.
John Dwyer, hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. And you are, based on my notes, Samir Koran?
Yes.
Koran, is that the correct spelling?
Korani.
Korani, great. Well, welcome. Now, your presentation's coming up. You haven't presented quite yet, correct?
Yes, this afternoon.
This afternoon, okay, great. So, you all are talking about a framework for threat hunting that it sounds like it's dummy-proof. Anybody can come in and set this up. Maybe I'm oversimplifying a tad. So that sounds very interesting, and I'd like to get a feel, just first off, what are the bare basic minimum requirements an organization needs to stand up their own internal threat hunting program?
So that's a big question, actually.
Okay.
And that's actually what we're going to talk about a lot, like the foundational components of what a threat hunting program is. So you're talking about right out of the gate, how are you going to define what threat hunting means for your organization and why that should be a decision that is made internally and not something that you just pull off of the internet.
So threat hunting isn't just a generic, we need to find the bad guys trying to get in.
Right, yeah. It's our belief that organizations should build their own definition of threat hunting so that they have a goal to achieve that is tailored to them.
And data-driven.
Right.
Okay. So talk to me, how did you find this framework? How did you develop it? What was the goal?
So it all came over years of work of interviewing various threat hunting teams over a 2-year period to identify what were the real difference makers for high performers versus middle of the pack versus low performers. And we identified areas in which, like the foundational aspects we were talking about, like why it's so important to have a mission for your threat hunting program and why you need to have a leader who's aligning your mission with that threat hunting program, why it means so much in the long term. And we released the framework as an opportunity to help the community to start threat hunting because
it's open source, right?
It's open, vendor agnostic, free, where it's going to be community driven, to really try to elevate everyone because we're at a point right now where every organization really needs to be doing threat hunting.
At some level.
At some level, yes.
And this framework can really expand and contract to meet larger scale needs as well as smaller?
Yeah, so it's designed to start from 0 to 100, really. So like you could use it as an entire framework from day one to start threat hunting, or let's say you already have a threat hunting program and you just wanted to say, grab one module to say, maybe I need to improve my communication strategy to deliver our value to senior leadership. Maybe I need some advice to say, no one's going to care how good you are unless you can effectively explain how good you are, right? So we put all that stuff in the framework. It's like, how do you do a briefing? And what are good metrics? And how do you make a PowerPoint? And all those kind of things. Because it really does matter at the end of the day.
When you hear CISOs talk about their day-to-day problems, so much of it is communication driven.
Absolutely.
How do I talk to my board? How do I talk to all my various constituencies? So it's interesting that the framework helps them do that.
Yes, because there's most of the resources out there, if you go look, they're hyper-focused on the technical execution of finding something evil, which is important. It's very important. But that's one component of a whole organization, and if you do it right, there's some real magic you can make using threat hunting to deliver value into all areas of the organization.
So if we're going to baby step it, so first we're coming in and you're just going to say, find a goal. What is your goal? What are some good goals? You say.
So the goal is something should be adjusted to what organization is really willing to and want to do and invest in the threat hunting program itself. It should be customizable, and that's basically what we are trying to hone in on as well, is don't get stuck on the definitions given to you by somebody else. The aim is really to find the bad actors if they exist in your environment, but threat hunting really goes beyond finding the bad actors. It actually gives you the opportunity to find out the errors in the configurations, errors in your architectural designs, log designs, and a lot more value that it provides you than just finding out bad actors.
Okay.
And the materials that we were seeing is basically always emphasizes on find the bad actor, you are successful. That's
Now
not
what?
true. If you find the configuration issue, that could be potential attack vector to your organization, and as we have seen from the industrial control systems, it really could impact the community and the employees working in your environment. All of that matters, right?
Yeah.
So you take the needle in the right direction, that's what is important, and that's where you adjust the scope and goal of your threat hunting program to what exactly you are doing, what industry you are in.
And
That's
the
what-
customizable aspect of it is huge.
Exactly.
And then, so now what? Now I've got my goals. Now I need to stand up a threat hunting program. What's my next step?
So
I know it
I'll let
depends.
you talk about
Yeah.
So it walks you through it. So like after you've identified what threat hunting is going to mean for your organization, take this sentence. Say we want to be the driving force in automated adversary detections. In that one sentence, you have now set the parameters for your threat hunting program. And now you're making decisions based on that mission to say, okay, well, if I'm looking for automated detections, then I need to have a threat hunting process that integrates with some sort of automated detection strategy. So I'm making big decisions by setting the groundwork. And so Samir can talk a little bit about the process and why it's so important to have a process. But what is next is it comes through like a pyramid, really, like where you're building things up from the beds. And at the very tippy top is where you're doing threat hunting, and it's supported by a whole bunch of different.
And unless all the layers are
Right.
foundationally secure, all the. So talk to me about process. I mean,
So as soon as you have the foundation, there's basically people, that is where you need to hone in on next, right? You need a team that can do the work. How do you structure
which
a team?
is hard to come by these days,
How
huh?
do you staff a team?
Absolutely.
People ask that all the time, and so we put it in there. It's like, this is how you build a.
How do you do that? Where do you have a secret place you're finding geniuses, or?
Yeah, that's always going to be a secret sauce for every company. But then what we try to address is what skills do you need? As a threat hunter, or I'm a newbie in the threat hunting business, what is it that I need to learn if I want to be a hunter? And that's where the information will be useful for the organizations to start laying out your job descriptions appropriately. If you are the person you want to be interested in this, you want to do that. Then, as we talked about the communication, the additional aspects of how your data is reliable in your environment to do the reliable threat hunting. All of that is the foundation pieces that are built around, as John mentioned, the pyramid that is being built. Once you have all those areas identified, then you can say that yes, we are ready with our team to do the threat hunting. And also that is a beast by itself. You have to break it down to smaller pieces. You need to identify what's relevant for your company, what's relevant for your technology, and then take it to the scheduling process. So all of these elements are planning, having your data, and having that scheduling process behind
Sounds like just plain old shoe leather. Like just get all your ducks in a row, come up with a plan.
Yeah, you would think that. So that was shocking to me, and why it's not the exciting work, which I think that's why
people thinking you get
the
in.
industry has focused on the super technical bits. But at the end of the day, what we really want to do is drive impact, and the other things when we're talking about building a process. Here is an example of how you build a process. How do you use something like, if you wanted to use ITIL, how do you use an ITIL and continuous improvement within your threat hunting program. When organizations do that, like they crush it, and no one's talking about that. So we're trying to help a little bit.
Excellent. So what do you hope, when is your talk? It's this afternoon?
2:30.
2:30, do we know where? One of the rooms.
I don't remember.
2:30, look for them. What do you hope the takeaways are? Just that there is hope, there is a solution out there that can help you. What are you hoping everybody walks away with?
Love that question, because my hope is that the community takes this over to, what's be that rising tide that's raising all ships. So like, we know that we don't know everything. There's people smarter than us out there, but I think it's important to say, okay, we're going to take this first step. We're going to put this out here because we want to help. We need help as well. So my hope is that, executives and threat hunters, they all start taking this thing in, adding their feedback and start contributing.
How about you?
Yeah,
Do you
same.
agree?
It's basically, I 100% agree. It gets better with the community contributions, and more templates, more prototypes that we can have on this. We are going to make it better, and we are going to make it available and accessible to other community members. We see a lot of companies struggle with their threat hunting program, and at a different level of maturity, we want to help them all. And they can help us if they have already advanced it beyond us, right? So it's community working for community.
Love it. Okay. Well, I want to thank you both. I wish you well in your presentation. I'm sure it will be wonderful. And we appreciate the preview. Is there anything else that you want to say in closing? Anything else you want to add?
Nothing, just show up.
All right.
Come for the show.
All right. I love it. All right.
Contribute to our...
Yeah, contribute.
Contribute, yeah. Join the community.
Yes, absolutely.
I love it.
Thank
Well, thank you, Samir. Thank you, John. I very much appreciate your time. We'd now like to welcome our next guest, Nick Landers. He is head of adversarial R&D at NetSPI. Nick is presenting his research this year on how Kerberos works and its potential security issues, including authentication bypass, sandbox escapes, and privileged arbitrary code execution. Hello, Nick. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So you just wrapped up your talk.
Yes, just barely.
Okay, just barely got here. Great.
Yes.
Well, we're thrilled that you're here. Thank you. Tell us a bit about, you say taking Kerberos to the next level.
Right.
What does that mean?
I think that Kerberos is a complicated protocol, and there's been a lot of work into deconstructing how it operates between hosts and servers. And I think there's been a little bit less deconstruction on the nuances in the protocol, especially as how a local machine handles it. So I think taking Kerberos to the next level is like considering Kerberos vulnerabilities for local privilege escalation and nuances to PAC validation and all sorts of technicalities in the protocol that maybe don't get touched or glossed over in remote attacks.
And why did you focus on this? Why did you?
I think a bit opportunistic. James and I are both huge fans of Windows, and we got chatting about some of these vulnerabilities, and we were going back and forth. There was a lot of lineup tools he was writing, and we discovered some really interesting bugs, both ones he had submitted and ones that were just fixed yesterday. So it's been a long journey and 3 months of essentially digging into Kerberos, and I don't know, we felt like we had a lot we could share about the topic, and that's I think all the motivation that James and I needed.
Great. Now let's talk about the bugs you found. What did you see when you looked under the hood?
A lot of stuff, and so much of it we couldn't even touch on in the presentation.
Really?
The main bug we looked at was PAC validation bypasses using user-to-user authentication, but issues go much deeper than that. We found issues with UAC. James found issues in code execution with remote credential guard. We looked at service account elevations. We actually have an extended slide deck that has some of that information, but the links at the end of the slides have a huge array of assorted issues and bugs across LSASS and the Kerberos protocol, all of which have been fixed in the last 3 to 4 months.
Excellent. Okay. So what do security teams need to know? Because Kerberos is ubiquitous, right?
Yeah.
It's everywhere. And so now that we know that it's potentially insecure and that there are fixes that need to be made, how should security teams view it?
We certainly went into some mitigations in the slides. I think Microsoft offers a lot of opportunities, flags you can enable, just additional protections, things like credential guard or disabling PAC validation bypasses for service accounts. All of that good to enable. I think a fundamental understanding of Kerberos, despite its avoidance, right? It's a protocol you know you have to use and maybe you understand it a bit, but it's got a lot of confusing cryptography in it. And the better defenders start to understand how that cryptography comes into play and the full scope of the specification for Kerberos and its implementation, I think the better off they'll be. So practical mitigations in the slides, as well as just broad interest in understanding this protocol, because it will be the protocol of the future. NTLM will be deprecated and Kerberos will be the only thing you use to authenticate in Windows networks.
And why will Kerberos?
In theory, on paper, as with most things, it's better. It's, it's more capable. It's got better security design in it. And although we found issues in it, it shouldn't be, shortcomings on a long track record of a protocol that will have lots of improvements. So Microsoft is interested in getting rid of NTLM, bringing in Kerberos. It's been that plan for the last 20 years, and eventually they'll get to it. But yeah, better on paper, and I actually do think it does better in the real world too.
What kind of timeline do you think?
I heard recently that there's some engineers at Microsoft that are working hard to get NTLM deprecated. A lot of the recent attacks with Certify and ADCS vulnerabilities that people from the SpecterOps groups found is kind of pushing along that change and getting large enterprises to finally commit. I would say in the next 5 to 10 years, I would expect NTLM to be completely gone, but rare.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So you were talking a little bit about how your work, some of the goals in your work is to take these technical details and sort of reveal their secrets for the rest of us. Tell me about that philosophy and tell me about how that impacts your work.
Yeah, I think I get questions from a lot of people. I came from a consulting company. I still work at one, and I was an operator, so I did red team engagements. And I get a lot of people who are super interested in research, and they want to start digging into these technologies, and they are really passionate about it. And my best advice is, don't go in looking for vulnerabilities necessarily. Go in looking for understanding. Like, what you're doing is assessing a piece of software built by a group of engineers or one engineer, and they had an entire mentality with it. And once you can get into their headspace and understand what it's supposed to do, then you can start thinking about what are its holes, right? It's like, I can't attack something I don't know.
You have to understand how it looks when it's good.
Yes, and so James and I have a huge passion for that, and I think we try to reflect that in our presentation. Like, it's not just about the bugs, it's about us breaking down the whole research process and showing you all sorts of internals that may or may not be useful, but we find fascinating because we're both engineers.
You say you're a Windows fan. What does that mean for us that don't speak that language, and why?
I don't know. I'm not sure that there really needs to be much competition more than specific security researchers who are really passionate about the platform they research. I mean, I could barely understand people if they were to talk about the same level of vulnerabilities I talk about, but for Linux or Mac OS. I find that fascinating. I'm a fan because I grew up in a consulting world where we attacked business networks, and Windows is predominantly in business networks. James effectively did software engineering for Windows subsystems like comms, so I think it's a built-in passion, and I don't,
And James is your colleague and co-presenter.
Yes, I apologize. Yeah,
No.
James Forshaw from Project Zero and I gave the presentation just for introduction.
Excellent. So what are you going to be looking at next now that you've taken Kerberos totally apart? What's next?
I think probably the next opportunistic thing, Kerberos may still be on the docket a little bit. Like, James actually demoed an issue at the end of the presentation today that will be another bug to be fixed, sort of a bypass for the fixes Microsoft implemented yesterday. So I think Kerberos will continue to live on in there. Yeah, nothing immediately comes to mind, but I'm sure by next Monday or something I'll have a new item I want to dig into.
A new passion
yes,
project.
Shiny rock, as they call it.
Okay, great. Now, patches are out, fixes
Yes.
are available. What else do security teams need to know?
Nothing much. I mean, read through the slides, get a rough understanding of Kerberos, patch your machines, follow Microsoft's recommended guidance, enable things like Device Guard. I think you'll be pretty set. I mean, obviously we like to find vulnerabilities, but for the purpose of making things more secure long term. So, there's nothing significant that needs to change. People just need to keep doing their thing, and we'll keep researching these problems and pushing Microsoft to get them fixed.
Excellent. So now that your talk is over with and you can now probably relax a little bit, what are some of the other things here at Black Hat you're looking forward to seeing? Is there anything on your list? Or?
Yeah, lots of briefings. Obviously, you get a pool of great researchers who are all giving talks at different times, and it's frustrating sometimes when your slots overlap. You can't see their talk, obviously, because you're presenting. But yeah, some briefings today, and at the end of the day, it's been a long time not being in Vegas, so I think just catching up with friends and trying to learn how to be social again with people who I like chatting technical stuff with.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much. Let's go ahead and switch to talking about. Have you seen the knock yet?
A little bit. I'm somewhat familiar with the people who run it, and I've seen it many years before, but
I'm
not this year.
interested in that. I haven't gotten down there yet. I was interested to see. Okay, well, great. And then so I think that we've covered everything. Where can people find your slides, find out more about your work?
The slides will be posted by Black Hat, so I think they plan something the next morning. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And the slides contain social contacts for James and I. If you want to reach out and say something, we're pretty easy to find.
And you'll put all the technical details of the bugs you found?
Yep. Yeah, actually the slides we went through in the presentation is a shorter version than the one that will be released. So the one Black Hat will release will actually have a lot of stuff we weren't able to cover and slides that we had to cut out for time. So definitely check that out, even if you saw the presentation.
Even if you saw it, there's still more?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I hope you have some time to rest now after your blockbuster morning.
Thank you.
I want to thank Nick for helping us understand his findings. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sandra Kinkosis, also known as Dr. Q. She is here at the news desk. She is a senior intelligence analyst with Mesos, and she's going to discuss her research into how social media disinformation campaign was able to impact the 2022 Colombian election. So welcome, Dr. Q. We're thrilled that you're here.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Of course. I just wanted to get started. Your findings, they talked about how the campaign was successful because of a combination of both disinformation as well as factual information. So maybe you could talk about how that sort of bolsters the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular account that we attributed, that we unmasked, basically was able to infiltrate Colombia-based Twitter discussions by using domestic hashtags that were used by supporters of the candidate that they were promoting for the election.
Okay.
And what they would do besides that is also mix true information with false information. And our team believes that if 2% of the information that's posted is fake, or it's not necessarily true, or it can be perceived in a way that's not accurate, and the rest of it is, it's a really good way to gain trust. And so when you do put out information that isn't necessarily true, it can be perceived differently, in a way that's misleading. It's just easier to do so, and you could go on for a long time without getting caught.
So okay, that's interesting. So did the campaign ultimately work? Did it have the intended outcome?
We certainly believe it was an important factor. Because it was able to infiltrate Colombia-based discussions, so we saw that it had success in doing so during anti-government protests last year, and it just continued its messaging.
And the intention of the campaign was to get a particular candidate elected, correct?
Correct.
And so did it work? Did the candidate get elected?
He did. He was inaugurated earlier this week.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So what have we learned? What are the lessons that we can take more broadly? I know this goes on in many other countries,
yes.
Especially these Twitter hashtags and infiltrating these political conversations. What are the lessons?
The lessons, we believe, is if we focus solely on content, we'll always be reactive. But if you know the source of the information that you're seeing, and if things don't quite look grassroots, it's probably worth investigating. And understanding the source would help you come in front of tackling these campaigns, rather than being responsive.
But some of these people are really good at hiding the source of this, right?
Yes.
So are there any clues or telltale signs that you would say maybe this information indicates it's part of a wider disinformation campaign?
Yeah, you would have to do a series of processes in the research, look at the content analysis, not just what it puts out, but how people respond to it as well, because if they're not making the mistakes, it's likely others will, and reveal who it might be if it's not apparent upfront.
So what do citizens need to know? I mean, what are some of the, just as everyday consumers of social media and also enterprise, when they're trying to message out there too, what are some of the best practices and things we need to know?
Just for people to keep in mind that everything that's posted on the internet is with intention, and the only way you know intention is if you understand the source of where that information is coming from.
And so chatter and hashtags trending on Twitter, those aren't necessarily a good news source, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes. It's not very reliable up until now because it can easily be manipulated.
Now, what made you look at this campaign in particular?
We were looking at human rights violations on a global scale, and I'm a Spanish speaker, so my team was looking at Latin America, a region of the world that's often overlooked in global news. So we came across this really random account with no identifiable information that was so influential in the narratives. So we thought it'd be fun to.
And so influential, it was driving a lot of conversations. It was the initiator of hashtags.
It
that
was
kind of thing?
riding on the hashtag train, basically. So if something did originate grassroots, it picked up on it and also just amplified it further in order to cause further instability to be able to get the preferred candidate.
So it was the traction in the account that really drew your attention?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me really what was the disinformation and what was the factual, if you can give us just sort of a piece of how the disinformation campaign worked.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, there were anti-government protests in Colombia in May 2021 mostly, and it was using domestic hashtags to bring attention to its posts. And during that time, what it was, it's high emotion moments, so people are on edge, everyone's paying attention to social media for news, and it would basically post anti-government content that wasn't necessarily true. One example that I'll show in my presentation, it accused the anti-riot police of running over protesters, and Associated Press looked into this in other media outlets, and it wasn't true. So
wow.
Yeah.
And so did they just say, anecdotally, we heard that this happened? Did they fabricate evidence, or?
They posted a really small clip of the video, not even the entirety of it, and was trying to really frame the narrative that the government at the time, which isn't it was, the preferred government for the United States in the relationship.
Understood.
Yeah, it made them look bad, basically.
It made them look bad.
Yeah.
And so what was the reaction amongst the Colombian population?
Anger.
They were
Anger.
furious.
It definitely added fuel to the fire. Yeah.
And so that, do you think that was sort of the defining moment in the campaign? Did that turn the tide? Were there others?
I think for this particular account, it was extremely important because people wanted to follow it more to get similar content. There's that shock factor, which is a really important strategy in disinformation operations.
Where you think you're getting inside info.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so again, we're coming up on the midterms here in the US, and there's certainly plenty of disinformation and misinformation out there. What are some of the common strategies you're seeing maybe here in the US that mirror much of what's going on in Latin America?
Definitely on the social media side, you're seeing much more engagements, I would say. I haven't really
Really?
looked too much into it on the US side, but social media is a really important aspect of what we're seeing, and also that shock factor, because I don't know if others are familiar, but there have been really shocking videos of candidates putting out promotional campaign videos of shooting up, what they consider political opposition.
Yes.
And so forth. So unfortunately, that's becoming a trend as well, but it gets eyes.
Well, sure, and how many of us have been on Twitter and gone, oh my God, you have to look at this.
Right. The
and-
shock factor is extremely important.
Okay.
Yeah.
What role do campaigns have in this? Because I know that campaigns often like to play in this to their benefit, but often the bank shots don't work and it can come back. So what campaigns, what's their role in clearing up a lot of the disinformation and misinformation?
I mean, everyone has their own style. The big thing now is political marketing, which, by the way, the actors that were attributed to the account I focus on, that's what they market themselves as.
Political marketing.
Political marketing. So using just everyday commercial marketing strategies to push a political candidate or an idea. And that's becoming a lot more common now instead of just traditional campaigning. So it's targeting an audience and trying to convince them of, this is the best thing for you, like a marketing campaign would.
What's going to turn the tide? I mean, I know you say getting to the source of the information. Is there something that you're waiting to see happen? Is it going to be an event? Is it going to be people migrating to other ways of getting information?
It's really hard to say. I think certain platforms, like Facebook, for instance, are going in the right direction. They label news outlets like saying it's linked to a certain government and so forth, and that's important to a reader because at least you know who's responsible for that content you're reading.
It's about the source.
It's about the source.
All right, so tell us, your talk is coming up. Where can we catch your full presentation on your research?
At 11:20 in Lagoon.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Q. And again, as we approach the midterms, this is going to continue to be something we'll focus on, and so this is a great way for us to start to rev up those conversations, something we'll be hearing much more about, and examples like this one. Thank you for that stark and important preview of all of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we get to our next guest, I'd like to remind everyone that these conversations are just a tiny taste of the deep technical information that's being presented here at Black Hat 2022. So, John Dwyer?
Yes.
John Dwyer, hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. And you are, based on my notes, Samir Koran?
Yes.
Koran, is that the correct spelling?
Korani.
Korani, great. Well, welcome. Now, your presentation's coming up. You haven't presented quite yet, correct?
Yes, this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, you all are talking about a framework for threat hunting that it sounds like it's dummy-proof. Anybody can come in and set this up. Maybe I'm oversimplifying a tad. So that sounds very interesting, and I'd like to get a feel, just first off, what are the bare basic minimum requirements an organization needs to stand up their own internal threat hunting program?
So that's a big question, actually.
Okay.
And that's actually what we're going to talk about a lot, like the foundational components of what a threat hunting program is. So you're talking about right out of the gate, how are you going to define what threat hunting means for your organization and why that should be a decision that is made internally and not something that you just pull off of the internet.
So threat hunting isn't just a generic, we need to find the bad guys trying to get in.
Right, yeah. It's our belief that organizations should build their own definition of threat hunting so that they have a goal to achieve that is tailored to them.
And data-driven.
Right.
Okay. So talk to me, how did you find this framework? How did you develop it? What was the goal?
So it all came over years of work of interviewing various threat hunting teams over a 2-year period to identify what were the real difference makers for high performers versus middle of the pack versus low performers.
Mm-hmm.
And we identified areas in which, like the foundational aspects we were talking about, like why it's so important to have a mission for your threat hunting program and why you need to have a leader who's aligning your mission with that threat hunting program, why it means so much in the long term. And we released the framework as an opportunity to help the community to start threat hunting because
it's open source, right?
It's open, vendor agnostic, free, where it's going to be community driven, to really try to elevate everyone because we're at a point right now where every organization really needs to be doing threat hunting.
At some level.
At some level, yes.
And this framework can really expand and contract to meet larger scale needs as well as smaller?
Yeah, so it's designed to start from 0 to 100, really. So like you could use it as an entire framework from day one to start threat hunting, or let's say you already have a threat hunting program and you just wanted to say, grab one module to say, maybe I need to improve my communication strategy to deliver our value to senior leadership. Maybe I need some advice to say, no one's going to care how good you are unless you can effectively explain how good you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we put all that stuff in the framework. It's like, how do you do a briefing? And what are good metrics? And how do you make a PowerPoint? And all those kind of things. Because it really does matter at the end of the day.
When you hear CISOs talk about their day-to-day problems, so much of it is communication driven.
Absolutely.
How do I talk to my board? How do I talk to all my various constituencies? So it's interesting that the framework helps them do that.
Yes, because there's most of the resources out there, if you go look, they're hyper-focused on the technical execution of finding something evil, which is important. It's very important. But that's one component of a whole organization, and if you do it right, there's some real magic you can make using threat hunting to deliver value into all areas of the organization.
So if we're going to baby step it, so first we're coming in and you're just going to say, find a goal. What is your goal? What are some good goals? You say,
so the goal is something should be adjusted to what organization is really willing to and want to do and invest in the threat hunting program itself. It should be customizable, and that's basically what we are trying to hone in on as well, is don't get stuck on the definitions given to you by somebody else.
Uh-huh.
The aim is really to find the bad actors if they exist in your environment. But threat hunting really goes beyond finding the bad actors. It actually gives you the opportunity to find out the errors in the configurations, errors in your architectural designs, log designs, and a lot more value that it provides you than just finding out bad actors.
Okay.
And the materials that we were seeing is basically always emphasizes on find the bad actor. You are successful. That's
Now
not
what?
true. If you find the configuration issue, that could be potential attack vector to your organization. And as we have seen from the industrial control systems, it really could impact the community and the employees working in your environment. All of that matters, right?
Yeah.
So you take the needle in the right direction. That's what is important. And that's where you adjust the scope and goal of your threat hunting program to what exactly you are doing, what industry you are in.
And
That's
the
what-
customizable aspect of it is huge.
Exactly.
And then, so now what? Now I've got my goals. Now I need to stand up a threat hunting program. What's my next step?
So
I know it
I'll let
depends.
you talk about
Yeah.
So it walks you through it. So like after you've identified what threat hunting is going to mean for your organization, take this sentence. Hey, we want to be the driving force in automated adversary detections. In that one sentence, you have now set the parameters for your threat hunting program. And now you're making decisions based on that mission to say, okay, well, if I'm looking for automated detections, then I need to have a threat hunting process that integrates with some.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023 in Las Vegas. Coming to you from the Mandalay Bay, I am thrilled to welcome our next guest, Catherine Lyle. She is an attorney and head of claims with Coalition. She is here to talk about her presentation that's happening this afternoon, Why Cyber Insurance is Your SOC's Best Friend. Welcome, Catherine.
Oh, Becky, thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. We have a lot of, and especially at Dark Reading, we get questions all the time about cyber insurance. So I'm thrilled to have you here to sort of get through some of the major questions.
Yeah, let's demystify this a little bit. I mean, it's the first time it's here at Black Hat.
Really?
So So let's talk about, it's the first time it's had its own siloed thread, right? Like a whole group that we're running through with just insurance. So it's a really great element that I think has been missing from Black Hat. And there's a lot that insurance carriers we've been bringing to the forefront, and entities like Coalition with Active Insurance being able to bring far more to the table. And I think that a lot of the companies that are attending here or seeing it are kind of seeing it for the first time and seeing what we really bring.
Okay, great. So let's unpack.
Sure.
Now I know that the cybersecurity insurance, the model is sort of evolving to, meet the actual threat that we're dealing with today. It's an investment, and I'd like to know sort of, how do businesses know that they are in fact a good candidate for this, that I should have it? And I've heard some people say, you should have it because you wake up and you run a business. I've heard others say, well, it's more of a strategic sort of decision. So how would you guide somebody through that decision process?
Well, if you think about the process of the average ransomware right now, total cost for 2023, about $400,000. I guess one simple way is asking, can you spend $400,000 currently, right, to respond to an event? But also I think there's other elements that you have to look at. Things like Coalition with Active Insurance. Are you getting security platforms free of charge ahead of time? Are you having someone that's scanning your system every week that's telling you, hey, based on the research that we've been doing, what we've been seeing in the environment, this type of end-of-life software, end-of-life technology, this type of technology you're using is risky and increases you threefold, say, to having a hacking event. If you're not getting that data from someplace else, then you should be getting it from your insurance carrier.
So it's sort of a quasi-consultancy play. And so you all at Coalition, you have researchers, security researchers there doing their own research.
Yep, they have their own honeypots. They're tricking threat actors to come in and attack, and we're researching how they're doing it, the methods that they're doing it, all of that type of stuff. But we're also ingesting all the data we're getting through applications. We're also ingesting all the data we're getting through events, so that we're able to use that to help future insureds and current insureds to know, hey, this is where you're going to get caught up. This is where a threat actor could get you.
So that does bring me to my next question, and I asked it initially, what are requirements? But you're saying that the insurer will, in fact, rather than placing blanket requirements on a business looking for a policy, you will sort of coach them to get up to where you think they should be?
The right insurer will, right? Like, what could be worse, right? If you're just hitting every single one of your clients and saying, hey, this is an alert and this is coming. What if that company doesn't even have that technology? Now they're spinning up, they're trying to figure it out. What we try to do with our Active Insurance is we know by scanning them, by treating them like we're a hacker, and we can scan them and their entire company and say, hey, look, we know you're using this type of technology. We also know that in the wild it's getting hacked, and so therefore let's put it behind something to protect it, let's shut it down, let's find another way to protect you, instead of sending a mass alert to somebody who it might not even impact.
How does that work with teams? I mean, is that a really close, regular communication between security teams of the companies that you insure? How does that relationship get managed?
Sure, there are multiple ways that we manage it. We work with our broking partners, first of all, and there's a lot of brokers. Again, we just talked about how insurance is here for the first time. I've been running into great partners that we have, Aon being one of them, and we've seen other carriers here. So we work with them directly. So we'll send an alert to both the broker and to the person at the company who has been identified that can handle that. So
Okay.
we'll send them an alert saying, hey, not only do we say this is the technology that's problematic, we also say this is how to fix it.
Okay. And one of the main arguments I hear about, not arguments, but one of the benefits of cybersecurity is the pool of experts that you have to draw on for incident response. And you're particularly talking about the SOC and how insurance is your SOC's best friend. Why is that, and kind of what are you bringing to bear on an incident response?
What people don't fully understand yet is that unlike property or CGL, it doesn't always, those are the ones that sit on the shelf, right? And you pull them down when you have a catastrophic event or you have some other type of an event happening. There's a couple of things that we try to do differently. One, we try to step in front before it's a full event. So say somebody realizes that they gave away their password. Calling in to our team where we have an incident response team, we have a claims team, and we can say, hey, wait a minute, let's get counsel free of charge to protect this underprivileged. We have our own forensic firm, Coalition Incident Response. They can go in and say, hey, you know what, the threat actor hasn't realized you've given your password yet. And we see nothing that they've come in yet. So let's change your password, and then let's turn on MFA. So this doesn't happen in the future, right? So those are the preventative measures that we do. But what I was trying to talk about is the things that people don't understand is that cyber is very niche. So when you go back to your first question of, like, can they afford it? If they don't know who is in the cyberspace as an attorney, who can be a breach coach successfully, who actually does proper forensics, who does proper notification, they're going to be fumbling around. And while I gave you the amount of $400,000, it is going to be 500, 700, $1 million, because they're delayed in what they're doing. They've hired someone who doesn't know as counsel properly how to do it, so they're kind of figuring out and researching along the way. Their forensics aren't narrowing in on exactly what they need, so they might kick out part of the threat actor but didn't shut the doors or windows that they came in. And so this is where cyber insurance is so specialized, and the vendors that we use are so specialized and excellent in what they do.
So cyber insurance is often blamed on some level for the rise in ransomware prices, which are now, we know, incrementally going down. So I guess the larger question is, how can a business believe, or should they be looking for to analyze and decide whether an insurer is really working in their best interests, or if an insurer is working to just get it paid out and move along and get their business underway?
So I think there's a couple of things you need to look for. One, working with your broker. Obviously, a broker partner is going to be the one that's going to be able to help you do that risk analysis of whether or not you should be getting cyber. You should be getting cyber if you're in business and if you use the internet. I mean, like, let's be honest. But beyond that, looking at wording, look for things like pay on behalf. Think about this in a very simple way. You want your carrier to step in your shoes and pay all those bills for you, not require you to pay them, and then they reimburse you, right? Because now you're having to get a loan. Like, how do you go to a bank and say,
I need Bitcoin.
I need $1 million because I need to pay ransom, and they look at their sheet and they're like, well, are you going to be able to pay back $1 million? Oh, I'm sure I can. And it's like, they're going to no, we're not doing that. But we, as carrier, the coalition, we step in your shoes and we pay that for you. We get the Bitcoin for you. We negotiate that ransom, right? So these are the things that we do for you, and those are the things you want to look for, those types of wording. Other types of things, also for things like funds transfer fraud. You may be only insured to a certain level. A lot of companies that are dealing with crime or social engineering, funds transfer fraud, will just simply write the check and say, okay, here's your max payout. Say you transferred out $2 million, and I know that sounds shocking. This year alone, our insureds have transferred out over $43 million. Wow. We have gone back with our banking and our law enforcement relationships, and we have pulled back 23 million of that. Wow. So we've pulled that back. So then we insure the rest, right? That is something different. So that when everyone talks about ransomware events, everyone says, oh, could be an end-of-life thing for a company, right? Because you have to pay $200,000, $500,000.
And there's legalities. I mean, how do you just go buy Bitcoin and send
Yep.
it off? Yeah.
But with funds transfer fraud, if you've transferred out $1 million, you're going to wish you had a ransomware event instead, because you could negotiate down, you can talk to the threat actor, you can do these things. Once someone steals your money in funds transfer fraud, it's gone unless you have a company that goes in and tries to claw it back.
Interesting. I wish that we had a lot more time to just discuss all this. Everybody I know has a lot of questions about it. Thank you so much for your insights.
It's truly been a pleasure.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you're interested in learning more about Catherine, she can be reached at?
Coalition.
Coalition.
Catherine at coalitioninc.com.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
Okay, so now I believe we are going to take a quick break, but don't go away. The news desk will return with Terry Sweeney and even more of the latest live coverage from Black Hat 2023.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA in Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading. Joining us now is Benny Charney, founder and CEO of OPSWAT. Benny, thanks so much for doing the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Terry, thank you for having me.
Let's start with just some context, and I'm curious what your view of the current threat landscape is. What sorts of things have caught your attention in the last year? How do you see them shaping the future with regard to not just cybersecurity, but also critical infrastructure industries?
So the past year, cybersecurity remained very exciting.
Sure, maybe too exciting, right?
Yes. So you still see breaches. I mean, what we do, we protect critical infrastructure. We protect the world critical infrastructure. So, and every time I'm looking at that, I'm astonished to see that despite it's critical, despite there is so much investment in critical infrastructure, there are still breaches.
It's kind of shocking given the attention, the expenditure, the sophistication of the tools, and yet there's always another level of escalation, right?
Yeah, well, on the positive note, whatever I see that there is much more specific regulation that is coming our way to go and protect critical infrastructure. The latest presidential order is specific instructions. There are much more regulations coming in the energy sector coming our way. So I see that trend as very positive.
Well, so you bring up a good point. I mean, protecting critical infrastructure has become a high-profile issue, high-profile enough for the politicians to get involved, which, again, is a mixed blessing. But talk about the role of threat intelligence in helping those who are managing and running critical infrastructure. How is it helping them identify and respond to potential cyber threats?
So whenever you consume the threat intelligence, number one, you map your network, you're consuming more and more threats, then your attack surface, you pretty much understand your attack, you understand what you need to prioritize or what you need to do whenever you get it. However, it's not only about the threat intel, it's about how well you connect it to your platform.
Okay.
So for example, you could have the threat intel, though if you don't know how the threats can actually create threats, a real threat to your organization, it's just reading a newspaper.
Sure, but threat intel is not new to the critical infrastructure industries. What's changed? More attention to it? Something else?
I see that, I think the biggest change to threat intel is that the sensitivity of the threats to the existing cyber defense. For example, antivirus, it's doing a decent job protecting a device, however, doing a terrible job scanning a file. So whenever you see a threat, you take that into consideration to prioritize what's the potential damage to your organization.
Okay. In light of this increasing sophistication of the threats that we're talking about, talk about the steps that you think organizations should at least consider, if not enact, to improve their own incident response capabilities.
So number one, I would ask yourself is why should you ever have an incident? So the number one recommendation I would have to anyone, to any organization, is to deploy deep CDR technology. CDR means that you assume that all of the files that are flowing into your organizations are bad. So you're regenerating those. The technology we've been building for years, and I'm seeing a huge adoption of that technology these days. And I'm extremely proud of that, which means that we can, the more adoption of that, we are decreasing the potential way or the potential points to go to get an attacker, to penetrate a critical infrastructure, and not even critical infrastructure, I would say any organization.
And are you seeing this wider adoption of CDR among the critical infrastructure industries?
Definitely. CDR is what would be one thing I would highly first I see the adoption, and I see the adoption works, and I see that customers that are adopting CDR are way less prone for cyber attacks. The second recommendation is the adoption of unidirectional gateways. It's optical firewalls. So as you know, a firewall has been around for many years. So it has many issues. Sure. Number one, it's very complicated, lots of rules, so you have mistakes coming up with the rules. Number two, vulnerabilities. You see that a firewall, sometimes it's easier to hack organization if they have a firewall because of a 0-day on the firewall. So for that, the adoption of optical firewalls, like we call it data diodes or unidirectional gateways, it's physically proven the data cannot move from one way to another, so you can trust that much more than the traditional firewalls.
Okay. we can't talk about critical infrastructure without also talking about the software supply chains and their vulnerability. They've obviously become a huge target of attack for bad actors. How can organizations ensure both security and integrity of their software? Can they effectively, if not protect themselves, insulate themselves from that cascade effect that we've seen with so many software supply chain attacks?
But yeah, I walk here around the booth here in Black Hat, everybody screams, supply chain, supply chain. Oh, what do you really do in supply chain? So I can go and list that. I can talk the whole day. I can do 30 minutes now on supply chain. However, number one, you want to know where stuff is being manufactured. You want to know it's not being manufactured in a forbidden country.
Okay.
And there are many of those. So, and then this is one thing. Number two, you want to make sure there's no malware coming to your organization through the supply chain. And for that, you know that antiviruses are not effective scanning files. So you have to take a multi-scanning approach, scanning any content, any file, anything coming from with any organization using many. If you deal with software, you need to go and make sure there's no vulnerabilities associated with the specific components, or not only in the code base whenever you bring things in. If it's software, you also want to go and do static analysis, and in multiple ways. You want to get the SBOM, you want to check multiple things on those. So I see the regulators are very much doing a decent job making, however, I would like to see much more, for them to be much more specific about that. Exactly like how I listed it, or even getting even further to the details about how supply chain is supposed to be done in different critical infrastructure.
Supply chain protection, from what you're saying, it's pretty clear it needs a different model. Like what's in place isn't really up to the task.
It's not there from the definition perspective, and also the market, I think there's a lot of things to go and do before we do it well. So I can see the next 5 years, the next 10 years, much more regulation, also much more platform. So the industry needs a platform for supply chain, not just to go, let's say, buzzword on a data sheet, hey, we do supply chain. So again, getting to the multi-scanning, getting to the country of origin, scanning the code, if their device, kind of figure out all of the components of the device and really scan them in a thorough way to make sure that, again, nothing malicious is penetrating the organization. Network mapping for everything also needs to be connected to that and connected to this whole vision of the supply chain. And supply chain, you want to see, is that hardware, is that software? What are the supply chain? And all of those needs to be applied to the components you bring to your organization.
Okay, that's well stated. Thank you. Let's turn to what OPSPAT brings to the table with regard to safeguarding critical infrastructure. What sort of innovations are you bringing to the table that improve the picture, really beef up the equation here?
Terry, my whole adult life, 20 years, I'm building a platform to protect the world's critical infrastructure. The platform includes areas in the IT, in the OT. We do the whole data transfer from the IT to the OT. It's more than 20 products, more than 16 specific technologies like the CDR I mentioned, all about the critical infrastructure, addressing supply chain protection, cross-domain, big challenges of critical infrastructure protection. And on top of everything, we put the training academy, the OPSWAT Academy, to actually train the growing IT and security workforce in critical infrastructure and other organizations.
Okay. We have to talk about the human element in this equation. It remains just probably the largest single vulnerability in any network, in any organization. What does OPSWAT do to raise awareness and also train employees about the latest threats and best practices?
Terry, do you know how many cybersecurity certifications are out there? Like CISSP and so on? Guess, give me a number.
Yeah.
423.
Wow, okay.
So there's only one that focus and train a workforce on protecting the world critical infrastructure or protecting critical infrastructure. And training the team members and training the the IT folks, the cybersecurity folks in critical infrastructure, what is really critical infrastructure protection? What is SCADA? What is supply chain? How to do supply chain well? What is CDR? How well antivirus? What is a sandbox in the context of CDR? How to configure a PLC correctly? How to connect the HMI? How to protect an HMI from specific situation in critical infrastructure and specific critical infrastructure protection compliance mandates, and how to get ready for those.
does the way we think about training need to change? I mean, the need for training is a regular mantra among security vendors. Is it making the difference that it needs to?
Number one, training has to be fun, has to be engaging.
Okay.
Has to be a one that people wants to do and we're not forcing them to do. So, so the engagement, the platform, the technology platform, you go and invest that on the communities around that. Also needs to be affordable to a point that is accessible to many, and in many cases free.
Yeah, great stuff, Benny. Thank you for dropping by the Dark Reading News Desk today. Really appreciate your comments and perspective.
Yeah. Thank you, Terry, for having me.
It's a pleasure. We've been talking with Benny Charney, founder and CEO of OpsSWAT. This has been Terry Sweeney for Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. Terry Sweeney here for Dark Reading. Joining me now is Philippe Humeau, CEO and co-founder of CrowdSec. Philippe, thanks for joining us today on the News Desk.
Hi, Terry. My pleasure.
Good to see you. We are talking about the network effect, but before we go there, let's just check in about the current landscape. What do you see as the big issues with today's threat landscape? Let's just set some context first.
Yeah, I think something that is vastly underestimated in this AI trend is defensive tools, right? AI. But what I see and what I know for a fact is there are offensive AIs trained as we speak by governments or private corporations. They use the CTF, capture the flag games to actually see how the guys are attacking. They use server logs. They use all the libraries and everything that is available online to train AIs to be offensively efficient. So we will get a magnitude higher. We will get far more attacks using automated AIs than ever before.
And how does the network effect factor in here?
Well, I think
Apologies for that technical glitch. We think we have it settled now. We're going to pick it up again here. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Philippe Humeau, CEO and co-founder of CrowdSec. Philippe, thanks so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Hi, Terry. Very flattered to be here.
Appreciate you doing this. We, of course, are talking about the network effect, but before we go there, tell us a bit about the state of the current threat landscape. What do you see as some of the big issues that are arising there?
Yeah, I think everybody is around like defensive AIs and how to leverage AI in a defensive context. What we forget also is that the bad guys are also using AI. We see the tip of the iceberg, like the guys are crafting emails and so on that are better than ever before, but it's not the point. They are missing the big point here. The major invisible part of the iceberg is they are offensive autonomous AIs being trained as we speak by governments and private corporations alike. And what they do is they use the logs of the servers, the huge database of exploits, the explanations, and also the CTF, the capture the flag games, to see how the guys are doing it. And now we have offensive AIs that will be extremely efficient at penetrating any network or companies in milliseconds, using all the arsenal they can leverage. So this is, I think, to me, the highest threat in the landscape that will unfold probably in a year from now. But that is very, very important for me.
Sure. So to bring the network effect idea in here, which states that the more people who use, in this case, a network, the more value they both bring and derive from it. How does the network effect idea factor into the threat landscape?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think we speak about the Metcalfe law here. So every new user adds exponentially more value to an existing network, multiplying its efficiency. So what we see as a good defensive strategy at CrowdSec is the crowd part. So the larger a network is, the more efficient it becomes. And yes, at some point, every member of the network will start reporting the same thing, but it's not a bad thing per se. It's not because you're going to get new visibilities that it's unusable. The more people report the same thing, the lower the timing becomes before you actually land this IP into a block list. So when 1,000 people are reporting an IP, it could take an hour for it to get into a global block list. When 1 million people report the same IP, it could take seconds or hours. So it's all about being more efficient.
Okay. Let's change gears slightly and talk about cybercrime over IPv6. It's kind of shocking that that's actually a thing. Wasn't IPv6 supposed to keep everybody safe from these kinds of things?
Yeah, and funny enough, Terry, like my teacher back in my school years, it's like 25 years ago, if I'm honest with myself, he was telling me like IPv6 is a beacon, it's coming up, so you have to be ready, guys, for that. 20 years in, we still are waiting for IPv6 to be a real thing. Now, what we see as a major movement is IPv6 is here. And I can tell you this not because of telco operators or whatever, I can tell you this because the bad guys are leveraging them. What we see in our global database, and we speak tens of millions of reports per day, right? What we see is in October 2022, with 10% of the IPs that were dangerous that were IPv6, only 10%. Nowadays, today as we speak, it's 20%. Okay. So it's a 100% rise in what, 8 months? So IPv6 attacks are on the rise, and I'm not sure everyone is prepared for that. So it's really important that people consider now IPv6 as a real source of potential threats and deal with them properly. If you're not ready with your firewall, if you're not ready with your appliances, get ready now, because they are.
What is the origin of these attacks? Are we talking about cloud providers' IP addresses, providers that fail to ban malicious IP addresses, something else?
Well, it's a very interesting question here because we used to think that most of the attacks would come from VPNs and residential proxies and things alike. Actually, the reality is just 5% of them are initiated, the attacks are initiated from VPN and residential proxies addresses. So the other one that we see are not so much or less and less cloud providers like Amazon, GCP, and so on, because now you have to pay to get those public IP addresses, which was not the case back in the day. So if you have to spend money on a VPN, spend money on AWS or whatever to get your public IP, you're less likely to use them because you don't want to use a credit card. Obviously, they don't get Bitcoin, they don't collect Bitcoin, so you cannot really pay with cryptocurrency. And they already have a herd of machines already compromised that have public IP addresses. So what they do is they usually use IPs that are in the range of an ISP or a provider, and they compromise a few machines or they rent them on the darknet, and they are using those IPs for as long as they can. Hence, the good thing is to burn those IP addresses as fast as we can using the network effect. That's how it becomes effective.
Okay. All right. But individual IP addresses can't be ignored or blocked?
No, they cannot be ignored. We have to be very careful with those because they fall under the GDPR law regulation. Okay. Because it's a personal data, right? So if your IP is part of the business, it's not personal data. If it's your IP at home, it's a personal data as per the GDPR. So we have to be careful. But we cannot ignore a threat that comes from an individual IP because it's individual, right? We still have to protect ourselves. So the European regulatory bodies thought that the Chapter 49 would help in saying, if you are dealing with these private IP addresses in the context of protecting cybersecurity environments, then you're allowed to handle those IPs with all the necessary cautions, but you're allowed to handle them, blocklist them, and so on for as long as they are dangerous. Because maybe, I don't know, your grandma got her machine compromised. She doesn't know about it. We don't finger point her.
Sure.
We just don't want our machine to be a threat to businesses or other individuals. So that's how we deal with this.
How are you seeing attackers repurpose VPNs and Tor in these instances? How quickly are they able to rotate IP addresses?
So that's an extremely good question. I think for what we see for now is like 5% of the block list we are commonly constructing with 250,000 installs in the world. This block list rotates 5% per day. So one could think it's a lot, one could think it's few. The actual reality at scale is that 5% of the IP addresses are changing on a daily basis.
So how is it that you see the network effect as a useful model for addressing all these challenges?
Well, when you're a cyber criminal, you cannot think that changing your IP address, repurposing them, moving your ops from here to there is for free. Whether it's time, whether it's money, it's costing you something. The network effect kicks in by burning those resources, either time or money. You need to change and rotate constantly your IP addresses because after a few aggressions, you blocklisted by the global network of users. That's where the crowd kicks in. So it's increasing the cost of attack, the cost of maintaining those attacks by a tenfold factor, meaning it's easier for those guys to switch target, but then, they will probably fall another client using the same block list. So, little by little with this network effect, we are actually choking their operations by killing their most precious resource, IP addresses.
I mean, this sounds less like a network and more like a roulette wheel on steroids or something.
Yeah, we like to call ourselves like some kind of Waze of firewalls, if I can use this comparison, because Waze use three things to actually help you on the road: your position, your vehicle, your speed, and your heading, right? We use exact three also parameters, like the timestamp of when you were attacked, the IP address that aggressed you, and the behavior it unfolded. And with just those three factors, amplified by 250,000 installs, we can tell this IP address has been seen here and here and here. And for now, it's compromised. And when it won't be reported anymore by the community, then we'll release it. Because it's equally as important to add a new IP address into a block list than to remove one, because you want to trigger false positive or be poisoned.
Okay, well, I'll never use my VPN again with quite the same confidence, but thanks all the same, Philippe. Thanks for joining us on News Desk today.
Thank you, Terry.
We've been talking with Philippe Humeau, CEO and co-founder of CrowdSec. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to talk to James Kettle. James is a returning champion here to the news desk from last year, but this year he is sharing his research with what I believe is one of the finest titles of any of these talks, Smashing the State Machine, the True Potential of Web Race Conditions. It's a lot there. Welcome, James.
Thanks.
Thrilled to have you. So I wanted to, this is not something I'm terribly familiar with, so I wanted to get an idea of what the attack is and what it looks like. Can you run us through that?
Sure, totally. So for many years, web race conditions have been a known issue, but people have always focused on what I call limit overrun exploits, things like applying a single-use discount code multiple times. And those attacks are really cool, but we've overlooked a whole nother class of issues which has a massive range of impact all the way up to some quite scary stuff.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. You say quite scary stuff. What's our worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario that you could have is one of these email code misrouting vulnerabilities in a major SSO provider like Google or Microsoft or Facebook, and what that would mean is that everyone who has a button that says sign in with Google would be completely hackable. I went looking for that specific scenario and I didn't get quite there myself on the biggest targets like that, but I wouldn't like to rule it out either.
How ubiquitous is this? I mean, if this is a Google problem, it's an everybody problem?
Well, so race conditions are everywhere. Anyone who's looked for any type of them will know that. And the scope of this bug class goes way beyond the issues that I've found. So I think over the next 6 months, we'll find the answer to that question.
So what are some of the new classes? You mentioned these new classes. Can you walk us through some of those?
Yeah, sure. So it's widely known that multi-step processes can have a massive range of different vulnerabilities. If you ask any pen tester what their favorite multi-step exploit is, you'll get 100 different answers. But these vulnerabilities were only ever thought to happen in multi-step processes. And what I've shown is that actually with race conditions, anything can be multi-step. So there's loads of different possibilities for things to go wrong in ways that you won't find if you're not looking for them, and that have been overlooked by everybody so far.
Okay, and you've developed a tool, correct, to help with this. Can you explain to us what that does?
Yes, I've developed a technique called the single packet attack, which fixes one of the biggest problems that people have when they look for race conditions, which is that things like network latency, network jitter mean that people look for the vulnerabilities in the right places but still fail to find them.
Why?
So race conditions are all about the timing of your request, and if your internet connection isn't absolutely perfect, it messes with the timing. And
So
you
just
can't
that
tell that
latency.
this is happening, but things will just fail.
Wow, okay. So how would this tool, how does this work in the real world? How would a cybersecurity professional apply this?
So I've released an implementation of this technique in an open source tool called Turbo Intruder, which is a Burp Suite extension. So users can use that to test their websites for these vulnerabilities. And also the algorithm is really quite simple, so I expect other vendors and other people to be making their own versions so that this tool is really accessible.
Really? So your open source tool, you're hoping maybe that other people can take it and build it for their specific environments?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, our version will work on will work on all websites that I've tested it on, definitely. But obviously, the more vendors that have it, the more products that have it, the better.
For everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, tell us a little bit more. Are there any other details about this that you can share that you were surprised to find? You say it's a pretty well-known issue, but what other surprises did you come up with in your research?
I think one of the things that was the most surprising to me as a researcher was the depth that this topic goes to and how complex things get. Normally, I try and understand something and then exploit it once, using that understanding. And with race conditions, with this topic, every time I tried to do that, it failed. What happens is you exploit it first, like maybe by accident, maybe without understanding what's going on, and then you go backwards from that and try and figure out what actually happened. That is really weird from a researcher point of view, to be going backwards like that, but it seems to be the most effective way.
Reverse engineering your own exploit, I guess, at some point. Okay, and so how widespread is the tool now? How many people are using it, and what kind of growth do you see?
So we've just released this tool into Burp Suite. So it was released like 2 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
So we don't know how many people are using it yet, but hopefully lots. We put a lot of effort into making it really easy to use. It's out there for free. You don't have to pay anything, Hopefully we'll see loads of people using it. We've also released some online labs so people can practice exploiting it without getting prosecuted by anyone, and so on. So hopefully adoption will be really good.
Well, that is exciting. It's a big debut. Well, just while I have you here at Black Hat, is there anything else you've seen that is interesting to you as you've been walking around and seeing what everybody's talking about?
There's a talk that's on right now about ANSI escape sequences that sounds really interesting.
I'm sorry,
I was a bit sad that I double booked with it. And there's another talk coming up shortly on exploiting cookie-based authentication that sounds very promising, and I kind of don't know what's going to be in the talk, and for me that's always the most exciting
that sounds
thing.
very exciting.
Yeah.
So what are you working on next? Now that you've got this tool and you've released it to the world, what's up next for you?
So I'm going to do one more piece of work on this research, which is the single packet attack lets you do 20 things simultaneously, and I think we can maybe get that up to like 200, which would be fun.
What would be the application for that?
It will let you find smaller race conditions and maybe just cause more damage and chaos. We'll see.
Okay, with the time that we had left, I would like to know, we were talking a little bit before we started about the title. Tell us about how you picked that title.
Sure, so the title was obviously inspired by Smashing the Stack, which is a classic white paper. And yeah, security people don't usually visualize websites using state machines, so it's a kind of a weird concept, but it's really useful for finding and understanding web race conditions. So I thought I'd bring that in there.
It was poetic.
Thanks.
So let's tell everybody now where they can get your tool. Tell them once again where they can get this race conditions tool.
Sure. So if you go to portswigger.net/research, you'll find the white paper and links to everything else. The tool is in Burp Suite, and I really hope that our main competitor, Zap, will also put this feature in there soon.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time and for coming back this year.
Cool,
We'll
thanks.
see you again next year. Thank you so much. Once again, we would like to welcome anyone in the audience to give us their questions on their socials with the hashtag #DRNewsDesk. You can get in on these conversations. I believe we will go to a quick break. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. This is Becky Bracken with the Dark Reading News Desk, coming to you live from Black Hat 2023. I'm very excited to introduce our next guest, Juan Andres Guerrero Sade.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Okay, I was really sweating that one. Thank you so much. Juan is from SentinelOne. I'm sure most of you in our audience are already familiar with his work. He is presenting this year on a topic I'm very interested in, HypeGPT. So, and it's HypeGPT, what LLMs really can and can't do for security. To me, this is the biggest question that's going on. Everybody's talking AI, but it's not really AI.
Right.
Everybody thinks LLMs can save the world. Level set for us. What is the difference and what does it mean?
So, okay, I was told to be tasteful and not curse, and it's very hard to talk about this topic without doing so, because the reason we called it HypeGPT is just the levels of hype that we're seeing around LLMs. It's sort of this broad use of the term AI, which means anything you want it to mean now, right? Like it's machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, adversary networks, whatever you want it's all AI. And it's either going to kill us or save us, and we can't quite tell.
Right.
So the issue here is really that with the economy turning down and VCs no longer opening their pockets just for the word cyber, we now have to sprinkle some AI MSG on it, and it's like completely, warped the vendor hall.
That jives exactly with what the VCs are saying.
Well, so you understand the motivations, but what it's really doing, the problem with hype is it creates false expectations, and it hides the reality of opportunities that we have ahead of us with LLMs. So I wanted to at least be able to highlight some of that and drive us away from the nonsense and show some opportunity.
So give us a good definition. LLM versus AI. What are they?
So, I mean, you should just throw the term AI out completely, right? Because it doesn't mean anything anymore. Artificial intelligence has been discussed since Alan Turing was around. It's meant 7 different things. So what we're talking about right now is large language models. What for most people, their interaction will be ChatGPT or Bard or Bing Chat or whatever it is you want to call it. But essentially, think of it as a giant statistical map that tells you what word should follow the next word. And all of a sudden, you have this wonderful ability to generate language and to some extent, answer questions in a much more relevant and fast fashion than you would with a Google search. Which means that you can get to the wrong answer much faster. Also the right one from time to time.
And that to me is what we're really missing, is that this is very much the data set that all of these models are being run on are junky.
You have to know how to use it. Okay. And I think that's part of the problem, right? Like you go into it with the expectation that you're going to chat with a chatbot and it knows what you want and it's going to answer you. In reality, we need to do that thing that therapists tried to teach us, which is to know what we want and tell them what we want them to be. So the most important part is actually the prompt engineering, which is the very first thing you say to that LLM is to say, I would like you to act as an expert in philosophy that is writing a paper about artificial intelligence, and I want you to output it in the form of 3 paragraphs and every sentence starts with the letter A. You have to tell it exactly how you want it to perform, what you want it to give you, and then you start to get fantastic answers.
It's these weird, large, open, and are you going to kill us one day, questions.
It's funny because what it really is sort of like this collective id of human language. It's just going to tell you what statistically might be generated into a sentence. It is not smart.
Is the most eloquent, yes, it is the collective id.
Yeah.
That is very, very well said. Okay, so where are you on this, on the development? Where are we going with it? What can it actually do short term versus what we think it might be able to do?
Well, it will do a great many things for a great many fields, and this is one of those situations where the creators of the tool can't begin to fathom every way that it can be used, which is great. It means that there's room for everyone and anybody to come in and experiment and let us know that there's some amazing use case. In my case in particular, right when they started to open up the doors to ChatGPT, I wanted to bring it in for uses in malware analysis and reverse engineering. Mm-hmm. And I was really pleasantly surprised. I mean, we think of these as very complex processes. They are very complex processes. They're hard to teach, but they really are just languages and an attempt at semantic analysis based on really complicated languages. So assembly is a language to it, so is C, so is Python, so is Lua. It's all sort of interchangeable in the mind of this large language model. And there's amazing opportunities there for that and for education.
Because we are bombarded now with the idea, bombarded is probably too strong, but the idea is out there that these phishing messages being generated by AI and ChatGPT are more, they're better than what humans could do.
I was told not to call things like that bullshit for the purposes of the
Right,
program.
but generally.
It's the kind of nonsense that we have to put out there to sell. But it's pretty ridiculous to look at it and be genuinely concerned about phishing or be genuinely concerned about AI-generated malware. Who's having a hard time finding malware right now? Who's having a hard time writing phishing emails? That's already an area that we're all failing at. Who cares if it's written by an AI or a human being?
Good point. Yeah, okay, so in the SOC, in the security, where is this stuff going to make a difference?
So I think there's a variety of ways in which it can and will make a difference. I have certain hopes and expectations, right? When you talk about the SOC, I usually don't think about the SOC, which is sort of like my myopic way of saying I'm off in Mount Olympus of research and I don't have to think about it.
Right.
But what I'm hoping for is an understanding that we should measure the impact of the security community and of all of our tooling and advancements in how well we can phase out rote work like SOC Tier 1 and better use the human resources that we have available to us already in very limited amounts to actually perform tasks that require thinking, right? Like, we shouldn't be wasting our SOC resources and people having to do 15-second SLA, is this good, is this bad, does it smell right to me? A machine should do that. Let's use these LLMs in order to summarize things, in order to highlight discrepancies, in order to create interfaces that allow people to one-up what they need to be doing. And frankly, if we get away from that and look more into like the more technically complex side, if we create the right kind of wrappers and tooling around these things, the benefits that we can have from having this kind of like idiot savant assistant to reverse engineering, to coding, to programming, they're fantastic. And just one last caveat, I don't think we have that much time.
No,
but
we got time.
So part of the experiment that's worked really well is actually in education, where I teach at Hopkins at the Alperovitch Institute, and we do this 40-hour intensive on malware analysis. And it's an impossible syllabus. Like, it's trying to walk people who are non-technical through the full cycle of malware analysis, not your like 101, nothing. It's impossible to get through, or so I thought, but we did this last year right when ChatGPT dropped. And it was the first university course to use ChatGPT as a teaching assistant. Rather than shying away from what LLMs will do for education, we wanted to embrace it.
Smart.
What we found was that it has an amazing ability to lower the entry threshold for folks that have all kinds of spotty knowledge about what the prerequisites are, right? I've never written Python, but I really want to learn this thing.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that if you have a teaching assistant that is able to answer very relevantly, sometimes completely wrong, but very relevantly, you can get through things very, very quickly. And we had these amazing results where international relations students, cyber policy students were writing decryptors for source strings in like agent BTZ samples by day 3 or 4. And at a time when we're being told that like the talent gap is the worst issue in cybersecurity, that's something we should pay attention to.
I was just talking to a researcher who said that businesses are identifying the talent gap is the #1 thing. So now you've got AI potentially putting a two-prong solution in place, both in automation and...
Yeah, I mean, they can hire all the people they've been laying off first, and then we can go train some new folks as well.
Excellent. Well, isn't that the truth? So where can people find out more about your research? Where can they get that?
So we, obviously, Sentinel Labs, we put out all of our research, actually all of our research at sentinellabs.com and the Sentinel-1 research side, and also for the Alperovitch Institute. The Alperovitch Institute blog actually has the results of our first courses doing this. We'll hope to do it again next January. So just, I'm trying to stay on top of it, trying to build some new tooling, hopefully release some open source stuff, but this is the land of opportunity for people to play.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for answering some of my questions about the hype around ChatGPT and LLMs. Thank you so much. Everyone, once again, that was Juan Andres. He is from Sentinel Labs, and we appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I would like to hand things over to my very competent colleague, Terry Sweeney, after a quick break.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA in Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Nupur Davis, Executive Vice President of Comcast Corporation, CISO and Product Privacy Officer with Comcast Cable. She is joined by her colleague Matthew Tharp, Head of Field Engineering with DataBee, Comcast Technology Solutions. Nupur and Matt, thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate you doing News Desk.
Thank you for having us.
Nupur, let's start with you. I'm curious if we could just set some context first. Please describe the specific challenge that big data in particular creates for both security leaders and their teams.
Yeah, the challenge is really just in the amount of data, and that the data lives in silos. So security teams are really, really good at buying a lot of tools, and just like everybody else, we have literally 100+ tools.
Sure.
And all of them are generating data. We have literally millions of sensors deployed in our ecosystem. And the problem is, how do you bring all of that data together in a way that it makes sense, that it relates to each other and tells you the story and answers the questions that you have of that data. So that was our problem. We had lots of data, not a good way of making sense out of that data.
It sounds like the volume issue that so much of the industry is struggling with.
It's not just the volume issue, it's the silo issue. So it's, you get data from one tool in its format, you get data from another tool in its format.
Okay.
How do you bring all of it together and say, hey, if I look at what this tool is telling me, combine it with all of the other information that I'm getting, I suddenly get new insights that I've never seen before.
Okay, that's a great distinction. How has Comcast gone about trying to solve this issue?
So we spent 3 years building a data fabric, and that is now being brought to market as DataBee. And the data fabric basically has 3 functions. One is to get rid of those silos, to bring data together through transformation, through normalization, through just doing all kinds of ETL, ELT, all kinds of work on that data to make it usable. So destroy the silos, set the data free, that's one. The second is to make that data usable by multiple personas. So it could be your GRC team, or it could be your threat hunter. And then the third is to be able to govern that data. And by governance, you mean everything from retention to who has access, to what the cost is, to bring all of, so those 3 things: eliminate the silos, make it available for multiple personas, and then make sure that you have proper governance on it. That is what DataBee helps you do.
Wow, just a few items on the checklist there. That's impressive.
Very important, yes.
Matt Tharp, let's bring you into this. Comcast isn't exactly a household name at Black Cat, and you're a bit of a new face here. So welcome. Tell us a bit about your role at Comcast and what prompted the organization to have a presence here at Black Cat this year.
Yeah, so first of all, we appreciate the opportunity to be here because this is a practitioner conference.
Sure.
Right? And that's what we have. That's what Comcast has, is practitioners. And those practitioners have built a tool under Nupur's leadership, and now we want to take that and help other companies. So this is the first time that we've been here, but Comcast has been in the cybersecurity space for a while. Just the first time that we've been able to come here as a vendor.
Excellent. Well, let's dive into a bit more about what the security data fabric is and how this approach is different, possibly better than security information event management or other efforts that we hear about that consolidate security tools. Does the security data fabric solution replace the SIEM, complement it? What's the perspective there?
Yeah, so it is complementary, right? The idea is you are taking a bunch of the pieces that you can get from your SIEM, right? But you're putting it alongside things that you can't easily get into a SIEM, like business context, organization hierarchy. Things that can land in a data lake very easily are immensely useful to our practitioners, but we haven't been able to find a good way to get it into our traditional security tools so far.
Does it start to shake loose the silo effect that Nupur was referring to earlier? Do you see that sort of breaking up that bottleneck?
Absolutely. I mean, a SIEM is part of the fabric, right? It's an integral, important part of the fabric, as is the lake, as are all of the other things that we talked about. But to Matt's example, you don't want your entire company to have access to your SIEM. But for in a fabric, you can do that. You can start saying this part of the fabric is restricted to this set of personas, And look, I can now start opening up this rich data, this is not anymore in a silo, to those personas across the organization, right? And that's what is the real key to setting this data free.
So if we're creating like a Venn diagram, we've got the security data fabric here, we've got a data lake here. How does it look? How much do they intersect? What do those intersected pieces look like? If so, can you take a crack at that?
Yeah, so I'd liken it to sort of like that ETL process, right? So you're going to take the data from somewhere, you're going to do all that beautiful ETL logic, that transformation, the normalization, the flattening, then you land it in said data lake. Then at that point, now it opens up all those use cases that Nupur and team have worked on so much. That's sort of the place where they overlap is really in the landing of the data and then the use of the data, right? So getting the data, using the data.
Okay. What's the customer response been so far? What's the reaction when they hear about this idea of a security data fabric addressing the big data challenges?
Yeah, I'll start. So the reason that we are taking this to market, by the way, we're taking this to market through a part of Comcast that does this for other Comcast capabilities, right?
I see.
So we build capabilities for ourselves and this business unit takes it to market. Never done this with cyber. But when I talk to fellow CISOs about what we're building, and we all share, there's no competition in security. We got a lot of interest. Hey, can you help us do this? Hey, can I see what you've built? And it's that interest that really was the reason for this to be, for us to take this to market.
Yeah, I'd say that we're seeing the same thing when we go and we take those conversations. There's a lot of interest. One, because people have been hindered from getting that in their own orgs, just as Shiva described. Other companies have that same problem. And so us helping out with a been there, done that at that scale, people are very interested in going, oh, then now I'm confident I could make use of that too.
And that is a really important point, is that this is working at Comcast scale. So it's literally like our data lake is 10 petabytes of security data, right?
Everyone is struggling, of course, with data volumes and the silo effect that you were describing earlier. That being said, do you see this solution particularly well suited for similarly situated service providers like Comcast?
So our target right now is Fortune 500 kind of companies, and of course, our ambitions are that we can take it much beyond that. But Matt?
Yeah, so I'll say I've wanted a tool like this in my history as a threat hunter previously, right?
Sure.
So I think there's a lot of opportunity to go down market as well to cover some of these scenarios, but yes, companies with that scale, that's really where it's game changing, I'd say.
Right.
And that's really, I think, a plus for us, is we have shown that this can work at this scale. So a lot of companies, will start small and it works small, but then it's very hard to scale it. So we are starting at scale and then hoping that we'll be able to take it, make it work for smaller use cases.
What do you suggest to potential customers who are considering this sort of data fabric approach? What kinds of things should they be asking themselves?
Always, we start with the problem. What are the issues that you are facing today?
Sure.
And we almost always come down to a use case that, the data fabric supports. So it could be a GRC use case. Hey, my controls are out of date the minute I put them in the spreadsheet for my audit, right? So, so that use case too, I can't tell when I first saw an indicator of compromise in my ecosystem, right? So very different problem cases, problem areas, but the kind of problems that the fabric will help you address. But we always start with what is your problem, and then, okay, this is how the fabric can help solve.
All right. Well, Nupur and Matt, an auspicious debut at Black Hat. Thank you so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having
Appreciate
us.
the time.
We've been talking to Nupur Davis and Matt Tharp of Comcast. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. See you next time. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA in beautiful and oh so sunny Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading. Joining us now is Justin Albrecht, Global Director of Mobile Threat Intelligence with Lookout. Justin, thanks and welcome to the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thanks for having me, Terry. Appreciate it.
We are talking about how to protect against nation-state advanced persistent threat attackers, a mild, sort of insignificant issue, not really on the minds of anybody here at Black Hat.
No one's worried about it. Not here yet.
Nothing to see, exactly. If only that were true. So we're coming at this from a mobility and perspective. Talk about some of the most common vulnerabilities that you've observed as you studied this whole APT, advanced persistent threat issue with mobile.
So the trick with mobile is that you really require a full exploit chain to attack the mobile device. And as we've seen with things like Pegasus, for example, or Triangle DB, which has been in the news, they typically start with WebKit. They might move to a kernel vulnerability, but it's an entire chain, and they happen to be some of the most expensive vulnerabilities on the market. Typically, for a full RCE, you need $2.5 million, $3 million that they're paying now for these.
Expensive to deploy, it's expensive to defend against?
It's expensive. It's tough to defend against because there's really not much you can do, especially for a zero-click attack.
Sure.
It's completely invisible to the user. And it's expensive to purchase, so basically, there's zero-day shops operating around the globe that are purchasing these solutions from vulnerability researchers, and they're paying top dollar. I think I saw recently there's a Russian group, for example. I forget the name off the top of my head, but they're paying $2.5 million for a full RCE exploit chain against iOS. Same price for Android, and 1.5 to do Signal, for example. A lot of it happens in the applications that are on the device. That's how they attack them.
My assumption then is that we're talking about governments or deep-pocketed customers who can stomach those kinds of fees. This is obviously a different scale than the dime store ransomware as a service kinds of things that we've seen.
It's a different scale. And the interesting thing is it's not only governments anymore. You might have heard about PDD Holdings, Pinduoduo, an application in China. They hired a team of 100 researchers to look for exploits against the Android device for an e-commerce application. So they basically had a zero-day exploit inside their own e-commerce application to defraud users, to steal their data, and to prevent the removal of their application. So it's definitely spreading beyond those top dollar governments as well.
How is it that these APT nation-state attacks target specific organizations or sectors or geographies even?
It depends on what they're after, right? So when we're looking at mobile, the thing to consider with the mobile device is people treat it kind of like an edge device more than an endpoint, right? They're not well protected in general. They are typically managed. They usually don't have like an AV solution on them. And attackers know this, so they know it's something easy to go to. And it's a perfect target for espionage against the user because it has your entire pattern of life on it. It has your contacts, so that's everyone you're in contact with, what their relationship is to you. It can even pull your user dictionary for what you use in your chat applications to learn how you talk, and use your device as a launching point for other attacks, for social engineering attacks against other people who are within your contacts. So when they're targeting organizations, they might be targeting an individual for trade secrets. They might be targeting someone just for espionage purposes. But they're also doing downstream attacks. They're also attacking organizations that might have customer lists, or they might have information on individuals that a government would be interested in, for example. Like, let's say I want to hack a hotel and figure out who's staying at the hotel in order to monitor them, or to see if they're monitoring my network of spies.
Okay. With that in mind, what sort of trends or patterns are you seeing in the attacker's selection process?
What we typically see is they'll target organizations that allow them to do those downstream attacks. So a good example is, now this is moving away from vulnerabilities and moving more into phishing, but Octopus. Octopus came out about a year ago. Group IB did the research on it. They hacked more than 135 organizations, starting with the mobile device, in order to get access to the organization and perform downstream supply chain attacks to other organizations. So they were hacking Okta, they were hacking telcos. They were looking for organizations that would provide them further data on other victims.
So what's happening on the threat landscape that makes the job of APT attackers easier?
I'd say it's a lack of awareness in many cases. So like I mentioned earlier, people treat mobile devices a bit like edge devices. And attackers are moving towards targeting edge devices rather than targeting traditional endpoints, right?
Okay.
So if you think of an edge device, it doesn't have good logs. It doesn't have full EDR capabilities that you can deploy against it. They tend to lack AV, so it's something that's easier to target. If I want to hack an individual, then I know that their phone, they treat it like an extension of your body at this point, you know? It's a pocket computer that lives with you. We barely make calls anymore, but we don't think of the access that it has. So it's something that when you're a hacker and you think about who you're going to target first to get into an organization, these devices have the same type of access, even to cloud credentials, that a traditional endpoint device has.
Of course, right.
Right? But you know that it's not protected. So why would I spend tons of money, millions of dollars, and a lot of effort to target these very hardened devices when I can target something that you have in your hand every day and you kind of forget even exists or forget to protect it?
Well, I mean, you make an effective point that the information it contains isn't just personal information. I mean, it's also deeply intimate information.
Yeah, exactly. It contains your entire network. It also contains access to, for organizations, access to, you know, the organizational data, to PII. It also gives a lot of information that you can use for social engineering. If you think about what you keep in your phone, if I wanted to do a follow-on attack, I can gather a lot of intelligence in that recon phase just by hacking a mobile device, because then I really get to know the person. If I want to do a business email compromise from there, then I'll know exactly how they talk. I know who they talk to. I could possibly send the email from the device even. If you think about it, it's just a very easy way in. And especially if you look at the kill chain and recon, there's not a better target than a phone. I guarantee it.
I'm not going to argue with you on
Yeah.
that one, but I'm trying not to freak out about that. And I'm also wondering, is downloading Signal and or some other sort of encryption communication, is that a way to address this? Or what are some of the potential fixes to, if not eliminate the risk, and certainly reduce it?
So, like an end-to-end encrypted messaging application, that's great for stopping people who are trying to attack your communication in the middle, right? Because if they gather that through passive access, they're not going to be able to read your chats. But unfortunately, once you jailbreak a mobile device remotely, or once you infect it, you can actually get everything that's on Signal, you can get everything that's on WhatsApp. All of those are stored in SQLite databases on the device.
Okay.
So that doesn't protect your communications. What you can do is just practice good mobile hygiene, which is download from the official stores, keep things updated, new models of devices, especially that support security updates for a long time. Don't download third-party applications, don't root your device. That's the very simple stuff. But obviously, phishing also is a problem. That's how a lot of APTs are just delivering malware.
Sure.
On mobile, is just through sheer phishing
Super
and social
effective,
engineering.
right?
Still, yeah, the most effective, and it's used a ton. So user awareness also. And then an MTD solution, so a solution, an AV solution to protect your device from the various types of threats. Because it's not just apps or phishing, there's also man-in-the-middle attacks. There's a lot of different ways to target a mobile device.
Of course, we want users to be smarter, but what's the burden on device makers or even carriers?
Well, for carriers especially, we're talking other types of attacks, like SIM swapping attacks.
Okay.
That's something that's definitely in their lane for fixing. That unfortunately, there's not a lot that other external companies can do about attacks like that. And then for the device manufacturers, Android is a fragmented market. It's tough, even Google themselves pointed out that other device manufacturers like Samsung, they need to start implementing their updates more regularly, more frequently, and really just bug bounties and kind of identifying these vulnerabilities and making sure that the device manufacturers are putting in vulnerability fixes as quickly as possible.
Well, I won't look at my mobile phone so sweetly ever again, thanks to this conversation, Justin, so thanks a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you doing News Desk. Thanks so much for coming by.
All right, thanks, Harry.
We've been talking with Justin Albrecht of Lookout. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Becky Bracken with Dark Reading, and up next we are here to welcome Lena Lau. She's the founder of Accentra, and she also ran a Black Hat training on advanced APT threat hunting and incident response this year. Lena, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, you were saying that your training was the 4th most attended at Black Hat this year.
Yeah, it surprised me, honestly, but I don't think there's a lot of trainings that cater to advanced incident response. I think there's a lot of mid-intermediate level training, but not a lot of trainings that target the more advanced kind of attacks that you would see.
Interesting. Okay, well, I know there's definitely a lot of interest in that. When it comes to threat hunting for APT, how is that different than your run-of-the-mill threat hunting?
Yeah, so I would say the difference primarily lies in the motivations of the threat group you're trying to hunt. So generally when an organization does their threat hunting program, we always recommend that they develop hypotheses based on the types of threats that would target this sector that the organization is in. And then from there, the nature of APTs can be completely different. I mean, sometimes you get APT groups that aren't super sophisticated in what they do, but that's not to say that they don't have the skill, but rather they don't mind if they're caught. Whereas if you're looking at something like espionage or something that's more politically motivated, the threat actors might deploy more advanced methods.
I hadn't heard that before, but yes, it's some of those, it's just they don't mind getting caught. That's interesting.
You see that quite often. A lot of the times, depending on what APT you're looking at and what country they're linked to, they might use contractor units to perform the attacks. And then that's where you see a divergence in the types of techniques they use.
How interesting.
Yeah.
So what kind of attacks are you seeing that are very prevalent amongst these APT groups?
I would say in the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a massive focus on the cloud, especially because most organizations have some kind of hybrid environment going on. And so in terms of the techniques, it's a lot of on-prem to cloud lateral movement, cloud back to on-prem lateral movement type of things. Things like compromising the ADFS server, passing the token attacks, methods of bypassing 2FA in the cloud.
And do businesses by and large tend to, based on your work, do they underestimate the vulnerability from cloud to on-prem and vice versa?
Yeah, I think there's a big knowledge gap and information problem in the industry. There's a lot of write-ups and blogs and education around how to prevent on-prem attacks, and not so much when it comes to the cloud. I think just from my experience in terms of clients and casework, I noticed that there's a lot of confusion around clients think that if you have 2FA enabled in the cloud, it prevents a threat actor from logging in to the cloud, which isn't the case because there's things like access tokens, primary refresh tokens, and a whole suite of things that a threat actor could do to bypass 2FA. So it's not a complete control.
Okay, and so techniques that they are using for these attacks are, I'm sure they range from phishing to...
Yeah, so you see the whole breadth from anything like phishing emails to installing malicious applications, abusing OAuth 2. Then you see all kinds of things like backdooring the ADFS executable that sits on the ADFS server, all the way through to the Golden SAML attack, which we saw back during the SolarWinds attack. Yeah.
So how do enterprise teams set up threat hunting? How do they assess their need for a threat hunting program? And what are sort of some baby steps that maybe a company could take to up their threat hunting game?
I would say the primary thing an organization should do is assess the type of risk they're exposed to, so the type of threat groups that would target them. And you make that deduction based on how mature your security team is. So do you have basic security controls? Because if you don't, that makes you susceptible to a wider range of attacks. I mean, you shouldn't even be thinking about APT at that point.
Right.
Whereas if you're extremely mature in your security team and the tools you use and your operations, then you can start thinking about more sophisticated attacks. It also depends on the sector you're in, the industry you're in, and also any kind of geopolitical tension that might be occurring based on where the organization is headquartered and that against the threat groups that you might be targeted by.
And so some of the sectors they widely target, just based on my research, what is it, manufacturing, banking, what are their top target sectors?
It depends. Most of the time, each country has their own political motivations and goals. And depending on how the trade policies with another country might work, it might inspire one organization, one country to target a country in a specific way. For example, during when COVID started to arise, there was a lot of political tension between Australia and China, and that led to a massive amount of threat actor campaigns, mainly from APT41, targeting Australian organizations in the mining sector, gas sector, resource sector. I worked like back-to-back cases at that point.
And that was just a retaliatory effort? I mean, what was the motivation? It doesn't seem...
The motivation was China actually bought a big mining rig in the west coast of Africa, and they wanted to stop relying on Australia for the export of minerals and wanted to do it themselves. And so a lot of the campaigns were driven by espionage.
And it must be difficult as a threat hunter to assess motivation. I mean, especially these things are so convoluted. How do you know they just didn't want to rip off a mine organization versus...
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things when it comes to threat intelligence or understanding what you're up against. The actions of a threat actor are intrinsically linked to the political motivations of the country. And so if you want to understand why certain units are targeted or certain organizations are targeted and certain sectors are targeted, it always comes back to political motivations.
So it does sound like there is sort of an aspect of threat hunting that is very much of the world rather than...
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really easy as security people to get too focused on the detail and various techniques, and you miss the bigger picture of what's happening.
Yeah. Are there APT groups that are on your radar that you are particularly watching or tracking or that are really doing damage right now? Are there any that you would call out?
I would say I focus more on the type of techniques and the development of techniques that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say now the more insidious attacks that a lot of them are getting away with, because a lot of companies, organizations and security teams don't know how to detect, occur more around abusing hybrid cloud environments.
Understood. Now I know you are also an incident response expert and leader. So when it comes to, let's say, the threat hunting, we'll set that aside, but once a breach has occurred, how does response to an APT threat differ from sort of your run-of-the-mill threat?
So it's a little bit different. Depending on the type of APT you're dealing with, the country and the sophistication, a lot of clients need to be aware that once you start retaliating, isolating servers, changing passwords, you end up alerting the threat actors that you know that they're in the environment. And often that results in retaliation in what they do. And if you don't close off all the gaps or figure out the full scope of the breach, it often results in the threat actors reintroducing themselves back into the environment.
So it's really a matter of being very careful about how do you do that?
I think the first thing, it's getting the incident response steps right. A lot of organizations jump straight to remediation or containment prior to knowing the full breadth of the attack. I mean, how can you contain and isolate systems without understanding how widespread the problem is? I mean, you're containing something where you don't even understand how they got in or the issue. But I think it's a natural human response.
Shut it down, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You get stressed out and then you want to close everything, make sure business is running. I think it's a pretty normal response. I understand it from the human perspective.
Certainly. I've heard people say people just want to help. Everybody just wants to start getting on.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I think a lot of organizations, when they freak out about something, they start to throw out assumptions, or they could have gotten in from this angle, they get in from this angle. It's a stress response, but then the implication of that on the security team is that they end up treating an incident response like a threat hunt and chasing assumptions rather than focusing directly on the facts and working from there.
So what are you going to look at to happen over the next year? Is there anything you're tracking or expecting to see?
I would expect to see more variations of cloud-based attacks that facilitate on-prem to cloud movement and vice versa. And I think that most organizations should focus on amping up their threat team and their detection capability in terms of those types of attacks.
And I guess if you look at it from a stress perspective, more threat hunting at the back means less stress at the front means less stress at the back.
Ideally.
Lena, thank you so much for stopping by and sharing this with us. I was very excited to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I want to thank all of you for tuning in. The Dark Reading News team is on the ground and fanned out all over Black Hat to bring you the action as it happens. To keep up with all of our coverage, please visit darkreading.com for breaking news, research, and more. Speaking of research, we have a returning champion here to the news desk again. We have Michael Bargery, who is the founder and CTO of Zenity. And he is presenting this year on Blackout as All You Need is a Guest. Great title. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Maggie.
Now, I took a look at your research, and it seems that it's a bad news about Azure you have to deliver to us.
Yeah, unfortunately, I get to be the bearer of bad news.
Tidings.
So, guests are a mechanism to share resources safely between different organizations. So if you're a large enterprise, you're using Microsoft. Microsoft is providing for you a way to share with people outside of your organization, share resources. The way that this mechanism works is that, it has to be denied by default. It has to mean that when a guest enters your organization, they don't have access to anything unless you specifically give them access, right? And that's what we've been used to thinking. So unfortunately, what I'm going to share is that this is not really the case, because there are ways low-code, no-code is enabling business users to build applications. And they are making decisions about who can get to share those applications, to use those applications. And those decisions are often wrong. And so as a guest, what I'm going to show in the talk is that you can actually get to actual data, like SQL servers, Azure resources, and not only just figuring out that those exist, but actually getting the data behind them.
So how does it work? How do those guests gain control?
So this is actually, the root cause is a user mistake. Because a business user creates an application, and they share this application with everyone. But unfortunately, everyone means everyone in your Azure AD tenant, including guests. And then the underlying data set behind the application gets shared as well. And then you end up with a guest that has access to a whole bunch of data within the enterprise. Okay. Now, the problem here is that it's very easy to make that mistake. And because we're trusting business users to make those decisions, of course they're going to make mistakes. They're business users. They should not be expected to figure out what data should be shared and with whom.
And so this is it's a policy and control question, which I know is difficult on multi-fronts. What is the danger of these vulnerabilities? Access data, but what kind of damage can they do?
So I work for a very small company, and we work with large enterprises. One of the first things that you need to solve when you work with a large enterprise is how do you share information. And so the way to do that is providing people with guest accounts. If you look at any large organization today, most of them have tons of guest accounts that have access to their organization, and they're operating under the assumption that those guest accounts cannot really do anything in their org.
They're just dormant and out there.
Exactly, but what my research is going to show is that they can actually get to your data. They can get to your SQL servers. They can get to resources that are stored on Azure, like Azure Storage. And they can actually fetch the data behind that. So it's really important for us, for organizations, to understand that guests are a very big risk, and you need to be aware of what those guests can actually accomplish, rather than just living under the assumption that they would not have access to anything.
So step one is going into your Azure accounts and deleting any dormant. What is the remediation, and what is your suggestion?
One thing that I'm going to do, I really wanted to find a way to help organizations figure out what is the scope of this problem in their org. So tomorrow, after my session, I'm going to release a tool that would simply allow users to, you give the tool the guest user, and it would show you all of the resources that you actually have access to. And I'm hoping organizations would use this as a way to remediate the issue, because this would just light up all of the different resources that are available, all of the data stores that are available for a guest to use, and then you can go to them one by one and remediate the issue.
Wow, so what is this tool called?
It's called Power Pawn.
Okay.
Which is kind of a play of words on the Power Platform, which is the low-code platform Microsoft has. And it's available on GitHub right now, actually.
And anybody can use it?
Anybody can use it.
And so they apply your tool and they will see all of your guest accounts along with those permissions.
So the tool would actually ask for a guest account that you can start with. So you provision a guest account, and then you use the tool with that guest account, and it would tell you what this guest account is actually able to accomplish, rather than just relying on what you used to think. Yeah.
Okay, and so how do you anticipate, first of all, is this something Azure is aware of, and it's something that they are working on?
So I think this is a very important topic to mention. We've been actually working closely with MSRC, with Microsoft Security Response Team, to make sure that they mitigate as much of the issue as they can, and that they harden controls, harden defaults in a way that secures customers. So they have actually been great throughout this entire process.
Good.
And some of the things that we found are I mean, there are things that I'm not going to discuss, which are part of the vulnerability disclosure that they are actively fixing. But one of the things that I'm most excited about is that they are going to change the defaults to more secure defaults. It's not going to happen right now, but it's something that they're working on. So I'm really excited for that one, because I think that this would leave organizations in a much better place than they are right now.
So that would mean that when you create a guest account, it automatically just defaults to the most limited number of...
That would make it very difficult, more difficult for a business user to overshare connection credentials with guest accounts. Because the underlying root cause here is that business users have the power to share credentials with everybody, including those guest accounts. And so Microsoft is hopefully going to make that much harder for them to do.
So as we are now, is there something else that you can recommend? Is there a more secure way to collaborate across enterprise?
So those defaults that Microsoft are going to change, you can change those configurations right now. So this entire problem is rooted in something called the Microsoft Power Platform, which is the low-code, no-code platform that Microsoft has baked into Office 365.
Okay.
This is a great thing. Low-code, no-code is about empowering business users, giving them the tools to build their own applications, their own automations.
Without coding.
Without coding, with drag and drop, with ChatGPT now, with AI, you can talk to the chat and it will generate an app for you. But then you get to make the security decision. Who do you share this app with? Are you embedding your own credential within this application? And so organizations have this right now in their org. I mean, people are using this to do amazing things. But security teams are often not involved in the management of those platforms. What you can do right now is you can reach out to the business teams that are already using these platforms, and you can make sure that you bring this thing under the security umbrella. You need to think about the applications that business users are building in the same way that you're thinking about any application. And then you need to put guardrails. You need to help the business users make the right decisions.
That sounds like a trickier conversation than maybe you're suggesting. It
is.
We want to bring this in, and how do you have a recommendation of the best way to sort of make the case for that?
I think one of the things I'm trying to do with this talk is just to show people, I mean, how bad can it get? Because you need, it's tough. I mean, security is tough. There are always a ton of things that you need to do. And here I am telling you that there's another piece of risk that you need to own, and you're not owning it, and you're in a problem. So I need to help you with providing a business case, because you need to go, like CISOs would need to go and get budget. Like you would need to get headcount, so you need to get mindshare. So these examples of how things could go wrong are very important for us to drive action. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve here.
Wonderful. And how's the reception been so far?
It's been really cool. So I've been getting, people have reached out with two questions. One is like, where is the tool? Can I get early access to the tool? And the other is, what can I do to protect myself before the talk? Which is also awesome. So I've actually shared online, like through social media, a few things that you can already do to harden your tenant from this tool, so you can actually catch it before it actually runs. There are hardening configurations that you can do, and so people have reached out, and those conversations have been really great. Because to your point, I mean, it's difficult for security folks to get into this space, to understand what those business apps are, and how do you do that in a way? How do you get into that area in a way that allows business users to continue to be productive,
and won't
but
work around
secure?
it?
Yeah.
And to that point, I mean, configuration, default settings. What is the message that you want to give to people who are opening those business accounts? What is the guidance that you would give people who are constantly sharing guest accounts?
I think the number one thing is that when you create a guest account, when you share guest access to your organization, you need to be aware of there's a risk and reward thing, right? You get the ability to share things to share resources with somebody else, but you need to be aware of the fact that you're introducing them into your organization, like you're inviting somebody into your house, right?
Yes.
They could be doing something that you're not expecting them to do. So you need to be monitoring them very carefully, and you need to make sure that you don't have lingering guests there. So you invite somebody at one time, but then they stay a guest 2 years later. So you need to be on top of that thing. You need to make sure that you're owning it.
Tell us again, where can we catch your talk?
So my talk is going to be tomorrow, 10:30 a.m., right after the keynote, in H.
And will you also be speaking at DEF CON again this year?
I'm not going to be speaking at DEF CON, unfortunately. I have a 2-month-old son, so I really need to get back home.
That is understood. We all completely feel you on that. Thank you so much, Michael, for stopping by again and sharing your work with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Wonderful. Okay, so with that, I would like to thank our guests that have stopped by the news desk. If anybody's interested in participating in our conversations, you can do so on socials by tagging DR News Desk with your questions and comments, and we will get them answered by our experts. With that, let's take a break, and we will be right back. Hi, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, coming to you live from Black Hat 2023 in Las Vegas. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I'm here to host these conversations today. I'm extremely excited to welcome to the news desk Maria Markstetter. She gave a barn burner of a keynote today that's been sort of the topic around here today, called Guardians of the AI Area, Navigating the Cybersecurity Landscape of Tomorrow. Welcome, Maria, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so Guardians of AI, and I think this is such a critical topic right now, and certainly the reception would indicate that. The hype and the discussion around AI tends to get very hyperbolic. So if you could just walk us through sort of where you think we are in the cybersecurity community in terms of deployment of AI.
Yeah, so far, everyone has been using ChatGPT, for example, as a browser chatbot. But the way that organizations are going to host and leverage these AI tools is going to change pretty quickly. Because companies, they don't want to trust their data to these external providers such as OpenAI, because they want to control over their own data. So they're trying to integrate these model capabilities into their services, but also host it into their own infrastructure. Which means that not only will this open up attack surfaces because they're integrating a new system, but also it will it will open up new attack surfaces basically.
Sure. And so what are the jobs that AI can do in your everyday SOC?
So it can definitely reduce the noise. So we've already seen that with Microsoft Security Pilot, where SOCs can leverage tools like this to reduce the noise of alerts and just reduce alert fatigue.
Alert fatigue, yes.
Exactly. So, and I think this is going to be pretty useful for us because this will allow security teams to focus on the relevant incidents, like the relevant alerts and the important things.
So you would take your data and then you would just have an AI component that you would feed it through that would tell you, or your alerts, and then it would tell you which alerts were worth looking at, which were noise. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the Microsoft Security Pilot works exactly, but they are trying to do a really great job of filtering out that noise, and just because the LLM can understand various aspects of types of alerts, it can learn, and it can also provide explanations. So for example, if you see something and the SOC analyst doesn't necessarily know how it connects to, for example, a threat actor like an APT group, it can ask the chatbot integrated in, for example, Microsoft Security Pilot and say, tell me what you know, what does it relate to, and also kind of the path of compromise.
What are these models learning on? Are they learning on your own internal data? I mean, what are they, because the reliability of data is a huge component of this. So what is being ingested to train the model?
So usually you have a pre-trained model that these providers provide, and then you get your own data set, so your business data fed into it additionally. And this is mostly local on your infrastructure and is not being sent over to external providers. And this is how it learns, and it fetches, for example, information from security tools such as Defender and so on and others, and tries to give you a good overview.
It seems too there's a role here in policy and control, which I know a lot of teams are really struggling with, fine-tuning a lot of their tools. Is that an application that you see being a reality in the near future?
LLMs can certainly be used for use cases like this. A good example would, for example, be data security, or the way that we flag sensitive data, for example, because an LLM can actually know what is a PII. You know, what is personal information? It knows when you show it. So in an image, for example, is this personal information or not, and knows how to protect it. So we can leverage these tools to create new toolings around these things. Yeah.
How reliable are these models at this point? Are they spitting out information that's actionable today? Is there going to take some more maturation of the market? Where are we?
We are getting to a stage where we get multimodal AI, So right now, these models, they can only take in certain types of modalities of data, for example, text, right? But as soon as we get into multimodal AI, which will come in the next 3 to 6 months, for example, or maybe a little bit longer than that, but it will be able to ingest images and sound and text and build,
along with just written text.
Yes, exactly.
And that, you think that is going to go a long way to sort of help make the data set more specific or more accurate?
Yeah, it makes the model capabilities more capable. So if it's, for example, implemented as an AI agent, it can just apply multimodal reasoning. And that will be much more useful to analyze different formats and different types of data.
Are you someone that buys into the idea that we need to very carefully put guardrails about AI? What do you think those look like, and how concerned are you about this thing running amok?
Very concerned.
Okay.
Because
I was hoping you were going to say something the other way, but okay.
Yeah, it's simply because these AI agents will need access to a lot of data, a lot of business data and a lot of apps, and they will take in that data internally and externally and then make decisions to act upon. And we don't actually have access control around that yet because these AI agents are very non-deterministic. If you give them one input, so one input will not always result into the same output. So it's really, we have spent a lot of time over the last 10 years worrying about this third-party access of SaaS applications. And we have a lot of vendors that are helping us to manage that and control the scope of authorization, but we don't actually have that for AI agents and for non-deterministic systems.
Where will that come from?
Well, that should come from us. So we as a community, as an industry, need to analyze these systems and need to understand AI systems. So in our industry, we don't actually have a lot of knowledge of AI systems because that was always the job of data scientists.
Right.
But right now, it also needs to be the job of cybersecurity professionals because they will need to understand these systems in order to assess their attack surfaces and in order to know how to build these guardrails around them. Because it's not just about sensitive data as we had previously, but now even model data in various formats is also sensitive.
That in itself is going to become proprietary.
Exactly, because it's you can do a lot of damage by changing the model data. So not just the training data set with training data set poisoning, but also if you make small changes to the vector databases, it can change a model's understanding entirely of a specific topic. It can make it perform malicious actions. And when then these AI agents, they have a lot of access and authorizations to do things, right? So, yeah.
It's a conundrum. So how do you think we are going to get to a point where we can lock down these models and make them secure?
The first step is definitely to educate ourselves about AI systems, and we need to keep up with the emerging model capabilities as they come, because everything is moving very fast right now. So last year we didn't really know what these models were and that they existed. We kind of, like some people, like 1% probably, knew that these models existed and what they are. But as security professionals, we didn't really have a reason to concern ourselves with them,
sure.
Right? And this is changing now. Now we actually have to analyze them. And it's just like back then when the mobile phone came out and we only knew how to analyze, for example, web applications or infrastructure, but we had no idea how to analyze a mobile phone from a security standpoint because we were unfamiliar with the architecture, the underlying architecture. So people had to learn mobile architectures to, for example, perform mobile app security tests or even on an OS level. And these AI systems, you can think of them as like a new type of architecture that we need to learn. And as soon as we learn that architecture, we will be able to understand how to attack it.
Yeah.
Exactly, and then we can find creative ways to implement these guardrails. But without understanding these systems and just saying, oh, that's the problem, that's a model problem, that's for the data scientist. And it is actually our problem right now.
unfortunately, we're out of time, but can you please just leave us with some suggestions for where cybersecurity pros can go to tool up on this? Where should they be looking?
So a lot of people have probably heard of MITRE. So they have these APT matrices. And they released a new one called Atlas for model attacks.
Okay.
So really like an APT landscape of model attacks. And only a week ago, around 1 or 2 weeks ago, Google and Microsoft, I mean mainly Google I think, published a lot of white papers around model attacks and model security and all of that, kind of thing. So that would be a great place to start. And then it's just the creativity of what we always do, because we are hackers and we know how to find creative ways to break them. And then we need to break them and make them secure.
Break them and make them secure.
Yeah.
I love it. Maria Markstetter, thank you so much again for joining us. I appreciate your time. I know you've been very busy here at Black Hat this year, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we will take a quick break and I will turn things over to Terry Sweeney. We will be right back with more from the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat 2023.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. I'm your faithful host, Terry Sweeney. Joining me now is Nick Biasini, Head of Outreach with Cisco Talos. Nick, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you doing this. In security, we like to talk about tactics, techniques, and procedures, aka TTPs. Get us started with talking about the TTPs that security practitioners are seeing from threat actors these days.
Well, TTPs are really the key indicator that we go off of when we're talking about actors. So a lot of what we'll see is malware. This is more the behaviors of the actors that are deploying the malware. So what we'll see commonly today is use of open source utilities, whether that is C2 frameworks like Cobalt Strike or various other things. You'll see open source tooling. You'll see living off the land binaries an awful lot, and using of legitimate remote access tools for their own benefit. So using the utilities that businesses use to do remote access because it makes it very difficult to block.
So more about the strategies and the MOs as opposed to the code or the way that it behaves once it's deployed.
Exactly. It's more like what the adversary does to either deploy the malware or what they do with the access once they have the malware. We try to look at those behaviors and identify those behaviors. It's a really good way to determine malicious activity without having to rely on things like a specific malware sample.
What are some of the top TTPs that are sort of dominating the threatscape these days?
It's tough. It really depends on the groups that you're talking about.
Okay.
So if you're talking about like state-sponsored groups, they're going to tend to use a different set of TTPs. They're going to live in a slightly different landscape than you would see the criminal organizations in. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of collapsing of the tooling because it makes it so that it's much harder to attribute. If everybody is using the same tools, how do you differentiate between one group and the other? It makes it a little bit more difficult to differentiate.
Say more about that. What do you mean by collapsing exactly?
So in the past, you would see groups would use their own tooling. Like they would have a custom piece of malware that they would deploy to do something. Today, what we're seeing is everybody is instead either using the same open source tool or they're using the utilities that are already built into the systems instead of relying on their own custom tooling. That way, if they get detected, it's not, oh, well, this is this one piece of malware that's only associated with
No
this
signature.
one.
Another,
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Interesting. What solutions are on the market right now that can help security practitioners defend against these kinds of threats?
Probably the biggest thing right now is XDR, extended data detection and response. So the challenge that organizations face is today you're securing a bunch of disparate systems in disparate locations that are using different stacks and have different functional groups, and being able to quickly correlate not just across those systems, but add in all the other indicators that you have available to you. Things like network indicators, stuff that you're able to pull out of identity, things that you can pull out of email so that you can get a much more holistic view of what's happening. So instead of saying, bad piece of malware detected, you can say a bad piece of malware was detected, it appears to be delivered through this manner, here are the domains that it reached out to, this is what it did after the fact. They're both alerts, but one is far more actionable than the other.
Okay. Talk a bit about how Cisco competes in the XDR space.
Well, we have a new offering that's recently generally available. We've been spending a lot of time working to really drive home the capability not just to detect across Cisco devices, but the ability and the acknowledgement that you have to be able to work across multiple products from multiple vendors. So providing the ability to support not just Cisco products, but other products to give that holistic view is a really key part of our XDR vision.
A criticism that I heard earlier today about, I guess, detection and response broadly, not about XDR specifically, is in the case of like a mobile handheld or like just a more finely grained endpoint device. Detection and response is less effective, if not completely useless in those instances. Does XDR, is that end-to-end, or how does that actually work?
Well, that's where those other indicators come in. So you may not have a huge amount of visibility off of, say, that smart handheld device, but the communications that it establishes, the behaviors that it kind of performs, that can all be key indicators to help drive that detection and response.
You've been talking about a compromise that occurred to Cisco last year. Can you talk us through what happened at a high level and maybe even some of the lessons that were learned from that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the initial access vector is a great example of the challenges that organizations face today. So you have commonly things like password vaults. one of the password vaults that's available is inside of web browsers, right? So you can say, like a Chrome web browser, you can store all your passwords, and then any any computer that you walked up to that has Chrome installed, you put in your 1Password, you have access to everything you need. So it is incredibly valuable from a user perspective. The problem is you can store whatever credentials you want there. In this instance, we had a user that stored their Cisco credentials in this vault. Now, they didn't have their Cisco account compromised, but they had their Google account compromised. Now, when the Google account was compromised, the actor had access to the Cisco credentials. Then they had to work on bypassing MFA. Fortunately for us, we're not just a username and password organization, so we saw both MFA fatigue and vishing, or social engineering over the phone, as potential avenues to get past MFA. They were able to successfully do that. They ended up eventually enrolling their own mobile devices and then maintaining that access. They were trying to do things like data exfiltration. I talked about the tooling that I talked about was actually consistent. We saw open source frameworks, we saw living off the land binaries. We did, however, see a custom backdoor deployed that we had seen before in a previous incident response engagement, and that really helped us understand what type of adversary we were dealing with and helped us kind of successfully expel them from the environment.
Okay.
The biggest things that we learned out of that was making sure that you harden your MFA process, because doing things like challenge codes and putting protections around mobile device enrollment makes a really big difference, as well as educating your users about what MFA fatigue is, how to handle these types of attacks. Speaking of education, social engineering, really needing to drive home to users what is normal behavior, what is abnormal behavior, what are folks never going to ask you on the phone, to make sure that they understand. And then really this was the thing that helped drive our XDR vision, because we saw the challenges of managing disparate locations, disparate systems, very disparate stacks, and really needing to pull telemetry data from a variety of sources to really have a better understanding of the compromise.
Well, I mean, social engineering, it is a timeless classic, is it not? I mean,
it really is.
Just always effective.
Well, people want to help. By their nature, they want to be helpful, and unfortunately, bad guys use that against you.
Well, especially if you're call up and are frantic and really, really sell it. I mean, I guess obviously it works.
Oh yeah, they'll come after you with the carrot and the stick, whatever will work at any given time.
Okay. You alluded a little bit to this, but talk a bit more about how companies can ensure that an attack like that doesn't happen to them, and in the event that it does, like what can they do to regain control of the situation?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of utilities that are out there. We just had a new ransomware offering that we came out with to kind of help remediate when organizations do find themselves in this unfortunate location. The most important thing though is making sure that you have protections in place, you have visibility in place, and that you're maintaining a good security posture. Far too often we see simple mistakes that organizations make lead to these types of compromise. So like I always say, defense is hard, offense is easy. You have to be right 100% of the time. It's a very, very daunting task.
Well, that's a good rule of thumb. How do you foresee these solutions affecting the future of the threat landscape?
Well, we're seeing adversaries get more and more sophisticated. There is more and more capabilities available to more and more groups than we've ever had before. You have what would historically have been reserved for only the most elite of state-sponsored groups. Those types of TTPs and behaviors are common for criminal organizations now. It's going to be a tough landscape out there for the foreseeable future, but with good technology in place, making sure that you're prepared for the eventuality of a compromise, you're much better off doing the work to make sure you're ready before it happens than find yourself scrambling in a moment when you're really in need and find that you aren't really prepared.
Yeah. Nick, thanks for sharing the lessons learned and just being transparent with the guidance as well. Really, really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Happy to be here.
We've been talking with Nick Biasini of Cisco Talos. This has been Terry Sweeney with the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA in Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Nayaki Nayyar, CEO of Securonix. She is joined by Chris Inglis, former U.S. National Cyber Director. Nayaki and Chris, thanks for joining us here on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you, Terry.
It's no secret that AI is overtaking the cybersecurity industry. It doesn't feel like an overstatement. From your perspective, is there real substance behind this hype?
Oh, absolutely. From where we sit, Terry, we see a massive impact of AI in our industry, especially when you look at it from a SOC perspective or a SIM perspective. What takes a SOC analyst maybe a few days to a week to investigate a threat, to hunt for it, and also to respond to it. With AI, it can be done in minutes, if not seconds, right? So it's very transformational that we see having an impact of AI, especially in the space that we are in and the market that we play in today.
Sure. Chris, anything to add there?
No, I think that's right. It's new, it's novel, it's here. And I think that we must make use of it, but it is not without its challenges, right? There is this phenomenon called hallucinations. We have to be aware of those.
Absolutely.
And there's also this issue of it can hold at risk proprietary or privacy-related information. And so I think we must use it, but at the same time build in those guardrails that make sure that the human remains at the center, that we have controls on it to ensure it's doing what we want it to do. We know what it's doing for us as it races ahead, and at the same time that the humans understand what controls are in place so that they have confidence they can use it.
One of the potential scenarios that seems to be gaining ground is the idea that security, which from an enterprise and organizational perspective has been largely defensive, may be about to tip over to more of offensive security, really being much more aggressive with responses. This is a bit unsettling for I think everybody really, but is that scenario too far-fetched as we look at how AI may develop over the next, say, 3 years?
Yeah, in fact, Chris and I were just talking about it, of how AI will completely redefine what it will look like in 3 to 4 years. So fast forward 2025, right? And the day in a life of a threat hunter or a SOC analyst is going to be very different, because the day in a life of a threat actor is going to be very different, right? So
That's well
I
said.
think that's what we need to be preparing for, is how do we truly leverage the power of AI to scenario play that whole day in a life and start building for it and start preparing for it and start releasing solutions and products to address that market.
And Terry, I agree with the import of your question, but I think what I want to see, I think what we all want to see is to not obsess about the threats or the offensive side that's being held against us, but to be so focused on our positive aspirations, so focused on what we want to do with digital infrastructure that we outpace the offense. So that defense can, for once and perhaps forever, essentially run so fast that it actually proactively delivers on the positive expectations the customers have about what digital infrastructure should always have done for us.
Well, I mean, that would certainly be a nice change up from just the
reacting.
Well, the constant escalation, the spy
right.
versus spy scenarios where you just get a bigger thing to defeat the other side, right?
So I think it's about bringing proactivity to defense. It's about bringing coherence to defense so that you actually can understand what you want to do, why your confidence is well placed, and essentially have the tools necessary to do it.
Thanks. Nayaki, how is Securonix using generative AI within its own products to address some of the challenges in the threat landscape?
Yeah. So just to give you a little bit of a background on Securonix, we have been a pioneer in the entire UEBA market. We have been a pioneer in what we call the next-gen SIM, the cloud version of SIM. And we also have an end-to-end source. So when you look at Securonix, it's the entire platform, UEBA, SIM, and SOAR. We recently announced a partnership with Snowflake for the data lake, so that we can run on customers bringing their own Snowflake or with embedded Snowflake through Securonix being the entire offering from us. And at Black Hat this week, we released our integration with generative AI and ChatGPT. And it's truly around those use cases for threat hunter, for them to be able to investigate those threats and respond to that. And like I said earlier, what used to take days or weeks for a SOC analyst or a threat hunter to do that work can now truly be done in minutes or seconds, right? So that is where the entire use case is how do we really make the experience, the work, and really reduce the MTTR time for being able to detect and hunt for those threats.
Thanks for that. With so many products coming into the market, especially with threat detection and response, what's happening to keep SIEM relevant and providing value, especially when compared to some of the emerging alternatives?
Yeah, I mean, I always look at it's not an alternate. It's not like there needs to be an alternative to SIEM. SIEM is in the hub, right? It's a core. It's a center of gravity, I call it.
Maybe a complement is a better way to phrase it.
Complement it around with, of course, we have a very strong UEBA. We have very strong, because response is all about how we respond to it, right? So we have the full stack. And with what we did with the Snowflake partnership, we are now offering customers a full 365 days of hot search, Terry, that we never had before, or no other vendor has in the market. So you put yourself in the shoes of a customer. They used to only have 7 days or 90 days of hot search. Now they can do a full 365 days of hot search. That is phenomenal, and it's very differentiating for us right now in the market, right? So it's really good.
We started down this path a few minutes ago, but if we look beyond the 3-year window that we were talking about, how do you foresee the proliferation of AI impacting the cybersecurity industry? Is in 10 years, is it basically all AI based, and the way we've programmed it and coded it heretofore is maybe not obsolete, but yesterday's news?
I'll let Chris answer that, but I'll give you a little bit of my perspective on that too, right? It's going to have a huge impact on everything that we do, right? Security is just one angle of how it's going to completely redefine it. Absolutely, it's as transformational as, if you remember, before internet became available, right? There were companies that allowed all their employees to use it, and there were companies that said, no, you can't use it, right? We are in that same paradigm where there are companies that are allowing everyone to use it, and there are companies saying, no, I won't let you use it because of all the other concerns they have. So I think we are in that paradigm shift. So fast forward 5 years, 10 years, I think it's going to be very, very different.
Yes, I certainly agree with that. We can all remember when computers were standalone things and they weren't networked, they weren't connected to anything than the wall socket where the power was. So when we added the network, the computers remained, but the network added an additional kind of modality. I think AI is going to be the same. It's going to be in everything, under everything, around everything, but the humans will still be in the center of the enterprise if we engineer it right.
I think the internet analogy is a good one. I mean, we never imagined it would transform our personal lives, our work lives in the way that it has. It feels like AI
Even if you think of it, Terry, a few years back, let's say 15 years back, these devices were not that relevant or that important for us. Now, we can't live without it.
No,
right?
it's
part and
like
parcel of who we are.
another appendage, right?
Exactly. So I think that's how it's going to be going forward with AI also.
Good. Nayaki, closer to home, what's your vision for Securonics in this ever-changing market?
Our mission is to help our customers stay ahead of cyber threats. That's our mission. Everything that we are doing with not just SIEM, SOAR, and entire UEBA, but how we will develop the experience for that SOC analyst and that threat hunter using AI over the next 3 to 4 years is where we are really doubling down on, and want to really transform that experience and reduce the time it takes for a threat hunter to detect and investigate and respond.
Right. Well, Nayaki Nayyar and Chris Inglis, thanks for gazing into the crystal ball of AI with us. Appreciate you joining us on News Desk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Terry. Thank you.
We've been talking with Nayaki Nayyar of Securonics and Chris Inglis. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Teresa Lanowitz, Head of Cybersecurity Evangelism for AT&T Business. Teresa, welcome back to News Desk. Always nice to see a familiar face.
Thank you so much, Terry. It's great to be back here with you.
Appreciate you doing this. We are talking about edge computing and healthcare. Talk a bit about how edge computing is in fact revolutionizing healthcare.
Yeah, so the healthcare field right now is undergoing massive innovation, massive change because of what we see with edge computing. And with edge computing, you have to really say, well, what do you mean by edge computing? You know, if you ask 10 different people, you get 12
Sure.
different answers, right? So the way we defined it in the research that we did on healthcare and edge computing is we said it is software defined. So it is software defined on-prem or in the cloud. It's also your workloads, your applications you're hosting. It's closer to where that data is being generated and consumed, because edge is really all about that data, that digital first, data-driven experience. And it's also a distributed model of management, intelligence, and
Okay.
networks. And so if you think about healthcare, you say, all right, what sort of application does that have in healthcare? Think about the last time you went to a doctor's office, all of the endpoints, all of those devices, those devices that are measuring your vitals, those payment systems, anything that is connected to the internet, those are all endpoints that are being taken care of inside healthcare.
Okay.
So we have to worry about securing all of those endpoints from the edge computing perspective.
Do you envision edge computing being virtual, getting spun up like containers, for example?
In a way, but if you look at edge computing, what it's really doing is it's really this new era of computing. And it's really driven by networks that are lower latency and higher bandwidth, so faster, lower latency, higher bandwidth. It's also driven, your applications are completely different. So it's not those GUI-based applications that we've been used to over the past couple, 3 decades. It's really machine-to-machine communication. Those applications or applets, if you will, that are ephemeral and come together on an as-needed basis. And it's about delivering that digital-first experience to that consumer, whether that is in a business-to-business model or in a business-to-consumer model. So it's that next generation of computing. You know, you're not taking your smartphone and opening an app, you're not tethered to your laptop opening an app. It is something that is giving immediate information. It's something that is connected to the internet, something that is digital first.
Well, let's talk more about how it's being used. What are some of the common use cases of edge computing in healthcare, particularly that are affecting, say, the patient experience?
Yeah, so in our AT&T Cybersecurity Insights report, focus on healthcare, we have a core report, our AT&T Cybersecurity Insights report, and now this healthcare report is a double click on that core report, if you will. And we found 5 big use cases that healthcare professionals told us that they were doing. The first is teleemergency medical services. The second is immersive medical training. Then we have consumer virtual healthcare. You have a video appointment with your doctor. And then it's also this idea of hospital at home. You go home after some sort of surgical procedure, your home then becomes a hospital. So you're connected through different types of endpoints, through monitoring devices to monitor that patient remotely. And then this is one that I really find interesting, is the use of drones and autonomous robots in healthcare settings. So the use of robots, for example, in a healthcare setting is, imagine being able to have a robot deliver supplies to a nurse's station. It's very fast, it's very efficient, it gets to where it's going in the right amount of time. Using a robot for disinfecting an exam room, for example, after a patient leaves, disinfecting a hospital room between patients, that sort of thing. So there are all these really great and innovative use cases that are coming out there. And the really, really great thing we found from a security perspective is that across the board, our healthcare survey respondents said to us, you know what, we're really investing in we're really investing in security along with applications, along with planning, and along with networking.
Right.
So of their total edge budget, they're saying security is really something that's front and center, which is great because, you know, security has always been sort of one of these afterthoughts.
Often tacked on at the end, as we know from hard experience.
Yeah.
With that in mind, how can security leaders best prepare to secure this evolving healthcare edge ecosystem?
Yeah, one of the things that we found is that healthcare organizations said, you know what, we realize we need help in doing this. This is something new. We're not going to do it alone. So these silos that we've seen built up over the past 3, 4, 5 plus decades, they're finally starting to erode. What we found out is that 71% of healthcare professionals say that once they get to the point where they have deployed an edge computing use case, they're bringing in some sort of third-party trusted advisor. So they're bringing in a consultancy, managed security services, global systems integrator, and so on. So it's this idea of having somebody help you, because this is a brand new type of computing. So, and the other thing is really, making sure that you understand what you want your outcome to be. What do you want this edge computing use case to do? And then budget appropriately. And we're seeing balanced investment, which is really, really wonderful, where security has that full seat at the proverbial table. And then really make sure that you're working with those trusted advisors out there to help you in the planning efforts, to help you in the production efforts.
What are you seeing as the biggest challenge to securing edge computing? What's hardest about that?
I think that there's a lot. It's a lot. And one of the things we found in our core AT&T Cybersecurity Insights report is that the more edge use cases an organization brought on, the more they said we're concerned about cybersecurity controls. So if they just had one edge use case, they might say, well, we're going to go with our legacy cybersecurity controls. But the more use cases they have for edge computing, they're saying the more they are concerned about security controls that maybe they haven't used in the past.
Is edge computing just another environment or another specific endpoint?
Yeah, it's that next generation of computing.
Okay.
It's about delivering that near real-time experience to that consumer, whether it's business to business, business to consumer. It's that experience, it's that idea of saying that we don't have to be tethered to a keyboard, to our laptop, to our desktop, to our phones, to our tablets. It's not about interacting keyboard. It is about that information is given to you in a near real-time fashion. So in healthcare, think about those connected devices monitoring your vitals. Think about a patient at home after a surgery with some type of wearable to be able to send vital signs back to a doctor who might be monitoring that patient.
The security and IT budgets are shifting to support this transition to secure edge computing. How do you see that happening? How obviously delivering technology in healthcare is more than just does the box or the application do what it's supposed to do. There's a whole host of legal and regulatory and compliance pieces that also have to be met.
Yeah, and
help us understand that.
Yeah, that's why that whole ecosystem, bringing in those trusted advisors to help, whether they are from a technology perspective, from a business perspective, from some type of compliance perspective, working with that holistic ecosystem really is critical for edge computing. And what we see is our survey participants have told us time and time again, this is too important. The stakes are too high. We're dealing with these very critical situations. So it's not about let's just throw some code over the fence and see what happens, right? So we've moved away from that, and we see more cross-functional communication and collaboration, more of the line of business. In fact, when we did our survey, we made sure to include the line of business, so the line of business can give us some concerns that they have to deal with as well. As you mentioned, other types of things, compliance, regulations, that sort of thing, that especially in something like healthcare, you have to be very concerned about. So it's about having that expanded ecosystem that you can actually work with and find some guidance with as well.
Teresa, take us out with a prediction. We're sitting here, it's Black Hat 2026. What do you imagine for edge computing's use within healthcare within the next 3 years?
Yeah, the use cases are going to continue to grow. What we learned this year in 2023 is that 53% of our healthcare participants said that their top endpoint was a mobile type of device. What the other 30% told us is they said, you know what? In the next 3 to 5 years, we're bringing in things such as wearables, autonomous drones, robots.
Of course.
So we're going to see the endpoints become far more diversified. We're going to see far greater types of endpoints, and we're going to see these use cases expand. Just between 2022 and 2023, we've seen use cases in healthcare expand. So we're going to continue to see that expansion. We're going to continue to roll them out, and people will be able to reap the benefit from them.
Well, great perspective on the future of healthcare and security in healthcare. Best of luck with edge computing, Teresa. Appreciate you again stopping by the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you so much. It was great to be here, Terry.
We've been talking with Teresa Lanowitz of AT&T Business. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining us now on the news desk is Jim Ivers, Vice President of Synopsys Software Integrity Group. Jim is joined by his colleague Natasha Gupta, Senior Security Solutions Manager, also with the Synopsys Software Integrity Group. Jim and Natasha, thank you so much for joining us on the news desk today.
Glad to be here.
Appreciate it. We are talking about application security consolidation. And Jim, kick us off with enumerating some of the biggest challenges that companies face today with their application security programs.
Sure. Well, all you have to do is go into the business hall and you see the challenge. We did a survey, and over 70% of the customers have over 10 application security testing tools. And that's just not about licensing costs. That's about support costs. That's about training developers how to use UIs. There's all sorts of expenses that go on that. So it's not just licensing, it's total cost of ownership that's dragging down the organization. Plus, you have all of these findings that are coming in, which affects creates friction in DevOps.
Okay. This sounds like a classic, the tension between the Swiss Army knife and the highly specialized tool that does one thing very well. Is that an accurate analogy?
It is, and that's one of the things I think that sets us apart is a lot of our competitors have one really good tool and the rest are sort of add-ons. I call it like being a planet with moons. We think we're a solar system. We think we have really good best-of-breed tools all the way around. We've been the top right in the Gartner Magic Quadrant now, toppiest rightiest for 5 years, and we think there's a reason for that.
Well, Natasha, I think that's your cue to talk about the solar system. What are companies doing to try to help and solve these problems?
Well, what we hear from customers all the time is, I want to be able to simplify my security work. I want to have one place to get visibility of my whole software risk.
Okay.
And at large, I want to be able to manage just one vendor instead of having my time eaten up in multiple tools. And really, this gets back to so much what Jim is talking about with consolidation, the consolidation of your effort in creating a frictionless AppSec experience across all of the silos you have across security and development, and really consolidating also on a centralized sense of insight on that total risk posture across your software.
Okay, talk about what security professionals should look for in a consolidation partner. And I'm also curious the role of like the development side of the house, because they're not always well connected as we know from hard experience, but say more about that if you would.
Well, it sounds a bit counterintuitive, but actually the most important part of evaluating consolidation partners is, do they have flexibility to work with what you have? And really, meshing the developer experience with the security experience is about working with the developer tools that they already use every single day and meshing that data across all of the security testing you do with the feedback systems that developers have. And that really is the fabric of what creates a very simplified application security program across the board. So you have to have that usability, you have to evaluate that level of vision from an application security vendor that understands and has connectivity to these key data sources across testing, across what software you own and what makes up that software, to get the whole picture and really make this all marry together well.
Sure, I mean, we're talking about technical consolidation, but it sounds like what you're describing is also cultural consolidation. Well, maybe not consolidation, but certainly closer integration of security and devs, right?
Well, what we often find is the technical foundation is what creates the culture shift. And it's really about making this all workable for the developers day to day and simplifying their work. That's what we hear across the board.
Thanks. Jim, what is Synopsys doing to help companies reduce risk through this consolidation?
Well, we have a very interesting tool. It's called Software Risk Manager. And what it allows you to do, it speaks to over 135 different feeds of AST type findings. And what it allows you to do is to consolidate first sort of virtually by orchestrating your tests, applying policy, and correlating and prioritizing the findings from those tools within Software Risk Manager. Because one of the goals of consolidation is, as Natasha said, is that, that single version of truth, what is that system of record. And we can create that. So that's an interesting twist on this, because in most cases you don't get that until 18 months, 3 years down the road of a consolidation project. We can offer that to you immediately. And then what you can do is start to swap out the testing tools as your contracts start to expire and things like that. So it gives you much more flexibility and much more pliability in the whole process of consolidation.
Application security posture management, aka ASPM, obviously plays a role here. Natasha, can you say more for those who may be new to the term and what it brings to the table here?
Well, Gartner identified this trend, application security posture management, which was really the evolution of a lot of interlocking trends we saw within application security of risk management, application security testing, but really what it gets to, and specifically with consolidation, is combining the ingredients of what makes the good AppSec Happy Meal. Having a way to integrate policies that you can be able to enforce a consistent security playbook across wherever your source code is built, being able to then orchestrate testing workflows and remediation actions, and getting that central risk insight from a single source of truth that you understand what was tested, what was fixed, what was found, having one place that all of your stakeholders can go. And in a contained solution, that's really what a good application security posture management solution buys you.
Jim, help us take a deeper cut, if you would, and address how ASPM helps companies maximize their benefits of consolidation.
Well, it's really we call it the Rosetta Stone, right? It's like a translation, because you plug in what you already have and you continue to use that, you centralize your policies and you apply them through the orchestration process. As you're moving new testing tools in from the consolidated vendor, it makes it a much more seamless process because you are changing the tires on the car while it's roaring down the road. The best part about that is that we have a very open solution, as Natasha said. So if you have a specific testing tool that is outside what your consolidation vendor can provide, that is required for some form of regulatory requirements, whatever you have, you can continue to keep that because we can also assimilate those findings into the process. But this notion of getting everything in, prioritizing, and answering the question that really dogs developers the most: what do I fix first?
Sure.
And that really starts to end the process. As you start to swap out the tools, you eliminate them, your contracts drop off. This gives you a staggered process by which you then end up with the consolidation, everything consolidated. You're down to one vendor, and you get that total cost of ownership savings. But because of the way we deliver it, you get a lot of those questions answered much earlier. So your time to value is a lot earlier in the process.
I'm sure you get this question a lot from certainly Black Hat attendees, but potential customers and existing customers. If I'm on the fence about application consolidation, what sorts of questions should I be asking myself? What issues are top of mind that I can be thinking about as I decide if this is right for me?
You know, application security has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. It's gone from, hey, I need, to find everything. Nothing can be left unturned. No false positives, all those things. Now it's good enough because, as I always explain to people, developers don't get paid to write secure code. They get paid to write things on time. So the fact that you can get in and do that, what was tested, what was found, and what was fixed, and answer that question really starts to remove that eternal tension between application security testing and DevOps velocity. And so if velocity is what you're after, and that's what's driving a lot of the decisions that are being made on the floor today, this is the answer to that process. It allows you to do the testing you need to ensure that you've got trust in your software, because every company is a software company now, right? So that means that software risk is business risk. In order to do that properly, if you consolidate, you're not deluged by all these findings, you don't get conflicting results, you're running them all through the same cohesive set of policy, it's a much better running machine.
Right. Well, Jim and Natasha, some great insights on application security consolidation. Thank you both for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Jim Ivers and Natasha Gupta of Synopsys. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, coming to you live from Black Hat 2023. I'm Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to welcome Adam Myers, who just got a new title, so you'll excuse me. He is Head of Counter Adversary Operations for CrowdStrike. Thanks for joining us, Adam. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we've got a lot to get into, so I know you guys had a new report that came out, but maybe we can do this more geographically. Last year, everybody was very focused on APT groups in Russia, what they were doing in Ukraine, and sort of how the cybersecurity community could rally around the citizens there and help them. There seems to have been a pretty sizable shift in the ground since then. Can you give us an update sort of what's happening in Russia now versus maybe a year ago?
So I think leading up to the invasion in February of 2022, there was a lot of concern about a NotPetya style event where there would potentially be cyber spillover, an unconstrained self-propagating ransomware type of disruptive attack. And so, leading into that whole invasion, I think people were really concerned about how that would impact organizations in the West, because remember, NotPetya did like $10 billion in damages, according to, I think it was the White House said that. So, well-founded concern going into that. And I think what we saw as that started to unfold, that there was some disruptive attacks, but it was generally constrained with inside of Ukraine. After the conflict kind of started really not going the right direction for the Russians, you started to see that they went back to more intel collection, and there was plenty of disruptive wiper type attacks, but I think the thing that was most significant is that while everybody was focused on what was going on inside of Ukraine and what the various Russian threat actor groups were doing, China was prolifically getting into every single geographic region, every business vertical, and actively collecting on everything from intellectual property, trade negotiations, high-speed rail projects, port projects, with pretty much everything going on, and builds a massive collection effort around that.
Were they using the Russian invasion as cover while everybody was sort of looking over here? Were they doing that, or was this happening sort of well before that?
That's a good question. I think it worked out that it provided that kind of cover because everybody was so focused on what was happening in Russia and Ukraine. And so it distracted from the kind of steady drumbeat of everybody calling out China for doing the things that they were doing.
So we know Russia's motivations. What are Chinese APT groups? What are their motivations? What are they trying to do?
So it's a massive collection platform, and they are working to, China has a number of different major programs. They have things like the 14th five-year plan. They have the Made in China 2025 initiative. They have the Belt and Road initiative. And so they've built all of these different programs in order to grow the economy, to develop the economy in China. Some of the major things that they've targeted are around things like healthcare. It's the first time that the Chinese are dealing with an increasing middle class, and so preventative healthcare issues, heart stents, diabetes, cancer treatments, all of that. And they recognize that they're sourcing a lot of that from the West. They don't want to do that. They want to build it there. They want to have domestic equivalent products so they could service their own market, and then grow that into the surrounding area, the broader Asia-Pacific region, and then even up into Eurasia. And through doing that, they build additional influence. They build these ties to these countries where they could start to push Chinese products and Chinese solutions and Chinese programs and projects into those countries, so that when push comes to shove on an issue like Taiwan or something that they don't like at the United Nations, they could say, hey, you should really vote this way. We would appreciate it.
So it's really an intelligence collection and intellectual property game for them?
100%.
And so what are we sort of going to see in the next few years? Are they going to operationalize this intelligence? Is it already, feeding sort of the intellectual class, but beyond that, what are their goals?
It's happening right now, right? You look at what they've been doing with AI. You look at what they've been doing with healthcare and various chip manufacturing, right? They source most of their chips externally. They don't want to do that, right? I think they think that people see them as the world's workshop, and they really want to become an innovator. And the way that they're looking to do that is by leapfrogging. They steal through cyber operations, cyber espionage, what is currently state of the art, and then they try to replicate and innovate on top of that.
Interesting. Well, okay. So moving from China, now we go over to North Korea, and they are in the business, their APT groups are money makers, right? That's what they're looking to do.
Partially, yeah. So there's kind of three pieces of it. One, they certainly service the diplomatic, military, and political intelligence collection process. Two, they also do intellectual property theft. They launched a program called the National Economic Development Strategy, or NEDS, and with that, there's kind of 6 core areas that they focus on, things like energy and mining, agriculture, heavy machinery, all things that are associated with the North Korean economy. They need to raise the cost, like the level of what they're doing, and raise the lifestyle of the average North Korean citizen. 33% or something like that of the country is all 30% only has access to reliable power.
Wow.
Right? So things like renewable energy and ways to kind of get energy to other places are important. So they do intellectual property theft to kind of do that as well. And then revenue generation. They got cut off from the international SWIFT system and international financial economies, and so now they have to find ways to generate revenue. They have something called the third floor, the third office, which generates revenue for the regime and also for the Kim family. And so they do a lot of things that are like drugs, fentanyl creation, and MDMA and things like that. They do human trafficking, and they also do cybercrime. And so they've been very effective at targeting traditional financials as well as cryptocurrency and kind of fintech type companies. And we've seen that one of the things in our report that just came out yesterday shows that the second most targeted vertical last year was financials, which replaced telecoms the year before. So it's making an impact.
And is that's being driven by the North Korean APT
In part,
groups?
yeah.
Interesting. Are they successful?
Yeah.
They're making tons of money.
Yeah, billions.
Okay. Let's pivot to Iran,
Okay.
which I guess is sort of the other major pillar of APT action. What's going on there?
So we've seen a lot of what we call lock and leak operations. They kind of created, in many cases, these fake personas to target their enemies, to go after Israel and the United States and kind of Western countries. And they create these fake personas that will claim to have hacked in. They deploy ransomware. It's not really ransomware because they don't care about collecting the money necessarily. They just want to cause that disruption, and then they leak sensitive information. All of this meant to delegitimize and to make people kind of lose faith or belief in the political organizations or the companies that they're targeting. So it's really a disruptive campaign masquerading as e-crime.
It must be so tricky to try to assign motivation behind a lot of these attacks. How do you do that? I mean, how do you know that it's just a front for disruption and not, a money-making operation?
Yeah, that's a great question, but it's actually not that difficult, because if you look at what actually happens, right, what transpires, if they're criminal and they're financially motivated, they're going to take payment. That's their primary objective, right? If they don't really seem to care about making the money, not Petya being an example, and also some of the Iranian activity, then it's pretty obvious to us. We look at the targeting, we look at the infrastructure and the tooling that they use, and then we look at the motive itself, and it's generally pretty clear.
Among APT groups, what are some of the attacks du jour? What are they really relying on right now?
So we've seen a lot of APT groups going after network type appliances. There's been a lot of vulnerabilities that have been exposed in various cloud systems and network appliances, things that don't typically have modern endpoint security stacks on them. And it's not just APT groups. We see this tremendously with ransomware groups, which have been thwarted by things like EDR technology, which have made it difficult for them to get in and bring tooling with them. So 80% of the attacks are using legitimate credentials to get in. They live off the LAN, they move laterally from there, and then if they can, in many cases, they're going after the hypervisors in order to try to deploy ransomware to a hypervisor that doesn't support an EDR tool, and then they can lock all of the servers that are running on that hypervisor and put the organization out of business.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. I would really like to discuss this for a much longer amount of time, but can you just quickly, what is your prediction? Do you have do you have a Karnak the Great moment for us where what are we going to be looking at in the APT space, do you think, 12 months from now?
Yeah, the APT space has been pretty consistent. I think we'll see them continue to evolve. The vulnerability landscape is really interesting there. If you look at China, for example, effectively any vulnerability research has to go through the CNITSEC, which is subordinate to the Ministry of State Security. It would be like if a security researcher here couldn't send that vulnerability to Microsoft.
It had to go to the government first.
1,200 vulnerabilities last year, right? And so if they had to send it to CISA, but CISA was subordinate to the CIA or the NSA.
Right.
So and we see those vulnerabilities manifesting all the time now. So it's changed that whole landscape. So I think APT groups continue to do that. They're focused on intelligence collection. That's their primary motive. In some cases, there's disruption as well. And then I think the prediction, the thing that everybody needs to be thinking about is that because of the identity threats that we're seeing, 80% of these breaches involve identity. It takes we compute something called the breakout time. How long does it take for an actor to move from an initial foothold into the environment to another system? We shaved off, or they shaved off another 5 minutes this year, so we're at 79 minutes. The fastest one we saw was 7 minutes. So these actors are moving faster, and the biggest takeaway, I think, is that organizations really need to be investing in identity protection, because that is kind of, we've hardened the enterprise, we've made it difficult for them to operate because of things like EDR, so they took the easier way, right? Now they're using legitimate credentials, they're coming in as a legitimate user, and in order to defend against that, you need to be protecting the identity, not just the enterprise.
Thank you so much, Adam. I so appreciate you stopping by the news desk to share your insights and your smarts with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me. It's always fun.
Excellent. Okay. So with that, we are going to move on to our last guest of the day. We have Frederick Heiding, He is a Harvard researcher, and he is presenting his research again, a very hot topic this year, devising and detecting phishing, large language models, GPT-3, GPT-4, versus smaller human models like vTriad and generic emails. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Okay, so the general consensus is that phishing is going to get scarier with AI and these LLMs. It is going to supercharge the ability of these people to create phishing lures in various languages and pass sort of your sniff test. Right. Are you seeing that? Are LLMs applied to phishing? Are they really supercharging them, or where are we?
Yeah, they are.
How are they doing that?
So the main thing that LLMs do is that they're really good at creating content that appears to be realistic. And that's exactly what's beneficial for phishing, right? It's not necessarily legit content, but it appears realistic. So phishing emails they're getting really, really good. And that's one thing. The quality is increased significantly by using large language models compared to sort of arbitrary phishing emails. They're not as good as specific human methods, like these really, really good expert models. They're not that good yet. But they're way better than the sort of arbitrary normal phishing email, and they're also easier to create. It takes a couple of seconds to make it, and we did a bunch of tests with this, and it's super easy to create, and the quality is really, really high. So yeah, they basically increase in every way possible.
And so when we're talking about these ChatGPT and GPT-3 versus GPT-4, those are, initially it seemed that they were getting massively better each increment. But I noticed that the last iteration, it sort of wasn't making as quick of gains in its learning models. Are you seeing that? What is happening in the evolution of these models?
So for me, the interesting thing, and the thing we work on right now too, is that make a specific language model for phishing. You can say that you weight the models. So large language models are very general. You can ask them anything because they're trained on massive data set. You can take one of these models and make them specific. So you add a lot of phishing data to them. They get really, really good at just doing phishing. And by doing this, which we're doing right now, I believe that you can increase the quality of incredible amounts. So
what data are you feeding into these models to increase?
So there are data sets. We're using Cambridge cybercrime data sets from the University of Cambridge. They have a massive data set of available phishing emails. And we also want to use industrial real-life phishing data. So we're trying to collaborate with a bunch of companies for that as well.
And so you went in through your work and you were using these models to create phishing lures.
Yeah, basically a large phishing model.
And so how were those GPT-4s, how were those doing? And I'm not, vTriad generic, and generic emails. Tell me the distinction between the two and how they performed.
Yeah, let me brief you a bit about that. So the current project, what we did is we compared the language models versus the human models. And one human model for phishing is called the vTriad. So it's a manual model. It's not automatic at all. It's only trained on phishing data. So a language model is trained on any type of data. It's super, super general. A human phishing model, it can't tell you how to bake cookies. It can only tell you how to make phishing emails. And so it's very, very specific, and it's a set of guidelines, you can say. This model tells you, if you want to make a phishing email, follow step 1, 2, 3. And you can follow them, but still, you have to do it yourself. You have to be a good English speaker, for example. You have to know your target. You have to know a lot of things. So there's a human model for creating phishing email. It's very powerful, but it's also a little bit difficult. It's time-consuming.
Tedious.
Yeah, it's tedious. The language model, it's super, super simple. You don't need to speak good English. You even don't need to speak English, because you can write a query in Swedish or German and write an English phishing email doing this. So it's way easier, but it's a little bit less specific. But
So explain to me how, industrial data, how does that translate into good phishing lures? I mean, can the models, like the statistical analysis, are they ingesting that as well, or are they just doing a survey of the language available in that model?
yeah, and that's where it gets really cool, actually. And what the vTriad does, it's analyzed a lot of human psychology, like it's handcrafted by people to see how does our brain work. So phishing is it exploits the heuristics in our brain. We have a lot of shortcuts in our brain that makes us do things that are not ideal. And if you take these heuristics, that psychology, into the models, then it gets really interesting. That's where you can have, for example, industrial data or academic data of thousands and thousands of successful phishing emails. And then you can start to learn patterns. And what we can do after that is we can sort of customize this to everyone. Because what we saw in our results is the same phishing email might trick you, but not me. And we talked to people and we said, hey, why did you fall for this phishing email? Why did you not fall? And some people said, hey, I pressed this email because it was offering a gift card. I really wanted it. It was a good offer. And other people said, hey, there was a free gift card, and I'm always suspicious of that. So there's not a one-size-fits-all. And that's why language models gets really, really interesting. Because what we're doing now is we're using this to customize both cyber training and phishing attacks. So you can see, based on your profile, and for the industrial perspective, you want to know how to defend your employees, right? What you can do with our new model is you can see, based on this employee, they should receive this amount of training. You don't need to give them 2 hours of arbitrary phishing training. They just need to learn these few small things.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big deal.
That's
because,
powerful, yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah, the training is such a huge aspect and trying to reach people, but you're able to pinpoint where to reach them and when.
We pinpoint the weakest link, basically.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Now, does it work on the flip side? Can we then apply these models as filters to flag potential phishing emails coming across the transom? Does the reverse work?
Yeah, we can too, and we also did that. So there are a lot of spam filters today, and they're pretty good. But what language models can do, they're non-binary. So a spam filter says yes or no. It's malicious or not malicious. A language model tells you human-like output. So it doesn't just say this email is spam. It says, hey, this email is suspicious, because it asks you to press a link to receive a gift card. But it talks with you. And what we found in our research is that human likes to talk with a human. Even if it's not a real human, even if it's a machine, but if it gives you output that appears human-like, people follow it much more. So you can see, you can ask, hey, I really want this gift card. Can I press the link? And we found that some models are really good at saying, you shouldn't press this link, but if you really want the gift card, try to go to the web page of this company and see if the offer is legit. And if you don't find it there, send an email to their contact page. Because it's so much more advanced than...
And real time.
Real time,
it's impacting your behavior at that moment.
Yeah. So it's really cool. So you can definitely use it to help people avoid getting phished.
So this tool is out now?
So you can use the current models. They're out, like GPT and Claude and all these things. Our specific model is in a beta stage. We actually have a link. I'm happy to sort of share that with subscribers where they can beta test. So we do these tests with some governmental agencies and companies. So we're developing our model right now, and we're happy to take in more people who want to try this out and be part of it.
What do you hope is sort of the next step of this? Where will this evolve? I mean, you were addressing a very critical fear that a lot of people have. What's the next iteration from you?
So my iteration, in a high level, my iteration is sort of ensure that we stay ahead of the attackers, because phishing attacks are going to be way better, easier to launch, more numerous. So my hope is to do this to help companies train their employees better, because so many organizations reach out to me and say, We have a problem with our cybersecurity training. People think it's, it's kind of tedious, it's not fun, you have to sit through all these hours of training. And I agree, it's not so good.
It's not fun,
and I want to help them improve that.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank you again for sharing your very interesting research with us. There's certainly some exciting stuff going on at Harvard. Do you want to tell our audience maybe where they can learn more about your tool or maybe access the beta version?
Yeah, that would be awesome. So I think the easiest thing is just to write me either my email, perhaps I can share it somehow, or just on LinkedIn, Frederick Heiding on my name. I think that would be the easiest step right now. And we have like a survey link, so if I somehow can share it with them, I'm happy to do that, but just contact me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much again. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, anytime. That's going to do it for us today here at the Dark Reading News Desk. But don't worry, we're going to be back tomorrow with all kinds of experts and interviews for a full day of fascinating conversations. So tune back in for full coverage of 2023. You can always go to darkreading.com. Our team of reporters has been fanned out across the conference to bring you the best of the show right to you wherever you are. Thank you to our guests for today. Thank you to our crew here in Las Vegas. For Dark Reading, I'm Becky Bracken. We'll see you tomorrow.